all the keynote speakers. Associate Professor Dr. Martin Dog from Utrecht University, Netherlands. Assistant Professor Dr. Choi Ban Hang from National Institute of Education, Singapore. Associate Professor Dr. Masita Sahril from Brunei Darussalam University, Brunei Darussalam. Associate Professor Dr. Arthur Becker from Utrecht University, Netherlands. Associate Professor Dr. Hartono M.A. from Sriwijaya University, Indonesia. Professor Dr. Zulkardi M.Com MSc from Sriwijaya University, Indonesia. And welcome to the opening of ceremony of the 9th
Southeast Asia Design Research International Conference 2023.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Arvina Agustin.
And I'm Cicerana Nenci.
It is such an honor for all of us to be gathered here in the 9th CDRIC 2023.
Dear all participants, to begin this valuable meeting, we would like to invite you to rise up your spirit of nationality by singing together the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up. Ladies and gentlemen, please sit.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the next agenda, we would like to invite Professor Dr. Zulkardi M.Com MSc to deliver the chair's report to the conference.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good morning everybody, all the presenters, keynote speakers, also the students from all over Indonesia participate in the 9th CDR International Conference this morning. Okay, welcome to the 9th CDR International Conference 2023. The Excellency Rector University of Sriwijaya, in this case on behalf of that Vice Rector Professor Dr. Senior Muhammad Said, MSc. Thank you for coming. The Dean, in this case, on behalf of Pak Artono, there is a Vice Dean, Dr. Rita Indrawati, and also the Vice Dean, Ibu Yimas Aisyah. Yeah. Also, keynote speakers. In here, we have only one keynote speaker who come offline. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Martin Dolf. Oh, you come from far away, Utrecht, then you sit down near Pak Said. Yeah? Professor Raktu Ilma Indra Putri, also one of the invited speakers. Also here, Rector of University Lambung Mangkurat, who just finished this year, Professor Sutarto Hadi. He also a steering committee. Professor Ahmad Fauzan, I guess, still on the way. Also Professor Rahmat Johar, and also Professor Yenita Rosa. Yeah, all of them are the committee of CDR. The honorable keynote speakers, also from Netherlands, Professor Dr. Arthur Bakker. From Australia, Wanti Wijaya, but unfortunately Wanti now is ill, but she promised to host next CDR in Deakin University in Australia next year. Keynote speaker from Brunei Darussalam, I saw in the Zoom, Professor Dr. Masita Saril. Professor Dr. John Baher, yeah, from Singapore, yeah, also here, and also Professor Ruli Charitas, yeah, from Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, and also new professor beside Ruli, also Professor Roselina, yeah, who also graduate from International Master Program, who collaborate between UNSRI and Utrecht. Also the other presenters and all participants that I saw on the Zoom now is almost 300 people, yeah, coming. Alhamdulillah, thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, because today, May 19, 2023, we can do it again, CDR here. Vice Rector, the first 3 CDR is really, we did it in UNSRI, because the first 3 CDRs come from the International Master Program that we collaborate with Utrecht. Then the 4th CDR, 4th in Padang, 5th CDR in Banjarmasin, there is Pak Sutarto Hadi here. The 6th, Bu Rahmat Johar in Aceh, the 7th in Sanata Dharma, Yogyakarta, the consortium from there, and also the 8th, the last 2 years in UNESA. Now, the 9th CDR come back to UNSRI. That's why we're really glad to start or to open the CDR today. Yeah. With this theme, design research for all, we are redesigning learning for all students in the post-pandemic period. They can overcome learning loss during the pandemic. That's the goal of our conference here. How can we support our students, primary school, secondary school, even student teachers, to, let's say, to overcome from the was attended by the Rector UNSRI, keynote speaker, invited speaker, and also paper presenters. Up to now, there are 129 papers submitted, and also 503 registered participants to come, mainly by Zoom, of course. Yeah. Okay. Finally, we would like to thank to all the committee who have tried their best to organize this event, especially to my PhD student, yeah, who really start to work in order to prepare this conference these last 3 months. Thank you to the leaders of and staff of University of Sriwijaya and also the speakers and participants. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Zulkardi M.Ecom, MSc, as the chairs of conference for the report.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is our honor to have Rector of Sriwijaya University, Professor Dr. Insinyur Haji Enis Segaf MSce IPU Asian Engineering, that will be represented by Vice Rector of Sriwijaya University, Professor Dr. Insinyur M. Said MSc. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our honor to have Vice Dean, Ibu Dr. Rita Indrawati MPD, to deliver his speech. Please, Ibu Dr. Rita Indrawati MPD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening for all of us.
Ya, sambil kita menunggu yang lainnya, marilah kita mulai saja acaranya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sorry. Assalamualaikum.
Alhamdulillah, puji syukur kita panjatkan atas kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala, Tuhan yang telah memberikan kita kesehatan dan juga kesempatan sehingga kita bisa untuk mengadakan acara dengan
Okay. Good afternoon. Ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, technical problems. Okay, I repeat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain. Ashhadu alla ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadar Rasulullah. Amma ba'd. The Honorable Rectors of Sriwijaya University, Professor Dr. Anis Sagaf, MSce, IPU, the Honorable Vice Rector, Professor Dr. Muhammad Said, thank you to be here with us. The Honorable, the Deans of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Dr. Hartono MA, the Honorable, the chairs of the CDR International Conference, Professor Dr. Zulkardi M.Ecom, MSc, the Honorable, the Steering Committee, Professor Sutarto from Lambung Mangkurat. Thank you very much. You are here now with us. The distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Martin Dog, Professor Dr. Choi Ben Heng, Professor Dr. Masita Sahril, Professor Dr. Arthur Baker, dear invited speakers from both Indonesia and abroad that I can mention their name one by one. Here we have Professor Dr. Ilma Indra Putri, one of the distinguished invited speakers. Dear all participants who attend the conference offline and online via Zoom meeting, come to Sriwijaya, Palembang for your participation. First of all, let us express a sense of blessings upon all of us. One of the blessings we have is health, so that we can organize the CDR International Conference. The Southeast Asia Design Research International Conference is a joint conference of an international scale in the research and is part of and a follow-up to international among Sriwijaya University, Surabaya State University, and Utrecht University, Netherlands. Well, the first CDR was held in Palembang by Sriwijaya University in April 2013 and followed by CDR still being held in Sriwijaya University. However, starting from the 4th until the 8th CDR, this conference was held several universities such as Padang State University, Lambung Mangkurat University, Syah Kuala University, Sanata Dharma University, and Surabaya State University. This year, the 9th CDR is held again at Sriwijaya University in Palembang, with the theme Design Research for All and inviting keynote speakers from various countries such as Netherlands, Malaysia, Brunei Darussalam, Singapore, and Australia. So through international cooperation like this, CDR really supports the internationalization programs of the Rector of Sriwijaya University in 2023. Next, allow me, on behalf of the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, to express my appreciation and gratitude to the chair of the committee and all the international staff of the conference who have prepared this conference very well. So this is very important for me to convey, considering that FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya is working hard to achieve internationalization of its faculty, and it is marked by achieving international accreditation for language cluster, and it is also in around 2024, mathematics education will also get the international accreditation from ASI Institute, Germany. We hope so, okay? Okay, and this international conference is one of the ways achieve its international. It is the importance of the international conference material this morning. It is hoped that we can make best of opportunity, interact actively with the speakers, so that at the end the conference can run dynamically. As he and the team Malaysia listen his to you International Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that's all for my opening speech. I expect that this conference will leave us plenty of ideas, information, and vision to reflect on. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for Professor Dr. Rita Indrawati, MPD, for this speech. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our honor to have Rector of Sriwijaya University that will be represented by Vice Rector of Sriwijaya University, Professor Dr. Insinyur M. Said MSJ, to his welcoming speech and officially open this conference, which is marked by hitting the gong. To Vice Rector of Sriwijaya University, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished Dean of Faculty of Teaching, Sriwijaya University, that we know as FKIP. Distinguished keynote speakers, here presenting offline, Professor Dr. Martin, and some other keynote speech. Also presenting online. Respected guests, dear presenters, participants, ladies and gentlemen. I'm proud to extend my warm welcome to all of you at this, the 9th CDR IC 2023 at FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya as an international conference on design research for all. I would like also to thank the Dean of FKIP Sriwijaya University and all the organizing committee of doctoral program on mathematics education for their shared interest and objective in improving education quality to strengthen global competitiveness. Thank you to the presenters for your valuable contribution to this conference. Education would be the fastest growing public sector. The sector is viewed as a critical empowering factor so that we can achieve the purpose of our country, as stated in the preamble of the Constitution 1945. We see education as the primary instrument for improving the quality of life and fostering equal opportunity to enhance global competitiveness. Education is committed to contributing positively to our community, society, and country. Education will no longer be used as a tool to maintain privilege, injustice, and division. The quality of education is crucial. To improve the quality of education, attention from academicians and professionals from various fields related to education is required. To succeed at facing and enhancing global competition at this stage, ideas and inventions delivered professionally are also needed. I believe and feel assured that this conference will promote debates with participants within and beyond their particular disciplines. I also believe that we will invest and accomplish the objective of having ample knowledge and creating resources for all by organizing all potential. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, finally, I wish you all success during this international conference and hope you all have a nice and enjoyable time. Thank you very much. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
To Bapak Vice Rector of Sriwijaya University, please come in front of stadium and hit the gong to officially open this conference. And to Ibu Rita, Professor Zulkardi, Dr. Martin Dolk, and Prof. Ratu Ilma, please stand in front of podium to accompany the Vice Rector. Thank you very much for the Rector, Vice Dean, keynote speaker, and Chairman to officially open this conference. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we start all the given agenda in the presentation session and also in this conference, let's pray together. We would like to invite Muhammad Hasbi Ramadan, MST, to lead the prayer.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our head for a moment, pray to God, to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, so that our international conference can be precious. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam, and those who are not Muslim, you are pleased to pray according to each of your beliefs. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, hamdan hamidin, hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yu'afi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u majidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi jalal wajhikal karim wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma sholli wa sallim ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Ya Allah, today in Friday, on May 19, 2023, in this beautiful place, we gather here to bring about an international conference of Southeast Asia Design Research with theme of Design Research for All. Make this international conference as a useful science, as a medium of sharing useful ideas, knowledge, and experience of scholars, researchers, and students of various disciplines. May the conference we organize today will benefit to our lives, broaden our knowledge, science our ideas, and lead us to be successful and productive person for our nation. Ya Allah, guide and bless our heart and our mind with the light of your guidance. Impart your supreme wisdom in our activities. Help us to speak our minds clearly. Help us to listen to each other, respect to each other, and also love each other, so that we are included to the blessed person. Ya Allah, show us the right path and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things. Ya Allah, please fulfill our prayer. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we close the opening ceremony, we would like to invite all the participants and keynote speaker to take a picture. For all the participants in Zoom meeting, please turn on your camera.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable all keynote speakers, invited speakers, presenters, and all of participants, it is time for us to close the opening ceremony.
Once again, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to thank all the respected guests for being here in the 9th Southeast Asia Design Research International Conference 2023. Hosted by Faculty of Teacher Training and Education Sriwijaya University. I'm Arvina Yudagustin. We wish you have a fruitful and meaningful moment during this conference. Goodbye and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. tes 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 tes. Oh. Cek. Test. Cek. Cek.
And keynote session akan segera dimulai. Mohon yang masih berada di luar.
The honorable keynote speakers, invited speakers, moderators, presenters, and all of participants. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 9th Southeast Asia Design Research International Conference 2023. Now, it is time to us to continue the plenary session as our next agenda. Dear all participants, there will be 6 keynote speakers that will present today. First, Associate Professor Dr. Martin Dolk from Utrecht University, Netherlands. Second, Assistant Professor Dr. Choi Ban Heng from National Institute of Education, Singapore. Associate Professor Dr. Masita Sahril from University Brunei Darussalam, Brunei Darussalam. Associate Professor Dr. Arthur Baker from Utrecht University, Netherlands. Associate Professor Hartono M.A. from Sriwijaya University, Indonesia. Professor Dr. Zulkardi M.Ikom MSc from Sriwijaya University, Indonesia. Well, to start our first plenary session, I'm going to invite the moderator to begin the session. Please welcome Weni Dwi Pratiwi SPD MSc. To Weni Dwi Pratiwi, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Cici, as the master of ceremony. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, welcome. My name is Weni Dwi Pratiwi and I will be moderating this first keynote session. This is the starting of the plenary of the Southeast Asia Design Research International Conference held by Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University. So before we begin the presentation, I will have some housekeeping few notes. So the keynote speaker will have 45 minutes to talk. And after the presentation, there will be time for 2 or 3 questions for about 15 minutes. To all the participants, please raise your virtual hand and then turn on your microphone when I call you to speak. And then, or you can add your question to the chat during the presentation. Our keynote speaker today is Associate Professor Martin Dolk. Thank you for finding time and joining this conference. How are you doing?
I'm definitely enjoying the conference.
Thank you very much. And I would like to give some information about you to all the participants. So Associate Professor Dr. Martin Dolk is involved in the development and research of in-service materials and interactive support system for student teachers. His research interest also focuses on teacher knowledge and behavior in teaching situation. Presently, he is involved in mathematics education projects in Asia, specifically in Indonesia. Martin is a co-author of the first 3 books in the Young Mathematician at Work series. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to our keynote speaker today, Martin Dolk. You can start your presentation. Thank you very much.
Now I'm cut off. Thank you. I want to talk about contexts. Because often I get the question, what is a good context? How do I create a good context? How do I see when students are learning? And so I talk about a context that we developed in Banjarmasin. It's not a new context, but it was to see whether it would work in Banjarmasin. And we worked with a few educators, people from Banjarmasin, Pak Tufuk, Bu Camilla Yari, Camilla, I always mistake her name, Kamalia, and Pa Fauzan from Padang. We worked with teachers from 2 schools, groups of teachers. We worked with 2 classroom teachers, and we worked with children from a classroom, a 3rd grade classroom in Banjarmasin. So it's a mixed group of people. And we tried to develop context and understand what students were doing. It was a 3-day enterprise, well, 4 days, because we started before school started. We started to talk together about where people are. Well, it started earlier, because at one moment I was asked whether I would work with the people, and I said, so what is the topic we would do? And the idea was long division. They said problems like 235 divided by 5. And I said, well, 235 divided by 5, that's the same as 400 divided by 10. You do not need long division here. Well, what about 483 divided by 7? Well, I know 490 divided by 7. That is 7 times 70. So it's 1 group of 7 less. It's 69. A lot of the examples that they mentioned were examples that I would solve by looking at the numbers. But I understood the question, because long division is something that you want students at one moment to understand, to develop. And so before we started, I took a look at what we know about division and long division. And I went to textbooks, and so I looked at different textbooks in Indonesia. And this is an example of a textbook where they talk about the fact that if you have 5 tens, you can divide them in 2 groups of 2 tens. But when I look at that drawing, I don't think that students even understand that that is happening. And more problematic is the placement of that 0. What is totally not understandable. The whole formulation of this long division will not be understood by children. And this is what happens in almost every textbook. If you go to another textbook, they say 2 times 3 is 6, and then they write 60. So students are supposed to know, to understand we are talking about tens. Or they say 50 divided by 4 is 10, remainder 10. I have one group of 10 left. But 50 divided by 4 is also 12. Why don't you use that? So there is a lot of regulations, rules that is given by the textbook, is given by the authorities. It's not developed by the children. And if you look at most of the textbooks, there is text that children will not really understand. 125 divided by 5, 100 divided by 5 is 20. I don't even know if children know that, but I know that most children only look at the multiplication. How many 5s? Not at the division. Now, if I know 100 divided by 5 is 20, the children probably know 125 divided by 5 is 25. So, why that? Another example of a textbook, to me more problematic, and I don't know if this is just a layout error or the authors didn't see it. But 48 minus 3 is 18. Where is that coming from? They mean 48 minus 30. The 3 should be under the 4. But if you look at the whole page, they consistently put the numbers in the wrong place. To children, this is totally not understandable. I was very happy to see that there was a textbook where the long division was not used in grade classroom 3. I don't know, I didn't look for what they did in classroom 4 and 5, so I don't know. I also didn't look at classroom 2, but in 3 there was no long division. And here you get another textbook where they show the steps as a rule for the children, but I miss the process of developing long division. So there's not one standard algorithm in Indonesian textbooks. What's very helpful, that means that there is enough space to code differently. Multiplication and division are mixed in the algorithm, what is okay. They are related. And students are not guided in developing the algorithm. The algorithm is given to them as a rule, follow it. But we know that standard algorithms can be problematic and not understood. Now, when I look into the classroom, I see this kind of things. 14 plus 14 is 28. 28 plus 14 is 312. Because the 8 and the 4 is the 12, the 2 and the 1 is 3. And then 312 plus 14 is 452. This child has no sense of number. If you have a sense of number, you know that 4 14s can never be in the 400s. But in long division, I've seen this kind of works. Or this kind of works. So the procedure is given, but it delivers a lot of issues. And when I looked in the classroom, I saw children using tallies. The lowest form of working is using tallies. And they made groups, in this case groups of 12, to see how many 12s would fit in 250. This is so much work that is not doable. And a little higher up in the development was a child who wrote all the tables in his journal. He had tables up to 18 to 20, and he did it for so many times 38, so many times 39. And his first approach was to look at the tables whether he already had one. So long division is a problem. Long division is not understood. And when you looked in a class, you see that many children avoid the algorithm and try different other approaches. Now, what we know about division is that there are two forms of division. There is impartitive and a quotative division. You can say, how many groups of 2 can I make? But you can also say, if I make 2 groups, how many in each group? Those are different contexts. And if you don't do both contexts, children don't really see what division is. And internationally, you see that people use both forms. So an example of what I once saw in Taiwan, 42 pieces of chocolate are divided among 6 people. How many pieces of chocolate does each one get? That is a partitive division. And when you look at what children do, you see a variety. You see children who use repeated addition of 6, or children who use repeated subtraction of 6. You see children who draw groups of 6 and start counting. You see use of multiplication. In one classroom, there are many different solutions. And what happened here, what I found very interesting, challenging in a way, the teacher had boards, whiteboards, where the children had used their solutions. They first worked individually, then the group came up with one solution, and she put the solutions of the 6 groups on the board. And the first question she said, what do you see? What is a high-level question? And only after the students have been discussing what they noticed, at that moment she asked children to come to the board and explain how they solved the problem. So there was a real conversation amongst the children about different solutions. Long time ago in the Netherlands, we did a quantitative division. 81 parents will come to a parent meeting, and the janitor readies the room, large tables, 6 people at the table. And the teacher draws the table and the chairs. And then he draws a second table with only a 6. And the question is, how many people, how many tables do we need? And when you look at the children's work, you see children counting each seat. It's a low-level solution, but it works. You see children using 6s, either only adding 6s in their head, or children who use the repeated addition, jumps of 6. You see children who go from drawing and say it's too much work to using number. And there were children who tried to make a nice group, a meaningful group. And of course a meaningful group could be 10 times. And so once again, there is a variety of solutions from very informal counting to high level using a group of 10. And that gives you a starting point for long division. And so we said we are going to do something like that. But before I came into the class, I had asked the people in Banjarmasin, what do we know about the children? And we designed some problems to see where the children are. Do they understand place value? So one problem was 245 eggs, there was a whole story around it. 245 eggs were placed in cartons of 10. How many of those cartons do I need? And we know from tradition that some children will say 24, others will say 25. And it's that remainder question that's there. But if you really know place value, you don't need to calculate anything, because you know that 245x is 24 groups of 10 plus 5. But if you don't know place value, you start calculating. And so what do we see? We see children making groups of 10 and adding up tens. But if you count, on each line they have only 9 tens. So the whole idea of 10 tens is 100 is not present. They use repeated addition. And they tried a long division, but they stopped. So long division itself is not where they are going. Or here, this child tried multiplication, tried division, because there are 2 numbers in the problem, 245 and 10. What makes sense? What do I have to do? And then I see a drawing of 5 tens, and then 10 tens and 10 tens. And I wondered, is that drawing after they solved it, or did they work from the bottom to the top, because one line of 5/10, you only draw that if you know the solution. But they used repeated addition. And here you see that trying of division and multiplication. In another classroom, I only got this. 10 circles representing the 10x, the number 245 and 24. The children did not show any of their work. What is a problem? Because as a teacher you want to know where they are. We tried with another group of children a story about stroopwafels, 299, and divided in bags of 13. And there was a story why bags of 13 and why, but I don't tell you the story. What you see is very interesting. Some children used 130, or they used 52. They made groups of 13s. What is a very beautiful strategy. But they also do counting, they do tallying. So it's a mixture of strategies, but no long division, even though the teacher had said that they had done long division in the classroom. So that is where we were. And so I started talking. The Sunday before we would go into class, we started talking about, okay, what are we going to do? How to create a context that is meaningful in the Indonesian community. What's meaningful for your children. And maybe, because in the morning I saw this in the hotel, we ended up talking about donuts. And so we created a story that we asked the teacher to tell. And the story was that the teacher would talk about his upcoming birthday, a very important birthday. And the teacher would invite all kinds of family members, 250 people all together. And as the teacher loves donuts, he wanted each of them to have a donut. He went to the donut store and said, I want 250 donuts. And the employee at the donut store says, sorry, sir, I don't know what you talk about. I don't sell donuts, and just donuts. I sell boxes of 12. I need to know how many boxes you need. And the teacher would draw the box with each of the donuts. He would spend time on that, so that it is a real lot of work to draw them. And he would draw the next box and write in 12. And we talked about it, and the teacher understood the story, and the teacher says, I will go and do that. However, the teacher typed the story, or somebody else, I'm still not 100% sure. They put a picture there, and the teacher just gave those pages to the children. And instead of a story that the children really were part of, it became a word problem. And it has two effects. Well, first of all, here you see one. I will show you a few works of children. What I miss is that the children didn't use the model. They only used numbers. But none of the children was tempted to use a model here. It was gone. And that was the effect of the fact that the teacher just give them the paper instead of really developing that idea of that model of the box with the 12 and etc. And you see that they try to do something with long division. They don't know how to do that. 250 over 4 or 4 over 250 or 250 over 12, where you see even they are trying to understand where to put the numbers. Long division is totally not their thing. But they have solutions. If you look at this work, this child in a way makes a ratio table. On the top is the number of boxes, in the middle is donuts per box, and on the bottom is the total number of donuts. It's a beautiful solution. It works. It's a high-level solution. It is no long division. It's no division at all. Now, here are other solutions. On the bottom you see children who did also that repeated addition. You could see that ratio table there. On the top I find it very interesting. So line 1, 12 plus 12. Line 2, 12 plus 12 plus 12. Line 3, 12 plus 12 plus 12. It is the multiplication table. But because the child names the first line 12 plus 12 and the second line 12 plus 12 plus 12, the child will not recognize that this is the multiplication table. Line 9 has 10 12s and is 120. So they don't recognize the repeated addition is the multiplication and is helpful here. Now, what we did is we selected 3 pieces of work. So after class, we looked at all the work, we discussed with all the teachers the work, we discussed what was in the work, and we selected 3 pieces of work. We would start with piece A. That was drawing all the 12s and saying 21. We would then go to B, what was the repeated addition and finding the cumulative sum of the groups of 12. And we would end with C, what was an entry to using 10 12s. And so the teacher put the posters on the board and had the children come to the front, but the children were not used to do that. They were shy, they didn't know what to say, there was no real discussion. And the teacher, of course, had a hard time, because if the children don't want to talk and they are not used to talk, if the norm is not in the classroom to talk, then nothing happens. So, given the fact that there was no model, given the fact that children had no support of the model, we came up with a new problem. And the problem was still with large numbers. Pay attention to the numbers, because we 250 divided by 12, now 250 divided by 14. It's not the number choice that the teachers wanted to do. They would like to go for small numbers, but I like to go for numbers that are kind of exciting, numbers that are larger, where you have to do work. And so I wanted also that drawing to come back, that model. So I came up with a problem where I said, the story is that those people, the 250 people, were invited to come to a restaurant. And the teacher went to the restaurant and said, I come with 250 people, can you have me? Oh yes, I have tables. Tell me, how many tables do you need? And the question is to the children, can you help me? And the idea is that the teacher would draw the table, would draw all the seats, would draw a second table with only 14. And when you look at it, interesting things happen. So on the left is an example of work. Once again, repeated addition, continuation. We didn't see the lowest form, but it was a lot of this work. On the right, children used 3 tables next to each other, said it's 42, and they used the addition of 42, what is very nice. And immediately I said to myself, we made a mistake with the context. We should have done a line of 5 tables. And then another line of 5, because then the 5 tables would be 70, the 10 tables would be 140, and using groups of 5 or using groups of 10 would have been a nice step upwards. And realizing that, we came up with the third problem. A little bit tricky, because it was a made-up story. And we also knew that the teacher was not yet good at telling the story. So we came up with a new story, large numbers again. And the story was that 928 children, parents, teachers, the whole school would go on a school trip. And of course there would be cake. It wouldn't be Indonesia if there was not cake. And the box of cake would contain 18 cakes. But the baker had said, because you're a good customer and I like your children and I think it's important that you play sports, for every 10 boxes, I will give you a free soccer ball. And so that is so that the children would start using those tens. And we force in the story the idea of the tens. It's a suggestion. But you know that children will do it. What we also knew was that the teacher still had a hard time to tell the story. So I first told the story in English. And then the teacher said, I understand it, but we said, can you now tell the story to us? And the teacher didn't want to do that yet. I was very happy because Pato Vuk took over and he told very enthusiastically the story. And then the teacher told his version of the story. And the next morning the teacher told the story about going on a school trip and having cakes and having soccer balls. And you saw the excitement in the children. They really went into the story. They knew the story. They wanted to know how many soccer balls there would be. And that was the growth of the teacher in the course of 3 days, from not being able to tell a story to really telling the story. But it needed support. And when you now look at it, you see on the right, for instance, children who draw boxes, 10 boxes, then come to 180 and started to use the 180. And on the right, you see more or less the same. 10 boxes, 180. 20 boxes, 360. So the idea of a repeated addition of 18s, using groups of groups, was something that slowly came to the children. Also, the idea of long division totally disappeared from their work. Where in day one they still had long division on their papers, now they don't even use that at the moment. And so in that sense, the context helped the children to make that step. Now, if I look back at those 3 days, I know the algorithmic approach is a problem in the class. And I would say that this sequence should have been introduced earlier. Not starting with long division, but start like this. The sequence is not new. It was a sequence that was tested in other countries before. We knew more or less that it would work. But the question was how to do it in this class. And the question was, would it work even if the children already had some knowledge of long division? And the norm was that they should use long division because that's what the teacher had told them. We know that the norms in the class as they were not helping. The students were not used to talk yet. The students were used to do algorithms that the teacher would give to them. And we noticed, of course, that setting new norms takes time. The teachers needed a lot of support in telling a story, in supporting students, in conferring with students, in creating context, in seeing the mathematics in the students' work, the nota things by the teachers. Very important to work on nota things. And I'm so happy that many people I know here in Indonesia are working on that at the moment. But the ability of teachers to even see where the work is that students are doing is very important. I would say the context started to work. Students were developing big ideas. They were starting strategies. But we also know we're not done, because we are only doing repeated addition and groups of groups. But of course, the long division is repeated subtraction and using handy groups of 10. So we definitely still have to move from addition to subtraction. It is not finished yet. Now, when I look back at this investigation, there are characteristics of what I look for when I develop a context. Well, first of all, I don't think in one context. I always think in a series of contexts. And I would say that a context needs to be realizable. What do I mean? A context needs to be so that students think it's meaningful. They recognize in their own life, and they feel like, okay, I know what I can do. That doesn't have to be formal mathematics. Oh no, it can be very informal mathematics. But they can solve the problem. The thing is that it's our task as teachers to guide the students from their informal solutions to formal solutions. That is why they develop the context. And a very good context is a context where students continue talking in the context. If students just look at the problem, 250 people and 12 donuts, and they just manipulate 250 and 12, and they don't talk about donuts and boxes anymore, the context was not good. And that is what happens a lot with work problems. Students look at a problem and they say, oh yeah, I see two numbers, let's try something. A famous example, the highest mountain in the world is about 8 kilometers. The deepest chalk in the ocean is about 10 kilometers. What is the difference? And students say 10 minus 8. No, the difference is the 8 plus the 10. You use the word difference, but it is addition. You only understand that if you really know the context. And often you can see that that goes wrong. Now, realizable. And so realistic mathematics doesn't mean real life. It means students can realize what they can do. I talk about motivational. The context should hook students. They should find it fun to solve the problem. They need to understand, I want to do that. And let's be honest, doing mathematics often is frustrating. Because you are always working at something you don't understand. And so we have to work with that frustration. And what I know is important is that when students find something, we celebrate it. We tell them, wow, that is a great idea. You think you can tell your partners? You can tell the class? Well, is it okay if I ask you to tell the class what you did? We have to make students feel good about what they find. And then next time, when they are stuck and frustrated, I can refer back. Remember, earlier you also had some problem and it took you 2 days to understand what you had to do. And now all of a sudden you knew it. That will happen here too. Keep going. It is that idea of perseverance. You only solve problems if you continue working on it. And so many students are frustrated and stop working. And it is our role as a teacher to make enough motivation that they keep doing it. And the motivation needs to come from inside. Not pressured by parents or by the teacher. No, they need to be able to do it. And we need to create an atmosphere where students know mathematics is frustrating because it is a problem I don't know yet, but there will be a moment that I understand it. What I see in Indonesia often is that in a class, the teacher asks a question. One student raised their hand. The teacher says, okay, tell me. Oh, that's good. Okay, let's continue. So one child has the answer. 29 children are still thinking, and the teacher continues. That is frustrating. So we need to find a way to motivate all students and allow all students to learn. So I want problems where the students can solve it. I want to be sure that at an informal level, everybody can do it. So I don't give problems where you need that fixed solution. I don't give problems where there is only one solution. No, I give a problem where I know there's a variety of solutions. It is what they often say, it's a problem with a low entry. It's so easy, everybody can start. It's a problem with a high ceiling. There are enough ways to go very abstract. And there are white walls in the sense that you can have a lot of different solutions. And the fact that there are different solutions makes it interesting because then there is something to discuss. If everybody solves the problem in the same way, there is nothing to discuss. Yeah, I did the same. But if we do it differently, then all of a sudden I can ask, but is that solution the same as that solution? So, to do that, we need to group students more or less at the same level. Because if there is a student that would work very concrete and a student who would work very abstract, they cannot talk to each other. They use a different language. So students who will probably work concrete needs to sit together, and students who will probably solve this problem very abstract needs to sit together. And all of them learn. Of course, that is difficult for the teacher, because the teacher needs to handle all those different groups. But good education is not easy for a teacher. I know that. To me, a good context contains constraints, difficulties, things that would force them to go further. And it contains suggestions. Now, in the context that we did, the suggestion was in that soccer ball, making groups of 10. The suggestion was because if you buy 10 boxes, you get a soccer ball. That was use groups of 10. That was the suggestion. The constraint there was just the number choice. I used numbers that were outside their comfort zone. That's why I use larger numbers. 928 divided by 18. It's not the kind of problems that I see in Indonesian textbooks. I see in Indonesian textbooks problems that are easy and that most students can solve. But I'm not interested in students can solve it. I'm interested in the development of their mathematical thinking. I'm interested in the development of their mathematizing. And so, an investigation, to me, should allow students to reinvent mathematics. People always object against that. Like mathematics, we know the mathematics. Yes, I know the mathematics. The teachers hopefully know the mathematics, but the students don't. So to the students, it is new mathematics. The students, and if we allow them, the students really make the mathematical rules there, make the mathematical understanding. So they reinvent it. It's a term that Freundenthal used, and I love that term. And so I want to be able to listen to the students and to listen to what they do. Important implication is that I don't go for the answer. When students have the answer, 928 divided by 18 is something, that is not what I want to know. No, I want to know, how did you do that? What was a handy way? How can we do it faster? So the idea of making groups of 10 is very important. Making groups of 20. Using it as a subtraction. Because then I make the jump to long division. And so my expectation is that students will be able to discuss those big ideas, models. And that means that we have to change the norms in the classroom. Now, I've always been very happy that Professor Ilmu has been working hard on the norms in the classrooms and changing those norms. But I also know that here in Indonesia, still a lot needs to happen in that respect. So, what to me is a good context? A good context is a context where students can use their common sense, but at the same time, it will help the teacher to guide the development of mathematics. It will help the teacher to develop a discussion around big ideas, about strategies, and around models. And those contexts are still being developed in the Indonesian situation. And it means that if you want a context that is understandable in Indonesia, the context in Palembang will be different from a context in Aceh, will be different from a context in Makassar. It is difficult to create context that would be for the whole of Indonesia. But there might be a few. But there might also be a lot of contexts that are localized. Here in Palembang, I know that you use the Pempek a lot as the context. But in other parts of the country, when I ask people, they immediately talk about martabak. And in other parts of the country, people talk about bars of chocolate. And so you will see that behind the idea of a certain context are variations over the country. The norm is, to me, and that I think is very essential, the norm is that when you have a context, students stay in that context. And only when they have solved the problem, they will try to get above the context. And when you use the next problem, all of a sudden they say, hey, but that's that earlier problem. And then you see the recognition. A model that you created became from a model they developed to a model they start using to think with, to quote Kuno Gravenmeijer. And that development from just a model to think with, that is the important thing. So in this context, I would always look for situations, possibilities that students start to model. And the big models, of course, are things like a number line, a ratio table. So I look for situations where that can start to happen. And I can only give this kind of general ideas about a context, because what is a good context in your culture is only up to you. Thank you. That's what I wanted to share today.
Please give big applause to our keynote speaker today, Martin Dog. Thank you very much for the excellent presentation. Thank you. I have some concluding sentences if you're interested in listening me talking. So the first one, that most of the regulations in mathematics textbooks not understood well by the students based on the research. And then the approach just to the student to solve the problem is not developed by the student themselves, but it should be actually developed by the student themselves, reflected by the strategies used by the student in solving the problem. And also introducing a problem in an exciting way can help the students a lot, rather than just presenting the problem in a word problem. And if I can quote one of your interesting sentence about good context, that you said a good context, it's something that student can continue talking during the, solving the problem. But we do have our own opinion about what good contexts are. This is for question and answer sessions. Maybe I am inviting the participants in this room to ask questions for Martin. Okay, silakan.
Yeah, thank you, the moderators, and thank you for the nice presentation by Professor Martin Dolk. Yeah. I would like to back to the context that you are made and talking to the teachers, but then finally, teacher make word problem. Yeah. So the purpose of the giving the context to our student is actually to have them learning about long division. But in the first day you got the repeated addition, and again in the second day we found out that many students using the repeated addition. Even when you change the problem by using a table, yeah, would like to invite 896, right? Yeah, guests to your party, and each table can contain 14 people. Again, then we see that we found out that the student again and again using repeated addition. So again, the question is, like I said before, that the purpose of the context is to help students to learn about the long division, and I'm wondering how to help them, to help students back to the idea of division instead of just repeated addition. I do agree that a good context can help them to learn. And also, based on this experience, I see that even teachers have a tendency to create a word problem, not a model, a pattern to help students to learn. So it is a bit problematic in Indonesia, Martin. So can you a bit elaborate how to help them to turn to the division instead of just a repeated addition? Thank you so much.
Prof. Sustarto Hadi, you want to respond? Okay, you can.
Thank you, Professor Sutarto. I think there are two things to keep in mind. If you move from, if you want to develop an understanding of long division, you deeply have to understand that long division is repeated subtraction. The way it is presented in Indonesian textbooks is so mysterious that most teachers and most students will not be able to explain how long division is related to repeated subtraction, how it is related to subtracting groups. And we use the place value, the groups of 10 or multiple groups of 10. So the idea is that if you now want to develop it, you have to start with something students do. And what you know that in most contexts students prefer repeated addition instead of repeated subtraction. So I go there, and that is what we did in the Netherlands, and that is what happens in many countries. You start with the idea of repeated addition, and then you make the work so much work that students, being lazy, try to find shortcuts. And the shortcuts are creating groups. And the creating groups is first seeing groups of 3 or seeing groups of 4, and then it becomes groups of 10. So we are now at the stage where students use groups of groups, a group of 10 and another group of 10 and another group of 10, but still as addition. By itself, that is enough to solve each of the subtraction problem, division problems. We could, mathematically, you could stop there. But because long division is in the curriculum, you don't want to stop there. So now we have to move from repeated addition to repeated subtraction. So we now need to create a problem where it's important to know, for instance, how many is left over. So, and in the idea of how many is left over, you get that students will start subtracting. And I'm not sure what is a good context that will work in Indonesia, where the question how many are left over will be important. But the easiest thing of making groups of 10 is to do that first in addition situations. And so now I move to subtraction, to how much is left over, and then I have probably to strengthen the idea of groups of 10, I have to come back to a context where we talk not only about how many is left over, but also for some reason why you do it in groups of 10. And by then you might even start using multiples of 10. So instead of 10 times 19, 10 times 19, 10 times 19, doing one go of 30 times 19. So in that sense, there is still a lot to do. But if I do subtraction and groups of 10 at the same time, I'm afraid that we will lose all the students. Because that's not, as we have seen in the work, that is not their natural tendency. And I want to stay close to their natural tendency. And so the big task is now, can I find context in Indonesia that will move to subtraction? So, long time ago, Kuno Gravenmeijer and colleagues in the Netherlands came up with a story about a shipwreck and somebody having 1,500 cookies. And he would eat 3 cookies every day. And the story was told in such a way that that person always wanted to know how many cookies are still left. How many days can I still live? Do I still have food for tomorrow? So it was not like how many days can I do it, but how many cookies do I have after 10 days? How many cookies do I have after 20 days? What is still left? And the excitement of do I stay alive or will I die from hunger? That idea was behind the idea of the story. It's a very made-up story. It's nicer if you can find a story that's meaningful here.
Prof. Sutarto, would you like to have some other follow-up question? Thank you very much. Other participants would like to ask question? Or I'm inviting the participant from our Zoom meeting. You can raise your virtual hand and then turn on your microphone. Maybe we are inviting some doctoral students over here. Bu Lela, Bu Fiona would like to have some question. Yeah, Fiona have some question.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. We would like to ask, by the example you have given before about the donut one, you said that the model is not emerging in students, if I'm not mistaken. So it's because of the, I think because of the problem is word problem. So we would like to ask, how do we support students to mathematize the context so that the model can emerge? How do we support students to mathematize the context?
Thank you. Or is it really a task for Adele?
I use the word model. I'm not really sure it is the most advanced form of a model, because in the process you will lose it. Why do I like to see that model? Because the drawing of a box with 12 circles or a box with 12s would help the students who are the most concrete to solve the problem. Because the easiest form to solve the problem is counting. And that would bring them to count groups of 12. And that is the lowest form. And the next form is that you count groups of 12. And because the teacher did it as a problem, the idea of being able to count all disappeared. And that is where the effect of the word problem came. The only thing I could do as a word problem is to write down 12s and to do it. So it disadvantaged the most concrete children. Making groups of 10 12s could have been done also without a drawing. You don't need a drawing for that. The mathematizing, the idea of developing mathematical theory here is putting emphasis on the idea of groups of groups. So the second day, that group that used 3 tables and went for 42 is one of the posters that we put on the board and have the students share with the others. Because the idea of, hey, I can use a group of 3 tables was very important. And so the mathematizing still happened. That was not the biggest issue. The mathematizing happens in the work of the students, but that is where it is just one group, and they are probably not aware of it. But having them make a poster, that where you say, can you make a poster so that others understand what you have been doing, making that poster would help, first of all, the group to reflect on their work, but second, it also allows for that discussion in the classroom. So here we are back to the norms. if there is a discussion in the classroom where the children deeply listen to each other and try to understand what the others did, and the teacher can help them to say, so what is new here? How is this solution different from yours? And the students are able to say, well, they used 3 groups of 12, 3 groups of 14 it was, 42, and doing 42 is much easier. They have less work to do. That would have been a beautiful step in the mathematizing of this problem. And then if they came out of the second problem with that idea, and then the third problem says, in my words, don't use groups of 3, use groups of 10, then that would allow them the next step. Now they make groups of 10 groups. And that is where the mathematizing is. Now, I think the mathematizing doesn't automatically start in the work of the students. The mathematizing starts in the discussion in the classroom. That is where it should be. That is where the guidance of the teacher is. That is where the teacher chooses a few of the posters and chooses them wisely so that you can go from one to another poster and there is an interesting discussion, a potentially interesting discussion.
Adele, is that clear?
Yeah, it's very clear. Thank you, Dr. Martin Dolk, for the answers.
Yeah, thank you, Adele, for the question. Thank you, Martin, for your response. So I think we already ran out of time. We still have 5 minutes. But can I ask some more questions? Maybe I wonder about your presentation that you said multiplication and divisions are mixed together in the algorithm. We're talking about long division. But so I want to know what is the importance of not mixing these two concepts together in an algorithm for lower grade students? What is the importance of not mixing this multiplication and division together in an algorithm for a lower grade? And in what level students can be given this kind of algorithm? Thank you.
Yeah, I said in the, can you show my slide? In the work, in the textbooks, they mix, I said, they mix multiplication and division. They do that here. They do that, sorry, I code, right. They do that here. Per se, I have no problem with that, because they are related, and it's very important that students understand they are related, and that you can solve everything with one or the other. When I look at students, most students attack this problem by looking at multiplications. I don't see so many students attacking it by first thinking about division. It's the same with the tables. When you look at young children who just learned the tables, they know 3 times 8 as 24. But when you ask what is 24, what multiplication makes 24, they find that very difficult. The understanding of children somehow, that's maybe an effect of what we have been teaching them, but the effect often is that they know the effect of the multiplication, they don't see it as factors, and therefore they don't see it as a division. So my problem here is not so much that those two are mixed. My problem is that I don't know many children who the first thought is 100 divided by 5 is 20. I think that most of the children start thinking, how many 5s make 100? How many 5s make something? What groups, multiple of 5s is useful for me? And my second problem is that there is so much text on the right side of this notation that I think that children get lost. There's too much information there. The layout is not helpful for children. And I think that if you write it down in a way that children can repeat, that you can ask children, so help me understand what's there. And I think that with the overload of information, children will get lost and say nothing. That is my only problem.
Thank you.
The relationship between multiplication and division is so important that we cannot talk about it enough. Just like the relationship between addition and subtraction.
Great answer. Thank you for your response. Thank you very much. So we already in 10:15. Do we still have time for One last question? No? Nope. Okay. So this is the end of the Q&A session. Thank you very much, Martin, for participating in this keynote session. So very great. It was a pleasure to have you with us. We hope that we can meet again in another meeting. And for the participant, if you would like to have some question, you can send him a private message or schedule a meeting. Enjoy the rest of the CDR conference. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Martin Dolk, for very insightful presentation. And also thank you for amazing moderators, Weni Dwi Pratiwi, SPD MSc. Now, dear all participants, we are going to the next plenary session. I'm going to invite the next moderators to begin the session. Please welcome Jerry Araiku, MPD. To Jerry Araiku, time is yours.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second plenary session of CDR 2023. My name is Jerry Araiku and I will be conducting the session. Sitting here with us today virtually, we have our another amazing keynote speaker, Dr. Choi Ban Heng from National Institute of Education, Singapore. Please give a round of applause. Good morning, Mr. Choi. How are you today?
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
Okay, how's Singapore?
Hot.
Okay,
Singapore is very hot. As of now, yes, very hot.
Yes, Palembang is hot as well. Okay, some information regarding our keynote speaker today, Dr. Choi Ban Heng. He is an assistant professor in mathematics education at the National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. And as a recipient of the NIE Overseas Graduate Scholarship, Dr. Choi received his PhD from the University of Auckland, New Zealand in 2015. He is also awarded as the Early Career Award during the 2013 Merga Conference in Melbourne for his excellence in writing and presenting his piece of mathematics education research on teaching noticing. As a mathematics educator, Dr. Choi's research focused on developing mathematics teacher expertise in noticing critical mathematical and instructional details during the planning, enactment, and also review of lessons. He is now currently one of the co-heads of Mary STEM at NIE, and more recently he is involved in STEM education research and serves as an associate editor of a new STEM education journal published by Braille. And I'm sure there are a lot more achievement done by Dr. Choi, but we only have limited time, so I'm going to give some notes before we start the session. First of all, Dr. Choi will have 45 minutes to present his material, and then we'll have Q&A session for 15 minutes after the presentation. For all the participants, you may post your question in the chat box by introducing your name, your institution, and also your question. For participants in this room and also at home, you may raise your hand or turn on the raise hand feature in your Zoom. So without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Choi Ban Heng to start his presentation. Dr. Choi, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can see my screen. So a very good morning to everyone. Today I'm going to be sharing some ideas about teachers designing instructional materials and positioning as a form of design research. And this is really inspired by the theme for this year's conference, which is design research for all. So maybe just a very quick outline of what I'm going to share. I thought it would be important to recap some ideas about design research so that all of us have the same ideas. And I'm going to share a little bit about the background of instructional materials in Singapore. So in Singapore, and I'm sure it might be the case in Indonesia as well, teachers actually design their own instructional materials. And it's a very prevalent practice in Singapore, and you can almost see it almost everywhere in both primary and secondary schools and even at the junior colleges. And specifically, I'm going to zoom into two examples. One is Teacher Ken, and the other is Teacher Mary. So I'll say a little bit more about them later on. And, we want to kind of trace the way they design the materials. And even though they did not do research specifically, in some sense, they are actually engaging in design research. And last but not least, I will end off with some comments and maybe some thought-provoking questions for us to think about. So what exactly is DBR, or what is design-based research, or in short, what is design research? Now, there has been a lot of different ideas about them, and there are different positions about what constitutes design research. But in essence, there are some key distinctives. One of which is there are at least three core phases. There will be an analysis of the problem, and sometimes this analysis includes the researchers trying to empathize with the users. And there will always be some form of design taking place, and design both as a process as well as a product. And finally, there will be an evaluation of design, and in the evaluation, that often includes some form of data analysis, both as you design the product and after you have designed the product as a form of retrospective analysis. So many of the design research focuses on these three core phases. But I think one of the key distinctive of design research is the dual focus on both theory and practice. And I think this is something that you cannot take away from design research. So design research is not just about design, but importantly, the research, that means there must be some theoretical outcomes together with the practical outcomes. And so in design research, we kind of integrate the whole design process and the research process such that you can almost come to a stage where you can't tell them apart. But the other distinctive is this idea that there are indications of user-inspired or use-inspired. And this involves planning for how the product or how the design can be implemented and spread. And there's always this idea of interaction with practice. And one of the distinctives about design research is that it is contextually responsive. It is done in the context of the user. And so just now in the previous keynote, you have realized that this idea of context is very important. How do we share with the students a context, a story context for teaching a division. And very often, even in the design of any educational products, the context is important, and the context allows us to be responsive. And the key distinctive features of design research, it is also useful for us to kind of have a sense of the whole entire process. And this overview of the design research, you can see how the three phases come in, and both theoretical and practical are emphasized. And also there's this idea of implementation and spread. So I hope we can bear this in mind as we look at the cases that I'm going to share with you later. and really consider the question, how can design research, be spread to everybody, or how can everyone be engaged with design research? In particular, I'm actually focusing on teachers, because in many of our design research studies, we involve teachers. We involve teachers as teacher participants or as part of the design research participants. But what I'm trying to say now is there a possibility in the spirit of design research for all, and teachers, not just as participants in design research study, but as research or design research practitioner. In other words, they themselves are actually involved in design research. And very often, I'm going to argue for the case that they don't even know that they are actually engaging in some form of research. So to kind of set the context for what I'm about to share, it's important to at least share with you a little bit of ideas about instructional materials. So I'm going to call IM for short for instructional materials. You are aware, but there's a slight difference between curriculum materials and instructional materials. So by curriculum materials, I refer to materials such as textbooks, teacher's guide, even syllabus documents. These are curriculum materials. And very often teachers in many countries use curriculum materials in their classrooms. But in Singapore, we have a kind of practice that's quite strange, because we can't remember when it started, but probably in the late 90s, there begins to have a group of teachers starting to design their own teaching materials. So they might have found something not so useful with the textbooks or the workbooks that they are using, and they started writing their own teaching materials. And we call these teaching materials, the materials that are actually used in the classrooms, instructional materials. And this practice was not a result of any government intervention. It is not encouraged by the government in any way, but it continued and sustained in the last 30, 40 years. But importantly is that these materials that the teachers are using, they were designed by themselves. And this practice has become very prevalent. In fact, in our dipstick, study, we kind of, most every mathematics teacher in Singapore have designed some form of instructional material before. And sometimes they do it in the context of PLC, or what the professional learning circle or professional learning team or professional learning community. So they kind of do it together, and they produce instructional materials for use in the classrooms as a level. So it's a very prevalent practice, and they kind of tailor the materials to the specific students. So there's some form of customization involved when it comes to instructional materials. But if you see instructional materials, it is actually part of a larger work that teachers do, right? And here I'm drawing on Schumann's idea of pedagogical reasoning and action. But this is the adapted model that we have used from him. But here maybe it's good to kind of explain a few ideas before we go on. So let me get the okay. So you can see here, when we do any form of teaching, we have to start with our own knowledge and beliefs and perhaps our goals, right? And those beliefs and the knowledge, they provide the initial resources for us to do our initial comprehension. By comprehension, we mean you must understand what they're teaching. And that's what most teachers do, right? They have to understand what they're teaching. And using the knowledge that they have, they transform this knowledge into the actual teaching resources or the teaching materials. And they use it in the classroom during the instruction with variety of pedagogical approaches and coupled with the ongoing assessment. And this process happens during the lesson. And then you kind of reflect about the lesson in order to gain new ideas, which then leads process, and that provides impetus for the future lesson. And so you could see a nice example of that in the previous keynote. But where does instructional material sit inside this whole cycle? Well, primarily, instructional materials happens during the stage of transformation. That's where the teachers transform their knowledge into instructional materials. And this is the space where a lot of interesting things happen. And of course, the design doesn't stop there, because the design can happen during the instruction itself, where the teachers make some modifications to the worksheets or to the instructional materials, and very often they draw their ideas from what they see their students do. So in order to kind of position this work, in a larger context of pedagogical reasoning, it is important to understand when new comprehension takes place. So when teachers design instructional materials, it's not just an endpoint in itself. The instructional materials and the use of the instructional materials actually provide opportunities for the teachers to gain new comprehension about what they teach and how they teach. And that happens only if the teachers have productively noticed critical aspects of the teaching and learning as they are doing this work. So now if we step back a little, and zoom out into the larger context, we realize that this whole idea of designing instructional materials lies within the work of a teacher on a day-to-day basis. And it is with this motivation that I'm positioning the whole act of designing instructional materials as a way to position design research for everyone. So if you want further reading about the context, you may refer to some of these readings. But I'm going to start with Teacher Ken, and to share a little bit of what I'm trying to say here by drawing on some instances of Teacher Ken's work on instructional materials. So just to give a little bit of context about Teacher Ken, he is actually a mathematics head of department in the school. And of course, he's a mathematics teacher with more than 35 years of experience. And we came across him as part of a study to trace the use of instructional materials in Singapore. And looking for people who have started using or designing their own instructional materials since the beginning. And he was one of the teachers that we have identified. And throughout his 20 over years at this particular school, he designed the instructional materials as part of the professional learning community. So he, as a head of department, he was involved in leading teachers to these materials. And there are many versions of the same materials that was designed over a period of 20 years. But in this presentation, I'm just going to share with you 4 snapshots of the design for a topic called coordinate geometry. And here you can see the evolution of the design of the instructional materials in 2005, 2010, 2015, and more recently, 2020. And as you look at the design, I want you to just some of the features, what stood out to you, even as I share with you the entire design or just snapshots of it for these 4 years, 4 different instructional materials. Also bear in mind, I'm not going to show you the whole instructional design, I'm just going to show you the first two instructional materials. So let's look at the 2005 version. And here you see a very structured, almost like a worksheet kind of thing where the students just need to fill in some blanks, and there are some work examples, and there are some notes. So this was the beginning of a set of instructional materials for teaching coordinate geometry, and this is for secondary school students. And at this point in time, it is almost like a set of notes. Nothing really that so-called that unusual. And I'm sure in your own school you might have something similar as well. But if you move to the 2010, it still kind of looks kind of similar, but there's beginning to have other features coming into place. So they have some side notes here to remind teachers about certain things, and the students are supposed to fill in some blanks, and there's some questions for them to work on. The 2015 version is even more interesting, and this is where we begin to move from just a worksheet for students to fill to become a lesson. So you can see here, now it's positioned as lessons. And the instructional materials here seems to have a lot more blanks, especially you can see here, this is everything is blank. And it seems to have this idea to get students to discuss some questions, and that's why you begin to see some questions appearing in the instructional material. And some of these questions, are kind of interesting in themselves because they get the students to think about the algorithms that they are using or the formulas that they are using. So it becomes a more and more evident that Teacher Ken was trying to do something with this. And this becomes even more obvious when we look at the 2020 version. And in the 2020 version, everything is almost blank. You get many things to there, but there's even some prompts for the students to engage in some form of discussion with their friends. Now, as we look at these 4 snapshots of instructional materials produced over a period of 20 years, we begin to see some interesting thing emerging from Teacher Ken's thinking about instructional materials. To him, instructional materials is not just a product for dissemination. It's not just something that he's going to use with his students. It is actually something that he's using the whole design process as well as the implementation process as a means to change his teachers' practices. And we can see from one of the quotes, it's a pretty long quote. I'm just going to leave it here for a while for you to kind of read it before I kind of talk about what we can see from here. So just a couple of moments for you to read the quote. So as I said, Teacher Ken wanted to use the instructional materials, both the design and implementation of it, to agenda something with his teachers. And he wanted his teachers to be comfortable to engage in a more interactive kind of teaching. And really the idea is to engender some form of discussion, and that's why you can see his thinking, what he wants the students to discuss, what kind of questions to ask. And you can even see this idea that, they are going to add in notes or hints or readings for them as part of the instructional materials so that teachers can be reminded of certain pedagogical approaches that they are encouraged to take. So here we see Ken engaging in some form of thinking about how he can facilitate teachers' use of discussion in their classrooms. And this is done through both the design and the use of instructional materials. And of course, Ken engage in designing the instructional materials. And the whole aim was to facilitate this goal. And of course, the features in the instructional materials are geared towards this goal. And those features are there after a few iterations. And this is where the instructional materials were not only used, they were also modified through the years to enhance the practice of discussions. And these modifications came about because of reflections about the use of the materials, the feedback from the students, and you can almost argue that that is some form of retrospective data analysis that design-based researchers are engaged in. So if you look at what teacher Ken has done, and the key distinctives of design research, it is not hard to see how teacher Ken's work actually falls within or actually quite aligned with the key distinctives of design research. So you have the three core phases as well. You have the analysis of what the students are supposed to learn, and then you kind of design the instructional materials, and then you kind of use it and then reflect on the use of it, and you make modifications on it. And there's again two kind of focus, one on theory and one on practice. The one on practice is quite clear because he wants to engender a discussion, a more interactive way of teaching. And the theory part is not so visible in the sense that what teacher Ken has done is that as he designed the instructional materials, he began to form some local theories about how he can engender the entire process. And needless to say, these instructional materials, they were planned for implementation and spread, and it has a very close relationship with what happens in the classroom. And definitely it's contextually responsive. Even as we look at the instructional materials carefully, we realize that it kind of reflects the pedagogical stance that the curriculum documents actually advocate for. So did teacher Ken engage in some form of design research? I would say to some extent, yes. And his journey took a long period, over a period of 20 years. And of course, 20 years is a long time, and you can see the evolution very clearly. Of course, the question is, can the teachers do it in a shorter term, in a shorter time? And the second case is a case of such a teacher who is doing this work as part and parcel of her teaching. And we're going to call her Teacher Mary. And the whole idea is to make explicit the idea of multiplicative thinking. So who is Teacher Mary? Teacher Mary, is quite unique. She's a secondary school teacher at the moment, but she has experience as both a primary and a secondary school teacher in her more than 10 years of teaching experience. And she was actually part of another project to study big ideas in school mathematics. And big ideas is one of the new initiatives in our current syllabus. And there is currently a study to look at how teachers think about the teaching of big ideas in school mathematics. And so as part of the study, she was actually involved in designing and modifying the instructional materials that she has been using to teach towards the big ideas of proportionality. In particular, I'm going to share a few snapshots from part of her instructional materials and to see how her thinking has changed as she designs through the different iterations of the material. So there are a couple of versions of her materials, but I'm just going to focus on two versions and primarily focus on the investigative task. So she designed an investigative task to kind of help the students focus on the idea of proportional reasoning. And this was her first version. And these are her teacher's notes. So the questions is the task, whatever answers you see here, they are the teacher notes. So at one go, you can see this idea of multiplicative thinking being demonstrated here. And there's also this idea of using the model method to kind of highlight the solution. And you can see this is a rather straightforward way of just teaching the students what is proportional reasoning and how to work on questions related to ratio. Of course, the word problems provide a nice context for students to think about the similarities and differences, but the idea of multiplication and related idea called additive thinking is not so clear. So as she think about, okay, how can I make the multiplicative thinking clearer? She began to explore others. And this is version 2 of the same task. Or rather, this is version 2 of the investigative task that she wanted to use. So she kind of discarded the first task. She didn't want that version anymore. And this is the second version. Version basically continue through the third and fourth iterations of the worksheet. But if you look at the second version, you can see how they are from the first one. And here, the question is a little bit more open because there are at least two different ways of thinking about it. One is in terms of the additive reasoning, and the other is in terms of multiplicative reasoning. So here you have two snakes, and then 5 years later, they grew. And interestingly, the numbers were adjusted so that, you can bring out the idea of both absolute comparisons and relative comparison. And this task is not original in the sense that, teacher Mary didn't dream of it, one day. She was doing some research to find suitable tasks, and she came across this from the NCTM website. And and she kind of modified the task to suit her own context. And here you can see her teacher notes emphasizing the differences between the two. And this idea of emphasis on multiplicative reasoning and versus additive reasoning continue throughout the rest of the instructional materials. But here, I'm going to just show you another one. Okay, so this is another investigative task that she has decided to use. And here you can see this time around, the idea of relative reasoning is being emphasized. Again, we see the same thread of thinking coming through. And in fact, when she was going through the entire design, she was thinking about how to make the difference between multiplicative reasoning and additive reasoning more explicit. And in particular, at the end of the whole chapter, she wants the students to understand and use multiplicative reasoning more explicitly. So for further reading, you can refer to this paper. But I just want to think about to share with you some thoughts about Mary's work. And here again, we see Mary engaged in thinking about how the ideas of proportionality, in particular the notions of multiplicative thinking versus additive thinking, can be incorporated in the instruction materials. And what she wanted to do was to make this investigative task a platform for students to examine their own thinking and to see the similarities and differences between additive thinking and multiplicative thinking. And by doing so, Mary is actually engaged in developing her own local theories again of how students might learn about these ideas. And she did it through the design and use of the task to make this idea explicit. So again, there's some form of theory that she's generating, and she used this task to agenda discussions about proportionality during her lessons. And all these provide, again, some inkling or some images of possible key distinctives that she has been using throughout her lesson, but more importantly, they kind of reflect the idea of design research. Again, here you see the phases. You begin to see a dual focus on theory and practice, and the idea of using it for implementation and spread. And more importantly, it is very customized and contextually responsive to her own class. So in teacher Ken's case, you see the use of the materials for the entire level, because he discussed this with teachers in his own in his department. But here you see teacher Mary doing it on her own, using the materials for her own class. And what I'm trying to argue here is that indeed, design research can be for everybody. It is for everybody to some extent. For a long time, we have been focusing more from the educational researcher's point of view. We engage teachers as our partners as we design the different work. They are working with us, to design some of these products. And at the same time, we are the one who, figure out the theory contributions. But as you can see from the cases of teacher Ken and teacher Mary, in the work of designing instructional materials, there are opportunities actually for these teachers to not only engage in the process of design, but also begin to reason about their own practice. And this is where it creates a new space for us to expand and explore new possibilities. So when teachers engage in pedagogical reasoning and action to improve their instruction, I think this provides opportunities for them to develop their own theories about teaching and learning. Here we are not talking about theories in the grand scheme of things. We are not talking about Vygotsky or Piaget, but we are talking about teacher Ken's theory about how to do this, or teacher Mary's theory about how to develop multiplicative thinking in her students. And it could be your own theory about how to teach or how to get students to move from repeated addition to repeated subtraction in the case of learning about division. And so these local theories are important because these local theories guide the teacher in their work on a day-to-day basis. And we all have our local theories about teaching and learning. And some of these are better than others. And here we can see that when teachers are engaged in pedagogical reasoning to improve their instruction, they begin to argue about what works and what don't. And so here we see in Singapore at least designing their own instruction materials, and this provides an opportunity for them to develop new so-called new products. So both theories and products are the outcomes of the work here. And by framing the teacher's everyday work, because instructional use and design of it is a form of what teachers do every day. But by kind of positioning the teacher's work as a form of design research, I think we can begin to see new possibilities for teachers as design research practitioners and not just design research participants. And this will have some implications for us as researchers who engage in design research within educational context. What that might be, I think, is something for us to discuss together. And so I will kind of stop now for some time of questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Choi, for that amazing presentation. It is really interesting for us to hear about designing instructional material because I think it's kind of endless cycle for the teachers to actually develop their teaching material itself, and even the task could be developed as lesson, which is really interesting for me. And for sure, DBR provides wide opportunity for teachers to develop their own theories, which is really important for teachers nowadays. Okay, for all participants, I would like to invite you to ask questions for Dr. Choi. For those of you at home, you can write down or post your question in the chat box. And then for participant here in room, you may raise your hand and ask your question directly to Dr. Choi. Yes, we have one question here.
Pengen duduk di depan supaya disorot kamera ya. Suara saya kedengaran nggak? Oke. Thank you so much, Professor Choi, for the insightful presentation about the design in Singapore. I'm Professor Sutarto Hadi from Lambung Mangkurat University in Banjarmasin, South Kalimantan. So based on your presentation, it seemed to me that discussion is very crucial in mathematics class in Singapore. So based on the two cases that you explore this morning, discussion can very important in order to help students to understand the concept taught by the teachers. Like in the case of the teacher Ken and also teachers Mary. And this example, it seemed to me that is for the upper grades class, mathematics class, right? And yes. I'm wondering about the elementary or primary school situation in Singapore, because based on our experience in Indonesia, commonly students keep pupils in primary keep silent. So, but we actually would like to invite them to think louder, so to discuss. But it is very hard in our class in primary school in Indonesia. So I would like to know about the case in Singapore about the discussion situation in primary school. For the secondary, tertiary education, maybe it is possible to invite students to discuss, to analyze their works, share ideas, but for primary school, still problematic in Indonesia. So please, can you help us to overcome this this classic, how you call it, this very important challenge in our school in Indonesia? Thank you, Professor Chow.
Thank you, Professor, for your question. In fact, interestingly, you say in primary schools it's harder to get them to discuss, but in our case, it's actually the other way around. So in the primary schools, it's very easy to get the students excited and discuss about ideas. And just now, Professor Stokes sharing about some of the ideas in teaching division. Those ideas are also kind of quite prevalent in Singapore, and you get the students discussing those ideas, sharing their solutions, and so that is pretty much part and parcel of the primary school pedagogy. So we have not so many problems, but the problems I guess comes at the primary school to elicit the mathematics of it. I mean, the mathematics part of the discussion is not easy. I don't have the slides now, but in one of the teachers that I observed in the primary school, she was very skillful in engendering this kind of discussions. So kind of similar to Teacher Mary, because Teacher Mary has a primary school background, which is quite interesting because she has both primary and secondary school background. But this teacher, I'm going to call her Teacher Sue. Okay, so Teacher Sue has a different way of doing it, and she kind of give a problem, for the students to work on them individually first for maybe 3 to 5 minutes, and then she got them into groups to discuss the different problems, the different solutions that they can come up with, and then she will kind of get the students to post their answers, pretty much like what was shared just now in the keynote, the different solutions, and then the teachers use those solutions to engender a discussion in the classroom. And so, is it present in the primary schools for Singapore? Yes, it is present. In fact, Singapore primary school students are more enthusiastic about sharing their answers. When you get to the secondary school, the teachers, the students are the ones who are maybe for some reason suddenly become very conscious. They don't want to share their answers. And then as you get older and older, the classroom get quieter and quieter. And so I think it is against this context that our project tried to get the secondary school students also to discuss ideas in mathematics. So as part of the Big Ideas in School Mathematics project, there was a conscious effort to get students to discuss these ideas. And what Teacher Mary was doing is to use the instructional materials to kind of get that, happen. And you can see a little bit of similarity between what I shared about Teacher Sue and Teacher Mary. Because Teacher Sue, used a task, right? She used a problem. So it's kind of similar to the idea of teaching through problem solving. That's something that's commonly practiced in Japan. And you can see certain elements of the 5 productive practices for orchestrating discussion, which is something that's very popular in the US. And so, yeah, you are quite right. And in discussion is a good way to get students engaged in doing mathematics because they don't need to do it alone. They can now do it using their friends as resources, and also the teacher's role will then be to build on the students' responses to bring out the mathematics. And that is the challenge. And I think in this case, the instructional materials provide a way for teachers to do that. Because once it's there, it kind of reminds you what you need to do. Yeah. And maybe it's slightly better than the lesson plan because, the lesson plan is very hard to read everything. But then when you have a lesson materials that you're going to use, the instructions can be quite straightforward there. Yeah. But you're quite right. In Singapore, there is a focus on using discussion as a way of students in doing mathematics. So there are courses for teachers as well to learn about discussion. Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Okay, do you have any following question? Okay. Next question we'll have Professor Zulkardi of Sriwijaya University.
Thank you very much. Hello, Professor Choi. Nice
Hello,
to see you.
Professor Zulkardi.
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Yes, nice to meet you.
I know you from Puspitasari, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. A very interesting presentation, especially that you mentioned that teacher in Singapore are also designer in terms of change from the curriculum material to instructional materials. In Indonesia, I think we already we just starting to guide teacher to design their own instructional materials because sometimes it's not easy, even no time. That's why we try to, let's say, give we call training, or we also put in the curriculum of student teachers. My question, how about in Singapore? what kind of intervention you are going to give to the teacher. Is it in the teacher education, start from the beginning, you introduce the design research, or maybe like a professional development program? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for your question. That's the strange thing in Singapore, right? Because the instructional materials, just like I mentioned just now, it started without any intervention. It was a quite interesting phenomenon. That's why my colleagues and I, we were quite interested to trace who started this, design of instructional materials, because somebody must have started it. And we begin to realize that when we trace back, and when I think about my own teaching experience, I taught for about 10 years before going to the Ministry of Education for 2 years, and then and after which I decided to resign and do my PhD. But I have taught for slightly more than 10 years and spent about now close to 20 over years in education. I also can't remember who started this whole idea of designing instructional materials, but we started to have this idea that the textbook is not enough, and we wanted to do something more for our students.
Okay.
And so in some ways we all started this kind of independently, but you have rightly pointed out something. It is actually very difficult to design good instructional materials. Everybody can do some instructional material, but a good one is difficult to do. And I think for that, the teacher education in Singapore, so because in Singapore, as a small country, every teacher have to go through NIE. So as part of their teacher training, one of the assignment is actually to do instructional material. So we use as part of the teacher training to kind of help teachers learn about some principles in designing instructional materials. What is a good set of instructional materials, what should it have, and so forth. And of course, teacher training. But really, many of the teachers pick up some of these skills when they are in schools, because when they see the more experienced teachers doing instructional materials, they begin to learn how to hone their own craft. And in fact, I'm also going to say that that itself is part of this design research, right? I mean, they begin to realize what makes a good design.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So no one started. They start by themselves, yeah? It's very innovative teachers there. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Cho.
Well, I think it's interesting how different Indonesia with Singapore, right? Yeah, from the teacher and also the student, they have really different. Okay, we have another question. This one is from Kusuma Dewi from Universitas Negeri Jakarta. In my experience, it seems quite difficult to raise students' thinking skill in math, since many students just doing mimicking. Maybe just following example. What do you think of how to use IM specifically to raise students' thinking skill?
Thank you for that question. You're right. I mean, even in Singapore, not every student is always thinking. I mean, if every student is always thinking, then we will all be very happy. There's nothing for us to do. So the truth of the matter is some students are still mimicking, right? They just mimic whatever is demonstrated. And in part, this is also because of the, I do, we do, you do, idea of instructional approach. And very often, this encourages just the students to mimic. So how does instructional materials come in, to kind of shift the students looking to actually doing mathematics? And I think this is where the design features of the materials matters. So if you look at Teacher Ken's materials, right, you can see that it becomes more and more open. I don't know whether you get that feeling. As you look at the 2005 version, 2010 version, 2015 version, And then finally, 2020 version, it becomes very open. It is not about getting the answer to a question anymore. Are there still questions where the student need to find answers? Of course there is. But you find that there are more questions for the students to discuss. And that's kind of engender this possibility. The other way is the kind of task that we are going to give to the students. If we are going to just give tasks which involves them mimicking what we have done, then the only kind of practice that they get is, in order to encourage the students to engage in doing mathematics, we then have to think about how the task can be used and when it should be used to get students to use what they know to work out the answers. So pretty much, echoing what the previous keynote speaker has mentioned. We need to think about how the students are likely to respond. And so in the design of the instructional materials, some of this can be put in place. And you can even leave the question blank. If the question is blank and then you only review it at that moment in time, the students straight away, get engaged in thinking about the problem because the problem is new to them. Yeah, as opposed when the problem is visible all the time. So the whole design of instructional material is not so easy, it's actually a complex endeavor. And how this can be done remains a big question. I mean, although we have so many teachers doing instructional materials, but not all instructional materials are good. Yeah, the better ones, this is the ones that we are going to study and how we can actually leverage on this design of instructional materials to get students to do thinking rather than just mimicking.
Okay, I think it's also connected with one of the properties of good IM, which is tailored to specific students, right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, we have last question, I think, for this session. The question is from Arbella from Universitas Sriwijaya. Today's mathematics education mostly uses the context of everyday life. Learning that uses context tends to be mostly used for elementary and junior high school education. For high school, it is very difficult to adapt to the context to the material. What are the solutions for applying context in design research with material from high school?
Okay. Here I'm going to also highlight another tension that we have, in mathematics teaching and learning. So you see, mathematics has always two phases, right? I mean, in fact, mathematics has 4 phases, but then I'm going to just focus on two phases of mathematics. One is what we call the applied mathematics, right? I mean, thinking about mathematics in real-world context, how to use mathematics to solve problems in the real world. So the real-world settings becomes very crucial. And especially at the lower primary, and the elementary and junior high school, we want to get students see the relevance of what they are learning. But on the other hand, there's also this idea of pure mathematics, right? Doing mathematics for the joy of it, I mean, many of us, we all are mathematicians. In some way, we have done mathematics in our degree. We enjoy doing mathematics, solving problems, thinking abstractly. And many of the higher level mathematics are so abstract, right? I mean, they may not even have real world applications yet, because the technology hasn't come to that stage. But it is still important, right? I mean, because mathematics is a way of thinking. It is a way of creating new knowledge. So here is the tension. Because mathematics has more than one phase, it's not just about applications. We also want to introduce the other phase, which is the idea of mathematics as a way of thinking. So how do we do that? And I think progressively, as we move from the lower levels to the higher levels, we need to help them see mathematics more and more as a discipline rather than mathematics as a tool. So the whole instructional materials journey, right, may also shift according to that transition. But having said that, it is not wise to abandon the entire, context in teaching totally. And so the idea is to find good opportunities to do so. And this requires us to identify topics or certain topics that makes it easy for us to do it. I mean, examples of topics that is really very contextual would be things like statistics. At the junior high schools, at the senior high school, they can do a lot with statistics. I mean, you can see how statistics can be applied in the real world very easily, at the higher level. And then when you have calculus, you have differential equations, you can engage in modeling. And that gives a very nice platform for students to see how mathematics is applied. So this is where, as teachers, we can design our own instructional materials to meet the needs of the students that we are teaching and helping them to see the two different phases of mathematics. Yeah, I hope that kind of answers the question.
Yeah. Well, actually, we still have time for maybe one more question. We have someone here who want to ask you directly. You can step forward.
Hello, Prof. Choi.
Hello.
My name is Laila, Prof. Choi, from doctoral student in UNSRI. It is very interesting your presentation about PLC. I have two questions. The first one is continuing from Prof. Sukaldi question. The first one is, how do you make a research on PLC? Do you initiate the PLC or it is already exists in Singapore? Okay, and the second question is, for the snack problem of teacher Mary, I see that it was an open-ended question. How do we as a teacher assess the answer? Because I see there is a two answer with different reason. In the left side is with addition or subtraction, and the right side is with proportional reasoning. Okay, thank you, Prof. Choi.
Thank you for your question. I'll answer the first one, the PLC. I think we have come a long way as well. PLC is a very common feature of Singapore educational landscape. So every school has their own PLCs. In fact, now it is almost expected that every school will have several PLCs, and different PLCs are doing different things. And it all started back in the late 1990s, probably early 2000s as well, where there's an increased emphasis on helping teachers to improve their craft. And that comes about through the different initiatives. But one of the initiatives that they have put in place in the early 2000s is to provide time for teachers to do thinking and planning. And so every week there's an hour set aside, for teachers to come together to think about problems in teaching and learning, so that they can have a chance, a platform to think about how to solve those problems. And that is the beginning of what we call the PLC. So it becomes quite convenient for us as researchers. We don't need to form a PLC. They already have the PLC, and so what we do is just to go into the PLC. And that culture continues because the teachers found it useful, because when they come together to discuss ideas, they begin to gain new insights into teaching and learning. And very often these PLCs then become a way for the teachers to work on certain issues that they face in their schools. And I remember at the beginning, the Ministry of Education provide at least 3 different ways for you to do PLC. You can do it like action research, you can do like lesson study, as part of the PLC, or you can do, they call it learning circle, something that is a little bit more informal. So the idea is not to have one model and then make everybody do the same model, but to provide a different choices, and then the teachers choose whatever they want. And of course, the school principals have a big say in this. But it turned out that, in the course of doing this, schools begin to improve in many aspects of their teaching and learning. And quite a number of these improvements, they were attributed to the work done during the PLCs. So that kind of answered the first question, how do you initiate the PLC? There was some impetus from the government to push for PLC, but I think at the end of the day, the teachers are provided with some time and some space to do some thinking. And more importantly, whatever outcomes that they derive from it actually becomes beneficial for the students. And when they see the benefits, that's where I think they will continue. If something is not beneficial, nobody wants to continue. Yeah. So, with regard to your second question, you are right. The second version of the task is more open, right? You call it open-ended because there are at least 2 different ways to think about it. And so, what we are trying to do, or in fact, what Teacher Mary was trying to do, is not to say one is right and the other is wrong. But more importantly, she is emphasizing the process of thinking. Even if you use an additive way of thinking, it is not entirely wrong. It is just you are using absolute comparison. And then if you are using the multiplicative thinking, that is probably what you want because it's in the topic on ratio. But what in essence Teacher Mary is trying to do is to provide opportunities for students who knows either one of them to share it, so that she as a teacher has the opportunity to build on the students' understanding and show them the similarity and differences between these 2 different types of thinking, and to kind of link these 2 thinking together. So in terms of assessment, it is not about marking who is right and who is wrong, which answer is better or which answer is not so good. But she is actually using the task as a way for students to make visible their own thinking, so that she can use this thinking to inform her what she needs to do during the discussion. So in some sense, this is almost like assessment to feed forward in rather than a feedback. Okay, so I say that again, it's more using the assessment data as a feed forward. You feed forward to the instruction rather than a feedback. Yeah, and so in that aspect, there's no rubric to assess them. There's no, model answer. It's just a task for the students to give their reasons. And if you really want to assess them using rubrics, I suppose you can always develop the rubrics for reasoning and things like that. But in the specific case, Teacher Mary just wants the students to share their ideas so that she can use the ideas to feed forward in her teaching. Yeah, so I hope that addressed your question.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Choi, for the response. Due to limited time, I think that was the last question for this session. But as appreciation from the committee to Dr. Choi, we have a certificate of appreciation. Alia, would you please show the certificate?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to share some ideas with you. I wish all of you the very best in the conference and have a fruitful time learning from one another.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Choi, for your time and also your insight. So I think that's all, Dr. Choi. I sincerely hope that we can meet again soon.
Yes.
Okay, right now, the session for the second keynote speaker is over, and then I'll return the mic to the MC.
All right, thank you very much for Professor Dr. Choi Ban Heng for amazing presentation and Jerry Araigo MPD for moderating this session. And now, before we move to the next keynote speakers, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Haji Sutarto Hadi, MSc, MSc, to give token of appreciation to Prof. Dr. Martin Dolg. All right, thank you very much, Professor Dr. Martin Dolg and Professor Dr. Haji Sutarto Hadi, MSc, MSc. Now, dear all participants of 9 CDRIC 2023, the next plenary session will begin at 1:30 p.m. Indonesia region time. So please enjoy your break time and see you at 1:30 p.m. Thank you.
Selamat datang di program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika terletak di kampus FKIP Pascasarjana di Jalan Sriwijaya Negara Kota Palembang.
Halo. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Zulkardi, Profesor Zulkardi, Koordinator Program Studi Program S3 atau Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP UNSRI Palembang ya, Sumatera Selatan. Program studi ini baru dimulai sejak 2016 yang lalu dan sudah terakreditasi unggul atau B oleh Bandikti dan sudah menamatkan 4 orang doktor ya. Ada yang dari guru dari Oki, ada yang dosen dari Kerawang, dosen dari Linggau dan juga dosen dari Muhammadiyah Palembang. Saat ini ada 16 orang mahasiswa yang sedang belajar dan beberapa orang siap-siap akan ikut ujian akhir menjadi dokter. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika ini satu-satunya program doktor di luar Jawa dan juga program doktor di FKIP UNSRI ya, yang kita memiliki beberapa keunggulan. Di antaranya satu, kita punya jurnal internasional bereputasi Trindex Scopus yaitu JME. Kemudian kita juga punya jurnal yang Sinta 2 ya, akreditasi nasional. Kita juga bekerja sama dengan Universitas Utrecht atau Utrecht University dari Belanda. Ini juga salah satu keunggulan kita. Sementara ini kita punya 2 profesor dan doktor dan 8 orang doktor di pendidikan matematika yang semuanya dilibatkan sebagai dosen dan juga promotor dan co-promotor. Insya Allah dalam beberapa tahun ke depan akan menambah profesor-profesor yang lain yang muda. Selain itu, program doktor pendidikan matematika juga mendapat kehormatan menjadi penyelenggara PMDSU, yaitu program magister dan doktor untuk sarjana unggul. Sudah dilaksanakan sejak 2 tahun yang lalu. Saya sebagai promotor yang pertama di Indonesia untuk pendidikan matematika, dan sekarang mahasiswanya sudah tahun kedua. Insya Allah nanti setahun setengah lagi sudah bisa selesai tepat waktu, bahkan lebih cepat dari 4 tahun baik master maupun S3. Dan tahun ini juga ada 1 orang promotor baru yaitu Profesor Ratu Ilmu ya, sekarang sedang menseleksi yang nanti penutupannya tanggal 8 Juni. Nah, untuk program reguler atau beasiswa dari Dikti atau juga beasiswa dari Pemda, sekarang masih dibuka pendaftarannya dan nanti akan berakhir tanggal 4 Juni, tapi kabarnya akan diperpanjang juga sampai akhir dari bulan Juni. Silakan mendaftar di secara online di Unsri ACID di website Unsri dengan syarat-syarat sebenarnya tidak banyak, tidak saja bisa diikuti, diantaranya ijazah, kemudian transkrip. Sedangkan yang tes bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris dan juga tes TPA itu nanti menyusul. Saya kira itu informasi tentang program doktor. Silakan sekolah di sini, insya Allah lebih cepat dan bisa tamat dalam waktu 3 tahun.
Selamat datang di program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika terletak di kampus FKIP Pascasarjana di Jalan Sriwijaya Negara Kota Palembang.
Halo. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Zulkardi, Profesor Zulkardi, Koordinator Program Studi Program S3 atau Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP UNSRI Palembang ya, Sumatera Selatan. Program studi ini baru dimulai sejak 2016 yang lalu dan sudah terakreditasi unggul atau B oleh Bandikti dan sudah menamatkan 4 orang doktor ya. Ada yang dari guru dari Oki, ada yang dosen dari Kerawang, dosen dari Linggau dan juga dosen dari Muhammadiyah Palembang. Saat ini ada 16 orang mahasiswa yang sedang belajar dan beberapa orang siap-siap akan ikut ujian akhir menjadi dokter. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika ini satu-satunya program doktor di luar Jawa dan juga program doktor di FKIP UNSRI ya, yang kita memiliki beberapa keunggulan. Di antaranya satu, kita punya jurnal internasional bereputasi Trinex Scopus yaitu JME. Kemudian kita juga punya jurnal yang Sinta 2 ya, akreditasi nasional. Kita juga bekerja sama dengan Universitas Utrecht atau Utrecht University dari Belanda. Ini juga salah satu keunggulan kita. Sementara ini kita punya 2 profesor dan doktor dan 8 orang doktor di pendidikan matematika yang semuanya dilibatkan sebagai dosen dan juga promotor dan co-promotor. Insya Allah dalam beberapa tahun ke depan akan menambah profesor-profesor yang lain yang muda. Selain itu, program doktor pendidikan matematika juga mendapat kehormatan menjadi penyelenggara PMDSU, yaitu program magister dan doktor untuk sarjana unggul. Sudah dilaksanakan sejak 2 tahun yang lalu. Saya sebagai promotor yang pertama di Indonesia untuk pendidikan matematika, dan sekarang mahasiswanya sudah tahun kedua. Insya Allah nanti setahun setengah lagi sudah bisa selesai tepat waktu, bahkan lebih cepat dari 4 tahun baik master maupun S3. Dan tahun ini juga ada 1 orang promotor baru yaitu Profesor Ratu Ilmu ya, sekarang sedang menseleksi yang nanti penutupannya tanggal 8 Juni. Nah, untuk program reguler atau beasiswa dari Dikti atau juga beasiswa dari Pemda, sekarang masih dibuka pendaftarannya dan nanti akan berakhir tanggal 4 Juni, tapi kabarnya akan diperpanjang juga sampai akhir dari bulan Juni. Silakan mendaftar secara online di Unsri ACID di website Unsri. Dengan syarat-syarat sebenarnya tidak banyak, tidak saja bisa diikuti, diantaranya ijazah, kemudian transkrip, sedangkan yang tes bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris, dan juga tes TPA itu nanti menyusul. Saya kira itu informasi tentang program doktor. Silakan sekolah di sini, insya Allah lebih cepat dan bisa tamat dalam waktu 3 tahun.
Selamat datang di program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika terletak di kampus FKIP Pascasarjana di Jalan Sriwijaya Negara Kota Palembang.
Halo. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Zulkardi, Profesor Zulkardi, Koordinator Program Studi Program S3 atau Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP UNSRI Palembang ya, Sumatera Selatan. Program studi ini baru dimulai sejak 2016 yang lalu dan sudah terakreditasi unggul atau B oleh Bandikti dan sudah menamatkan 4 orang doktor ya. Ada yang dari guru dari Oki, ada yang dosen dari Kerawang, dosen dari Linggau dan juga dosen dari Muhammadiyah Palembang. Saat ini ada 16 orang mahasiswa yang sedang belajar dan beberapa orang siap-siap akan ikut ujian akhir menjadi dokter. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika ini satu-satunya program doktor di luar Jawa dan juga program doktor di FKIP UNSRI ya, yang kita memiliki beberapa keunggulan. Di antaranya satu, kita punya jurnal internasional bereputasi Trindex Scopus yaitu JME. Kemudian kita juga punya jurnal yang Sinta 2 ya, akreditasi nasional. Kita juga bekerja sama dengan Universitas Utrecht atau Utrecht University dari Belanda. Ini juga salah satu keunggulan kita. Sementara ini kita punya 2 profesor dan doktor dan 8 orang doktor di pendidikan matematika yang semuanya dilibatkan sebagai dosen dan juga promotor dan co-promotor. Insya Allah dalam beberapa tahun ke depan akan menambah profesor-profesor yang lain yang muda. Selain itu, program doktor pendidikan matematika juga mendapat kehormatan menjadi penyelenggara PMDSU, yaitu program magister dan doktor untuk sarjana unggul. Sudah dilaksanakan sejak 2 tahun yang lalu. Saya sebagai promotor yang pertama di Indonesia untuk pendidikan matematika, dan sekarang mahasiswanya sudah tahun kedua. Insya Allah nanti setahun setengah lagi sudah bisa selesai ya. Tepat waktu, bahkan lebih cepat dari 4 tahun baik master maupun S3. Dan tahun ini juga ada 1 orang promotor baru yaitu Profesor Ratu Ilmu ya, sekarang sedang menseleksi yang nanti penutupannya tanggal 8 Juni. Nah, untuk program reguler atau beasiswa dari Dikti atau juga beasiswa dari Pemda, sekarang masih dibuka pendaftarannya dan nanti akan berakhir tanggal 4 Juni, tapi kabarnya akan diperpanjang juga sampai akhir dari bulan Juni. Silakan mendaftar di secara online di Unsri ACID di website Unsri. Dengan syarat-syarat sebenarnya tidak banyak, tidak saja bisa diikuti, diantaranya ijazah, kemudian transkrip, sedangkan yang tes bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris, dan juga tes TPA itu nanti menyusul. Saya kira itu informasi tentang program doktor. Silakan sekolah di sini, insya Allah lebih cepat dan bisa tamat dalam waktu 3 tahun.
Selamat datang di program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika terletak di kampus FKIP Pascasarjana di Jalan Sriwijaya Negara Kota Palembang.
Halo. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Zulkardi, Profesor Zulkardi, Koordinator Program Studi Program S3 atau Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP UNSRI Palembang ya, Sumatera Selatan. Program studi ini baru dimulai sejak 2016 yang lalu dan sudah terakreditasi unggul atau B oleh Bandikti dan sudah menamatkan 4 orang doktor ya. Ada yang dari guru dari Oki, ada yang dosen dari Kerawang, dosen dari Linggau dan juga dosen dari Muhammadiyah Palembang. Saat ini ada 16 orang mahasiswa yang sedang belajar dan beberapa orang siap-siap akan ikut ujian akhir menjadi dokter. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika ini satu-satunya program doktor di luar Jawa dan juga program doktor di FKIP UNSRI ya, yang kita memiliki beberapa keunggulan. Di antaranya satu, kita punya jurnal internasional bereputasi Trinex Scopus yaitu JME. Kemudian kita juga punya jurnal yang Sinta 2 ya, akreditasi nasional. Kita juga bekerja sama dengan Universitas Utrecht atau Utrecht University dari Belanda. Ini juga salah satu keunggulan kita. Sementara ini kita punya 2 profesor dan doktor dan 8 orang doktor di pendidikan matematika yang semuanya dilibatkan sebagai dosen dan juga promotor dan co-promotor. Insya Allah dalam beberapa tahun ke depan akan menambah profesor-profesor yang lain yang muda. Selain itu, program doktor pendidikan matematika juga mendapat kehormatan menjadi penyelenggara PMDSU, yaitu program magister dan doktor untuk sarjana unggul. Sudah dilaksanakan sejak 2 tahun yang lalu. Saya sebagai promotor yang pertama di Indonesia untuk pendidikan matematika, dan sekarang mahasiswanya sudah tahun kedua. Insya Allah nanti setahun setengah lagi sudah bisa selesai ya. Tepat waktu, bahkan lebih cepat dari 4 tahun baik master maupun S3. Dan tahun ini juga ada 1 orang promotor baru yaitu Profesor Ratu Ilmu ya, sekarang sedang menseleksi yang nanti penutupannya tanggal 8 Juni. Nah, untuk program reguler atau beasiswa dari Dikti atau juga beasiswa dari Pemda, sekarang masih dibuka pendaftarannya dan nanti akan berakhir tanggal 4 Juni, tapi kabarnya akan diperpanjang juga sampai akhir dari bulan Juni. Silakan mendaftar secara online di Unsri ACID di website Unsri. Dengan syarat-syarat sebenarnya tidak banyak, tidak saja bisa diikuti, diantaranya ijazah, kemudian transkrip, sedangkan yang tes bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris, dan juga tes TPA itu nanti menyusul. Saya kira itu informasi tentang program doktor. Silakan sekolah di sini, insya Allah lebih cepat dan bisa tamat dalam waktu 3 tahun.
Selamat datang di program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika terletak di kampus FKIP Pascasarjana di Jalan Sriwijaya Negara Kota Palembang.
Halo. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Zulkardi, Profesor Zulkardi, Koordinator Program Studi Program S3 atau Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP UNSRI Palembang ya, Sumatera Selatan. Program studi ini baru dimulai sejak 2016 yang lalu dan sudah terakreditasi unggul atau B oleh Bandikti dan sudah menamatkan 4 orang doktor ya. Ada yang dari guru dari Oki, ada yang dosen dari Kerawang, dosen dari Linggau dan juga dosen dari Muhammadiyah Palembang. Saat ini ada 16 orang mahasiswa yang sedang belajar dan beberapa orang siap-siap akan ikut ujian akhir menjadi dokter. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika ini satu-satunya program doktor di luar Jawa dan juga program doktor di FKIP UNSRI ya, yang kita memiliki beberapa keunggulan. Di antaranya satu, kita punya jurnal internasional bereputasi Trindex Scopus yaitu JME. Kemudian kita juga punya jurnal yang Sinta 2 ya, akreditasi nasional. Kita juga bekerja sama dengan Universitas Utrecht atau Utrecht University dari Belanda. Ini juga salah satu keunggulan kita. Sementara ini kita punya 2 profesor dan doktor dan 8 orang doktor di pendidikan matematika yang semuanya dilibatkan sebagai dosen dan juga promotor dan co-promotor. Insya Allah dalam beberapa tahun ke depan akan menambah profesor-profesor yang lain yang muda. Selain itu, program doktor pendidikan matematika juga mendapat kehormatan menjadi penyelenggara PMDSU, yaitu program magister dan doktor untuk sarjana unggul. Sudah dilaksanakan sejak 2 tahun yang lalu. Saya sebagai promotor yang pertama di Indonesia untuk pendidikan matematika, dan sekarang mahasiswanya sudah tahun kedua. Insya Allah nanti setahun setengah lagi sudah bisa selesai ya. Tepat waktu, bahkan lebih cepat dari 4 tahun baik master maupun S3. Dan tahun ini juga ada 1 orang promotor baru yaitu Profesor Ratu Ilmu ya, sekarang sedang menseleksi yang nanti penutupannya tanggal 8 Juni. Nah, untuk program reguler atau beasiswa dari Dikti atau juga beasiswa dari Pemda, sekarang masih dibuka pendaftarannya dan nanti akan berakhir tanggal 4 Juni, tapi kabarnya akan diperpanjang juga sampai akhir dari bulan Juni. Silakan mendaftar di secara online di Unsri ACID di website Unsri. Dengan syarat-syarat sebenarnya tidak banyak, tidak saja bisa diikuti, diantaranya ijazah, kemudian transkrip, sedangkan yang tes bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris, dan juga tes TPA itu nanti menyusul. Saya kira itu informasi tentang program doktor. Silakan sekolah di sini, insya Allah lebih cepat dan bisa tamat dalam waktu 3 tahun.
Selamat datang di program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika terletak di kampus FKIP Pascasarjana di Jalan Sriwijaya Negara Kota Palembang.
Halo. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Zulkardi, Profesor Zulkardi, Koordinator Program Studi Program S3 atau Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP UNSRI Palembang ya, Sumatera Selatan. Program studi ini baru dimulai sejak 2016 yang lalu dan sudah terakreditasi unggul atau B oleh Bandikti dan sudah menamatkan 4 orang doktor ya. Ada yang dari guru dari Oki, ada yang dosen dari Kerawang, dosen dari Linggau dan juga dosen dari Muhammadiyah Palembang. Saat ini ada 16 orang mahasiswa yang sedang belajar dan beberapa orang siap-siap akan ikut ujian akhir menjadi dokter. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika ini satu-satunya program doktor di luar Jawa dan juga program doktor di FKIP UNSRI ya, yang kita memiliki beberapa keunggulan. Di antaranya satu, kita punya jurnal internasional bereputasi Trindex Scopus yaitu JME. Kemudian kita juga punya jurnal yang Sinta 2 ya, akreditasi nasional. Kita juga bekerja sama dengan Universitas Utrecht atau Utrecht University dari Belanda. Ini juga salah satu keunggulan kita. Sementara ini kita punya 2 profesor dan doktor dan 8 orang doktor di pendidikan matematika yang semuanya dilibatkan sebagai dosen dan juga promotor dan co-promotor. Insya Allah dalam beberapa tahun ke depan akan menambah profesor-profesor yang lain yang muda. Selain itu, program doktor pendidikan matematika juga mendapat kehormatan menjadi penyelenggara PMDSU, yaitu program magister dan doktor untuk sarjana unggul. Sudah dilaksanakan sejak 2 tahun yang lalu. Saya sebagai promotor yang pertama di Indonesia untuk pendidikan matematika, dan sekarang mahasiswanya sudah tahun kedua. Insya Allah nanti setahun setengah lagi sudah bisa selesai ya. Tepat waktu, bahkan lebih cepat dari 4 tahun baik master maupun S3. Dan tahun ini juga ada 1 orang promotor baru yaitu Profesor Ratu Ilmu ya, sekarang sedang menseleksi yang nanti penutupannya tanggal 8 Juni. Nah, untuk program reguler atau beasiswa dari Dikti atau juga beasiswa dari Pemda, sekarang masih dibuka pendaftarannya dan nanti akan berakhir tanggal 4 Juni, tapi kabarnya akan diperpanjang juga sampai akhir dari bulan Juni. Silakan mendaftar di secara online di Unsri ACID di website Unsri. Dengan syarat-syarat sebenarnya tidak banyak, tidak saja bisa diikuti, diantaranya ijazah, kemudian transkrip, sedangkan yang tes bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris, dan juga tes TPA itu nanti menyusul. Saya kira itu informasi tentang program doktor. Silakan sekolah di sini, insya Allah lebih cepat dan bisa tamat dalam waktu 3 tahun.
Selamat datang di program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika terletak di kampus FKIP Pascasarjana di Jalan Sriwijaya Negara Kota Palembang.
Halo. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Zulkardi, Profesor Zulkardi, Koordinator Program Studi Program S3 atau Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP UNSRI Palembang ya, Sumatera Selatan. Program studi ini baru dimulai sejak 2016 yang lalu dan sudah terakreditasi unggul atau B oleh Bandikti dan sudah menamatkan 4 orang doktor ya. Ada yang dari guru dari Oki, ada yang dosen dari Kerawang, dosen dari Linggau dan juga dosen dari Muhammadiyah Palembang. Saat ini ada 16 orang mahasiswa yang sedang belajar dan beberapa orang siap-siap akan ikut ujian akhir menjadi dokter. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika ini satu-satunya program doktor di luar Jawa dan juga program doktor di FKIP UNSRI ya, yang kita memiliki beberapa keunggulan. Di antaranya satu, kita punya jurnal internasional bereputasi Trindex Scopus yaitu JME. Kemudian kita juga punya jurnal yang Sinta 2 ya, akreditasi nasional. Kita juga bekerja sama dengan Universitas Utrecht atau Utrecht University dari Belanda. Ini juga salah satu keunggulan kita. Sementara ini kita punya 2 profesor dan doktor, dan 8 orang doktor di pendidikan matematika yang semuanya dilibatkan sebagai dosen dan juga promotor dan co-promotor. Insya Allah dalam beberapa tahun ke depan akan menambah profesor-profesor yang lain yang muda. Selain itu, program doktor pendidikan matematika juga mendapat kehormatan menjadi penyelenggara PMDSU, yaitu program magister dan doktor untuk sarjana unggul. Sudah dilaksanakan sejak 2 tahun yang lalu. Saya sebagai promotor yang pertama di Indonesia untuk pendidikan matematika, dan sekarang mahasiswanya sudah tahun kedua. Insya Allah nanti setahun setengah lagi sudah bisa selesai ya. Tepat waktu, bahkan lebih cepat dari 4 tahun baik master maupun S3. Dan tahun ini juga ada 1 orang promotor baru yaitu Profesor Ratu Ilmu ya, sekarang sedang menseleksi yang nanti penutupannya tanggal 8 Juni. Nah, untuk program reguler atau beasiswa dari Dikti atau juga beasiswa dari Pemda, sekarang masih dibuka pendaftarannya dan nanti akan berakhir tanggal 4 Juni, tapi kabarnya akan diperpanjang juga sampai akhir dari bulan Juni. Silakan mendaftar secara online di Unsri ACID di website Unsri. Dengan syarat-syarat sebenarnya tidak banyak, tidak saja bisa diikuti, diantaranya ijazah, kemudian transkrip, sedangkan yang tes bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris, dan juga tes TPA itu nanti menyusul. Saya kira itu informasi tentang program doktor. Silakan sekolah di sini, insya Allah lebih cepat dan bisa tamat dalam waktu 3 tahun.
Selamat datang di program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika terletak di kampus FKIP Pascasarjana di Jalan Sriwijaya Negara Kota Palembang.
Halo. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Zulkardi, Profesor Zulkardi, Koordinator Program Studi Program S3 atau Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP UNSRI Palembang ya, Sumatera Selatan. Program studi ini baru dimulai sejak 2016 yang lalu dan sudah terakreditasi unggul atau B oleh Bandikti dan sudah menamatkan 4 orang doktor ya. Ada yang dari guru dari Oki, ada yang dosen dari Kerawang, dosen dari Linggau dan juga dosen dari Muhammadiyah Palembang. Saat ini ada 16 orang mahasiswa yang sedang belajar dan beberapa orang siap-siap akan ikut ujian akhir menjadi dokter. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika ini satu-satunya program doktor di luar Jawa dan juga program doktor di FKIP UNSRI ya, yang kita memiliki beberapa keunggulan. Di antaranya satu, kita punya jurnal internasional bereputasi Trindex Scopus yaitu JME. Kemudian kita juga punya jurnal yang Sinta 2 ya, akreditasi nasional. Kita juga bekerja sama dengan Universitas Utrecht atau Utrecht University dari Belanda. Ini juga salah satu keunggulan kita. Sementara ini kita punya 2 profesor dan doktor dan 8 orang doktor di pendidikan matematika yang semuanya dilibatkan sebagai dosen dan juga promotor dan co-promotor. Insya Allah dalam beberapa tahun ke depan akan menambah profesor-profesor yang lain yang muda. Selain itu, program doktor pendidikan matematika juga mendapat kehormatan menjadi penyelenggara PMDSU, yaitu program magister dan doktor untuk sarjana unggul. Sudah dilaksanakan sejak 2 tahun yang lalu. Saya sebagai promotor yang pertama di Indonesia untuk pendidikan matematika, dan sekarang mahasiswanya sudah tahun kedua. Insya Allah nanti setahun setengah lagi sudah bisa selesai ya. Tepat waktu, bahkan lebih cepat dari 4 tahun baik master maupun S3. Dan tahun ini juga ada 1 orang promotor baru yaitu Profesor Ratu Ilmu ya, sekarang sedang menseleksi yang nanti penutupannya tanggal 8 Juni. Nah, untuk program reguler atau beasiswa dari Dikti atau juga beasiswa dari Pemda, sekarang masih dibuka pendaftarannya dan nanti akan berakhir tanggal 4 Juni, tapi kabarnya akan diperpanjang juga sampai akhir dari bulan Juni. Silakan mendaftar di secara online di Unsri ACID di website Unsri. Dengan syarat-syarat sebenarnya tidak banyak, ada saja bisa diikuti, diantaranya ijazah, kemudian transkrip. Sedangkan yang tes bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris, dan juga tes TPA itu nanti menyusul. Saya kira itu informasi tentang program doktor. Silakan sekolah di sini, insya Allah lebih cepat dan bisa tamat dalam waktu 3 tahun.
Selamat datang di program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika terletak di kampus FKIP Pascasarjana di Jalan Sriwijaya Negara Kota Palembang.
Halo. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Zulkardi, Profesor Zulkardi, Koordinator Program Studi Program S3 atau Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP UNSRI Palembang ya, Sumatera Selatan. Program studi ini baru dimulai sejak 2016 yang lalu dan sudah terakreditasi unggul atau B oleh Bandikti dan sudah menamatkan 4 orang doktor ya. Ada yang dari guru dari Oki, ada yang dosen dari Kerawang, dosen dari Linggau dan juga dosen dari Muhammadiyah Palembang. Saat ini ada 16 orang mahasiswa yang sedang belajar dan beberapa orang siap-siap akan ikut ujian akhir menjadi dokter. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika ini satu-satunya program doktor di luar Jawa dan juga program doktor di FKIP UNSRI ya, yang kita memiliki beberapa keunggulan. Di antaranya satu, kita punya jurnal internasional bereputasi Trindex Scopus yaitu JME. Kemudian kita juga punya jurnal yang Sinta 2 ya, akreditasi nasional. Kita juga bekerja sama dengan Universitas Utrecht atau Utrecht University dari Belanda. Ini juga salah satu keunggulan kita. Sementara ini kita punya 2 profesor dan doktor dan 8 orang doktor di pendidikan matematika yang semuanya dilibatkan sebagai dosen dan juga promotor dan co-promotor. Insya Allah dalam beberapa tahun ke depan akan menambah profesor-profesor yang lain yang muda. Selain itu, program doktor pendidikan matematika juga mendapat kehormatan menjadi penyelenggara PMDSU, yaitu program magister dan doktor untuk sarjana unggul. Sudah dilaksanakan sejak 2 tahun yang lalu. Saya sebagai promotor yang pertama di Indonesia untuk pendidikan matematika, dan sekarang mahasiswanya sudah tahun kedua. Insya Allah nanti setahun setengah lagi sudah bisa selesai ya. Tepat waktu, bahkan lebih cepat dari 4 tahun baik master maupun S3. Dan tahun ini juga ada 1 orang promotor baru yaitu Profesor Ratu Ilmu ya, sekarang sedang menseleksi yang nanti penutupannya tanggal 8 Juni. Nah, untuk program reguler atau beasiswa dari Dikti atau juga beasiswa dari Pemda, sekarang masih dibuka pendaftarannya dan nanti akan berakhir tanggal 4 Juni, tapi kabarnya akan diperpanjang juga sampai akhir dari bulan Juni. Silakan mendaftar secara online di Unsri ACID di website Unsri. Dengan syarat-syarat sebenarnya tidak banyak, tidak saja bisa diikuti, diantaranya ijazah, kemudian transkrip, sedangkan yang tes bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris, dan juga tes TPA itu nanti menyusul. Saya kira itu informasi tentang program doktor. Silakan sekolah di sini, insya Allah lebih cepat dan bisa tamat dalam waktu 3 tahun.
Selamat datang di program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika terletak di kampus FKIP Pascasarjana di Jalan Sriwijaya Negara Kota Palembang.
Halo. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Zulkardi, Profesor Zulkardi, Koordinator Program Studi Program S3 atau Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP UNSRI Palembang ya, Sumatera Selatan. Program studi ini baru dimulai sejak 2016 yang lalu dan sudah terakreditasi unggul atau B oleh Bandikti dan sudah menamatkan 4 orang doktor ya. Ada yang dari guru dari Oki, ada yang dosen dari Kerawang, dosen dari Linggau dan juga dosen dari Muhammadiyah Palembang. Saat ini ada 16 orang mahasiswa yang sedang belajar dan beberapa orang siap-siap akan ikut ujian akhir menjadi dokter. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika ini satu-satunya program doktor di luar Jawa dan juga program doktor di FKIP UNSRI ya, yang kita memiliki beberapa keunggulan. Di antaranya satu, kita punya jurnal internasional bereputasi Trindex Scopus yaitu JME. Kemudian kita juga punya jurnal yang Sinta 2 ya, akreditasi nasional. Kita juga bekerja sama dengan Universitas Utrecht atau Utrecht University dari Belanda. Ini juga salah satu keunggulan kita. Sementara ini kita punya 2 profesor dan doktor dan 8 orang doktor di pendidikan matematika yang semuanya dilibatkan sebagai dosen dan juga promotor dan co-promotor. Insya Allah dalam beberapa tahun ke depan akan menambah profesor-profesor yang lain yang muda. Selain itu, program doktor pendidikan matematika juga mendapat kehormatan menjadi penyelenggara PMDSU, yaitu program magister dan doktor untuk sarjana unggul. Sudah dilaksanakan sejak 2 tahun yang lalu. Saya sebagai promotor yang pertama di Indonesia untuk pendidikan matematika, dan sekarang mahasiswanya sudah tahun kedua. Insya Allah nanti setahun setengah lagi sudah bisa selesai ya. Tepat waktu, bahkan lebih cepat dari 4 tahun baik master maupun S3. Dan tahun ini juga ada 1 orang promotor baru yaitu Profesor Ratu Ilmu ya, sekarang sedang menseleksi yang nanti penutupannya tanggal 8 Juni. Nah, untuk program reguler atau beasiswa dari Dikti atau juga beasiswa dari Pemda, sekarang masih dibuka pendaftarannya dan nanti akan berakhir tanggal 4 Juni, tapi kabarnya akan diperpanjang juga sampai akhir dari bulan Juni. Silakan mendaftar secara online di Unsri ACID di website Unsri. Dengan syarat-syarat sebenarnya tidak banyak, tidak saja bisa diikuti, diantaranya ijazah, kemudian transkrip, sedangkan yang tes bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris, dan juga tes TPA itu nanti menyusul. Saya kira itu informasi tentang program doktor. Silakan sekolah di sini, insya Allah lebih cepat dan bisa tamat dalam waktu 3 tahun.
Selamat datang di program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika terletak di kampus FKIP Pascasarjana di Jalan Sriwijaya Negara Kota Palembang.
Halo. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Zulkardi, Profesor Zulkardi, Koordinator Program Studi Program S3 atau Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP UNSRI Palembang ya, Sumatera Selatan. Program studi ini baru dimulai sejak 2016 yang lalu dan sudah terakreditasi unggul atau B oleh Bandikti dan sudah menamatkan 4 orang doktor ya. Ada yang dari guru dari Oki, ada yang dosen dari Kerawang, dosen dari Linggau dan juga dosen dari Muhammadiyah Palembang. Saat ini ada 16 orang mahasiswa yang sedang belajar dan beberapa orang siap-siap akan ikut ujian akhir menjadi dokter. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika ini satu-satunya program doktor di luar Jawa dan juga program doktor di FKIP UNSRI ya, yang kita memiliki beberapa keunggulan. Di antaranya satu, kita punya jurnal internasional bereputasi Trindex Scopus yaitu JME. Kemudian kita juga punya jurnal yang Sinta 2 ya, akreditasi nasional. Kita juga bekerja sama dengan Universitas Utrecht atau Utrecht University dari Belanda. Ini juga salah satu keunggulan kita. Sementara ini kita punya 2 profesor dan doktor dan 8 orang doktor di pendidikan matematika yang semuanya dilibatkan sebagai dosen dan juga promotor dan co-promotor. Insya Allah dalam beberapa tahun ke depan akan menambah profesor-profesor yang lain yang muda. Selain itu, program doktor pendidikan matematika juga mendapat kehormatan menjadi penyelenggara PMDSU, yaitu program magister dan doktor untuk sarjana unggul. Sudah dilaksanakan sejak 2 tahun yang lalu. Saya sebagai promotor yang pertama di Indonesia untuk pendidikan matematika, dan sekarang mahasiswanya sudah tahun kedua. Insya Allah nanti setahun setengah lagi sudah bisa selesai ya. Tepat waktu, bahkan lebih cepat dari 4 tahun baik master maupun S3. Dan tahun ini juga ada 1 orang promotor baru yaitu Profesor Ratu Ilmu ya, sekarang sedang menseleksi yang nanti penutupannya tanggal 8 Juni. Nah, untuk program reguler atau beasiswa dari Dikti atau juga beasiswa dari Pemda, sekarang masih dibuka pendaftarannya dan nanti akan berakhir tanggal 4 Juni, tapi kabarnya akan diperpanjang juga sampai akhir dari bulan Juni. Silakan mendaftar secara online di Unsri ACID di website Unsri. Dengan syarat-syarat sebenarnya tidak banyak, tidak saja bisa diikuti, diantaranya ijazah, kemudian transkrip, sedangkan yang tes bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris, dan juga tes TPA itu nanti menyusul. Saya kira itu informasi tentang program doktor. Silakan sekolah di sini, insya Allah lebih cepat dan bisa tamat dalam waktu 3 tahun.
Selamat datang di program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika terletak di kampus FKIP Pascasarjana di Jalan Sriwijaya Negara Kota Palembang.
Halo. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Zulkardi, Profesor Zulkardi, Koordinator Program Studi Program S3 atau Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP UNSRI Palembang ya, Sumatera Selatan. Program studi ini baru dimulai sejak 2016 yang lalu dan sudah terakreditasi unggul atau B oleh Bandikti dan sudah menamatkan 4 orang doktor ya. Ada yang dari guru dari Oki, ada yang dosen dari Kerawang, dosen dari Linggau dan juga dosen dari Muhammadiyah Palembang. Saat ini ada 16 orang mahasiswa yang sedang belajar dan beberapa orang siap-siap akan ikut ujian akhir menjadi dokter. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika ini satu-satunya program doktor di luar Jawa dan juga program doktor di FKIP UNSRI ya, yang kita memiliki beberapa keunggulan. Di antaranya satu, kita punya jurnal internasional bereputasi Trindex Scopus yaitu JME. Kemudian kita juga punya jurnal yang Sinta 2 ya, akreditasi nasional. Kita juga bekerja sama dengan Universitas Utrecht atau Utrecht University dari Belanda. Ini juga salah satu keunggulan kita. Sementara ini kita punya 2 profesor dan doktor dan 8 orang doktor di pendidikan matematika yang semuanya dilibatkan sebagai dosen dan juga promotor dan co-promotor. Insya Allah dalam beberapa tahun ke depan akan menambah profesor-profesor yang lain yang muda. Selain itu, program doktor pendidikan matematika juga mendapat kehormatan menjadi penyelenggara PMDSU, yaitu program magister dan doktor untuk sarjana unggul. Sudah dilaksanakan sejak 2 tahun yang lalu. Saya sebagai promotor yang pertama di Indonesia untuk pendidikan matematika, dan sekarang mahasiswanya sudah tahun kedua. Insya Allah nanti setahun setengah lagi sudah bisa selesai ya. Tepat waktu, bahkan lebih cepat dari 4 tahun baik master maupun S3. Dan tahun ini juga ada 1 orang promotor baru yaitu Profesor Ratu Ilmu ya, sekarang sedang menseleksi yang nanti penutupannya tanggal 8 Juni. Nah, untuk program reguler atau beasiswa dari Dikti atau juga beasiswa dari Pemda, sekarang masih dibuka pendaftarannya dan nanti akan berakhir tanggal 4 Juni, tapi kabarnya akan diperpanjang juga sampai akhir dari bulan Juni. Silakan mendaftar secara online di Unsri ACID di website Unsri. Dengan syarat-syarat sebenarnya tidak banyak, tidak saja bisa diikuti, diantaranya ijazah, kemudian transkrip, sedangkan yang tes bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris, dan juga tes TPA itu nanti menyusul. Saya kira itu informasi tentang program doktor. Silakan sekolah di sini, insya Allah lebih cepat dan bisa tamat dalam waktu 3 tahun.
Selamat datang di program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika terletak di kampus FKIP Pascasarjana di Jalan Sriwijaya Negara Kota Palembang.
Halo. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Zulkardi, Profesor Zulkardi, Koordinator Program Studi Program S3 atau Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP UNSRI Palembang ya, Sumatera Selatan. Program studi ini baru dimulai sejak 2016 yang lalu dan sudah terakreditasi unggul atau B oleh Bandikti dan sudah menamatkan 4 orang doktor ya. Ada yang dari guru dari Oki, ada yang dosen dari Kerawang, dosen dari Linggau dan juga dosen dari Muhammadiyah Palembang. Saat ini ada 16 orang mahasiswa yang sedang belajar dan beberapa orang siap-siap akan ikut ujian akhir menjadi dokter. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika ini satu-satunya program doktor di luar Jawa dan juga program doktor di FKIP UNSRI ya, yang kita memiliki beberapa keunggulan. Di antaranya satu, kita punya jurnal internasional bereputasi Trindex Scopus yaitu JME. Kemudian kita juga punya jurnal yang Sinta 2 ya, akreditasi nasional. Kita juga bekerja sama dengan Universitas Utrecht atau Utrecht University dari Belanda. Ini juga salah satu keunggulan kita. Sementara ini kita punya 2 profesor dan doktor dan 8 orang doktor di pendidikan matematika yang semuanya dilibatkan sebagai dosen dan juga promotor dan co-promotor. Insya Allah dalam beberapa tahun ke depan akan menambah profesor-profesor yang lain yang muda. Selain itu, program doktor pendidikan matematika juga mendapat kehormatan menjadi penyelenggara PMDSU, yaitu program magister dan doktor untuk sarjana unggul. Sudah dilaksanakan sejak 2 tahun yang lalu. Saya sebagai promotor yang pertama di Indonesia untuk pendidikan matematika, dan sekarang mahasiswanya sudah tahun kedua. Insya Allah nanti setahun setengah lagi sudah bisa selesai ya. Tepat waktu, bahkan lebih cepat dari 4 tahun baik master maupun S3. Dan tahun ini juga ada 1 orang promotor baru yaitu Profesor Ratu Ilma ya, sekarang sedang menseleksi yang nanti penutupannya tanggal 8 Juni. Nah, untuk program reguler atau beasiswa dari Dikti atau juga beasiswa dari Pemda, sekarang masih dibuka pendaftarannya dan nanti akan berakhir tanggal 4 Juni, tapi kabarnya akan diperpanjang juga sampai akhir dari bulan Juni. Silakan mendaftar di secara online di Unsri ACID di website Unsri. Dengan syarat-syarat sebenarnya tidak banyak, tidak saja bisa diikuti, diantaranya ijazah, kemudian transkrip, sedangkan yang tes bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris, dan juga tes TPA itu nanti menyusul. Saya kira itu informasi tentang program doktor. Silakan sekolah di sini, insya Allah lebih cepat dan bisa tamat dalam waktu 3 tahun.
Selamat datang di program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika terletak di kampus FKIP Pascasarjana di Jalan Sriwijaya Negara Kota Palembang.
Halo. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Zulkardi, Profesor Zulkardi, Koordinator Program Studi Program S3 atau Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP UNSRI Palembang ya, Sumatera Selatan. Program studi ini baru dimulai sejak 2016 yang lalu dan sudah terakreditasi unggul atau B oleh Bandikti dan sudah menamatkan 4 orang doktor ya. Ada yang dari guru dari Oki, ada yang dosen dari Kerawang, dosen dari Linggau dan juga dosen dari Muhammadiyah Palembang. Saat ini ada 16 orang mahasiswa yang sedang belajar dan beberapa orang siap-siap akan ikut ujian akhir menjadi dokter. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika ini satu-satunya program doktor di luar Jawa dan juga program doktor di FKIP UNSRI ya, yang kita memiliki beberapa keunggulan. Di antaranya satu, kita punya jurnal internasional bereputasi Trindex Scopus yaitu JME. Kemudian kita juga punya jurnal yang Sinta 2 ya, akreditasi nasional. Kita juga bekerja sama dengan Universitas Utrecht atau Utrecht University dari Belanda. Ini juga salah satu keunggulan kita. Sementara ini kita punya 2 profesor dan doktor dan 8 orang doktor di pendidikan matematika yang semuanya dilibatkan sebagai dosen dan juga promotor dan co-promotor. Insya Allah dalam beberapa tahun ke depan akan menambah profesor-profesor yang lain yang muda. Selain itu, program doktor pendidikan matematika juga mendapat kehormatan menjadi penyelenggara PMDSU, yaitu program magister dan doktor untuk sarjana unggul. Sudah dilaksanakan sejak 2 tahun yang lalu. Saya sebagai promotor yang pertama di Indonesia untuk pendidikan matematika, dan sekarang mahasiswanya sudah tahun kedua. Insya Allah nanti setahun setengah lagi sudah bisa selesai ya. Tepat waktu, bahkan lebih cepat dari 4 tahun baik master maupun S3. Dan tahun ini juga ada 1 orang promotor baru yaitu Profesor Ratu Ilmu ya, sekarang sedang menseleksi yang nanti penutupannya tanggal 8 Juni. Nah, untuk program reguler atau beasiswa dari Dikti atau juga beasiswa dari Pemda, sekarang masih dibuka pendaftarannya dan nanti akan berakhir tanggal 4 Juni, tapi kabarnya akan diperpanjang juga sampai akhir dari bulan Juni. Silakan mendaftar di secara online di Unsri ACID di website Unsri dengan syarat-syarat sebenarnya tidak banyak, tidak saja bisa diikuti, diantaranya ijazah, kemudian transkrip. Sedangkan yang tes bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris, dan juga tes TPA itu nanti menyusul. Saya kira itu informasi tentang program doktor. Silakan sekolah di sini, insya Allah lebih cepat dan bisa tamat dalam waktu 3 tahun.
Selamat datang di program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika terletak di kampus FKIP Pascasarjana di Jalan Sriwijaya Negara Kota Palembang.
Halo. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Zulkardi, Profesor Zulkardi, Koordinator Program Studi Program S3 atau Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP UNSRI Palembang ya, Sumatera Selatan. Program studi ini baru dimulai sejak 2016 yang lalu dan sudah terakreditasi unggul atau B oleh Bandikti dan sudah menamatkan 4 orang doktor ya. Ada yang dari guru dari Oki, ada yang dosen dari Kerawang, dosen dari Linggau dan juga dosen dari Muhammadiyah Palembang. Saat ini ada 16 orang mahasiswa yang sedang belajar dan beberapa orang siap-siap akan ikut ujian akhir menjadi dokter. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika ini satu-satunya program doktor di luar Jawa dan juga program doktor di FKIP UNSRI ya, yang kita memiliki beberapa keunggulan. Di antaranya satu, kita punya jurnal internasional bereputasi Trinex Scopus yaitu JME. Kemudian kita juga punya jurnal yang Sinta 2 ya, akreditasi nasional. Kita juga bekerja sama dengan Universitas Utrecht atau Utrecht University dari Belanda. Ini juga salah satu keunggulan kita. Sementara ini kita punya 2 profesor dan doktor dan 8 orang doktor di pendidikan matematika yang semuanya dilibatkan sebagai dosen dan juga promotor dan co-promotor. Insya Allah dalam beberapa tahun ke depan akan menambah profesor-profesor yang lain yang muda. Selain itu, program doktor pendidikan matematika juga mendapat kehormatan menjadi penyelenggara PMDSU, yaitu program magister dan doktor untuk sarjana unggul. Sudah dilaksanakan sejak 2 tahun yang lalu. Saya sebagai promotor yang pertama di Indonesia untuk pendidikan matematika, dan sekarang mahasiswanya sudah tahun kedua. Insya Allah nanti setahun setengah lagi sudah bisa selesai ya, tepat waktu, bahkan lebih cepat dari 4 tahun baik master maupun S3. Dan tahun ini juga ada 1 orang promotor baru yaitu Profesor Ratu Ilmu ya, sekarang sedang menseleksi yang nanti penutupannya tanggal 8 Juni. Nah, untuk program reguler atau beasiswa dari Dikti atau juga beasiswa dari Pemda, sekarang masih dibuka pendaftarannya dan nanti akan berakhir tanggal 4 Juni, tapi kabarnya akan diperpanjang juga sampai akhir dari bulan Juni. Silakan mendaftar secara online di Unsri ACID di website Unsri. Dengan syarat-syarat sebenarnya tidak banyak, tidak saja bisa diikuti, diantaranya ijazah, kemudian transkrip, sedangkan yang tes bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris, dan juga tes TPA itu nanti menyusul. Saya kira itu informasi tentang program doktor. Silakan sekolah di sini, insya Allah lebih cepat dan bisa tamat dalam waktu 3 tahun.
Selamat datang di program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika terletak di kampus FKIP Pascasarjana di Jalan Sriwijaya Negara Kota Palembang.
Halo. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Zulkardi, Profesor Zulkardi, Koordinator Program Studi Program S3 atau Doktor Pendidikan Matematika FKIP UNSRI Palembang ya, Sumatera Selatan. Program studi ini baru dimulai sejak 2016 yang lalu dan sudah terakreditasi unggul atau B oleh Bandikti dan sudah menamatkan 4 orang doktor ya. Ada yang dari guru dari Oki, ada yang dosen dari Kerawang, dosen dari Linggau dan juga dosen dari Muhammadiyah Palembang. Saat ini ada 16 orang mahasiswa yang sedang belajar dan beberapa orang siap-siap akan ikut ujian akhir menjadi dokter. Program studi Doktor Pendidikan Matematika ini satu-satunya program doktor di luar Jawa dan juga program doktor di FKIP UNSRI ya, yang kita memiliki beberapa keunggulan.
Plenary session selanjutnya akan segera dimulai. Good morning, Arthur. How are you?
Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. So,
Thank you for being here with us. We will begin your plenary session in 5 minutes.
yeah, that's perfect. Yes, I'm ready.
Okay.
Welcome back to all keynote speakers, invited speakers, moderators, and all of participants of the 9th Southeast Asia Design Research International Conference 2023. After the short break before, it is time for us to continue the next plenary session CDRIC 2023. This session will be moderating by Fiona Adelia SPD. To Fiona Adelia, time is yours.
Thank you for the MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and good morning to Associate Professor Dr. Arthur Bakker, and welcome to the next session of plenary sessions of CDR 2023 with Associate Professor Dr. Arthur Bakker. I am Fiona Adelia and I will conduct this plenary session. Okay, before we jump into the presentation, let me explain some notes of these sessions. These sessions will be in 60 minutes and will be delivered by Associate Professor Dr. Arthur Bakker within 45 minutes, and the rest 15 minutes will be for Q&A sessions. For Q&A sessions, question and answer session, you may write down your questions on the chat box or raise your hand virtually for Zoom meeting participants and physically for the offline participants. Okay, before we start this session, please allow me to read the short CV of Associate Professor Dr. Arthur Bakker. Associate Professor Arthur Bakker is a mathematics education researcher and associate professor at the Verdental Institute, Utrecht University, Netherlands. He is currently focuses on the relevance of educational research and embodied cognition as well as equity. He is interested in the future of mathematics education research, the future of education, and inclusive teaching. Well, without any further ado, please give a warm welcome to Associate Professor Dr. Arthur Bakker.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
So, shall I start?
Yeah. Please start
Yeah,
your
yeah.
presentation.
Thank you. Very good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are enjoying a great conference. Pleasure for me to be with you, even if I'm at a large distance. Yeah, as you just heard, you can ask questions in the chat, or there are places in my presentation where I will try to look at the questions, and at the end, of course. I'm going to start with a small video. So allow me a moment to share my screen. I hope it's what I'm looking for. No. Oh, here it is. Yes. Yes. So what you see here are, in my view at least, the researchers on one side. They're very busy. And on the other side, you see a lot of educators, designers, and they're also very busy. They try to reach each other. They want to be working together, and they want to improve education. And yeah, everyone is very busy, but there is not yet a design researcher combination of both worlds. And yet there is the first, and once there is one, you have more, and you can cross the bridge. You can cross the bridge between research and education. And once there is this bridge, you can see that people easily move back and forth. So that's my image of the design researcher, someone who can do both research and design, teach. And once we have enough of these people with these skills, I think we can make big progress in improving education. So that's the image I would like to start with. And then I'm going back to my presentation itself. Oh. I hope you see the first slide now.
Yes, we can see it.
Perfect. Yes. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about design research, the theme of your conference. That's really great to see and hear. Yeah, what is a bit confusing maybe is that there are so many different terms for this kind of research, and it's not very strange with its recent history, but the first term that was mostly used is design experiments. Design-based research came up, and nowadays I see more and more people who just say design research, or if it's not clear in what domains, people sometimes say educational design research. So that's the kind of studies I'm talking about, and I'll briefly go into terminology and why that kind of work came up in the first part of this presentation. Now, I sometimes think of science fiction. We have this image of what education might be in the future, and design research is about making this happen, making it a reality. And as you know, most research that we do is about education as it is now, or maybe as it was, a historical analysis. But it's much harder in a way to study education as it could be, or as it in your dreams should be. So I think often if I have a dream, I want more equitable or more democratic or better math education or better use of tools. And this is where design research comes in, to think, what do we need to make this happen in reality? So science fiction becomes science faction. And we need people with different skills, and we need to work together, as I showed in the video. Now, in different places in the world, this kind of research popped up, and in Twente, in my country, and it was mainly because of the gap between curriculum designers and researchers, as my image showed, that people thought we need to bridge better, we need to work together better. At the Frontal Institute where I work, and Martin Dolk, a common complaint in the 1970s was that research was so slow and it was too fragmented and small bits and pieces and too descriptive. It just described as things were. And what we missed was actionable knowledge. So knowledge that you can really use to do something, to improve something. In the United States, the most common point to start design research, design experiments was actually with Anne Brown and Alan Collins, people who realized that education was far too complex to study in terms of a few variables like, collaborative or motivation, achievement. And they worried about the ecological validity of the research back then. So they wanted to study classrooms rather than laboratory studies. Now, we all know if the type of question relates to the type of research methods that you use. So if you have two existing programs and you want to know which is better, you can compare them, comparative research, such as experiments or evaluation studies. If you want to understand characteristics of what's there in a classroom or a school, you can do a survey or a case study. But if we want to change something, we need another type of research. If you want to work towards new learning goals, and it does not yet exist, then we need to make something to think of a new strategy and try it out, test it, evaluate, revise, like an engineer almost. As I said, the terminology can be a bit confusing. In the Netherlands, development research, in Twente, developmental research in Utrecht in the 70s, 80s. But that was confusing for some people. They thought it was about the development of children. I already talked about design experiments, design-based research, or educational design research, all more or less the same. And I prefer the shorter term design research. And if you're talking about a specific study in that genre of research. You can talk about the design study. But the key thing in all these terms is that you design something, instructional materials, tools, or learning environments, that is an essential part. It's not only the product, but also what is needed to be able to do the research. So I use design research as an umbrella term for it all. And within this, you can be more towards the design or more towards the research side. You can be really focused on the best possible design and use research. Then, in my view, you do research-based design. If you're really mostly interested in the research, understanding, and the design is sort of a means and a product, just something you need to do your research, then the emphasis is more on the research, design-based research. But it's not also fixed and clear, so we still have a choice. You may know the 5 characteristics that Cope, Comfrey, and Lehrer mention. So design research is really about intervening, doing something not as a fly on the wall, looking at what is happening, but really changing something. And not only backwards, but also thinking, what should it be? Now, the kind of theory or theoretical claims that we can make are mostly quite modest. We're not trying to explain learning in the widest sense for the whole world. Theory, even if it's grounded and interesting, it doesn't often help a lot with design decisions. So it has to do real work, as they say. And because we can't really know exactly what will work, we will have to iterate. We come closer and closer to what we have in mind. Now, some people ask, yeah, what kind of research is this? Where is this in the landscape of all possibilities? And I like to think of it in this way. Actually, Dolly van Eerde was the first to tell me about this distinction. So naturalistic descriptive research in the first column is things like surveys or case studies, where you are sort of an outsider, and this can be done in a closed way with yes/no questions or Likert scale questions. And so closed in the sense that there are only few options, or very open, that you're open to anything that's happening. On the right side, we see more interventionist types of research where you experiment, where you really change something in the world. And this can also be in a closed, controlled way, as in an experiment, a randomized controlled trial, for instance, or in a more open way. And that's where design research is located. So how is it different from a true experiment, so to speak? The commonalities are clear, right? You intervene, you experiment, you don't leave the situation as it is. But in an experiment, you're comparing very controlled situations, whereas design research is more starting somewhere and working towards what you have in mind. And you're not manipulating only certain variables, but taking a more ecological approach, like everything might matter, and we stay open to all the factors that are important. And this means that we cannot generalize from a sample to a population, as done in experiments, but we rather look for ideas that are transferable to other situations. If they work and you understand why they work in a particular situation, you can think next, okay, if we understand this well in theoretical terms, how can we use this elsewhere? So let me have a look if there is anything in the chat that I can respond to. I don't see anything at the moment, so I invite you to make comments or questions, and otherwise I will go on, and there will be a few more of these opportunities to to say something.
Okay, I think we have no questions for right now, but maybe for the part 2 or part 3 or at the last part, maybe the participants have questions.
That's perfect. And we will have time at the end, I hope. Yeah, so the second part that I would like to talk about is from design problem to design questions and how to think of the study larger projects. Now, interestingly, often design research does not really start with a research question. In my experience, more often people have a problem or a challenge in mind, like, oh, I want to improve statistical literacy in this school. How can I achieve that? Or we have this wonderful tool, Tinkerplots, whatever you like, and you want to use it in a better way, or more ambitious, maybe how to improve the curriculum. Those are design problems rather than research questions. So once you start the research, you will have many, many different questions. And most of these are what I call researcher questions. So not research question, but researcher questions. So the questions you have as a researcher. And that could be, what are the most important concepts I shall use? How shall I? What methods will I use? And these are often not the research question is a very specific thing. I see it as a key to the research. And once you can open it, you can find the answers in the door behind it, in the room behind it. So it's only a research question if the answer is unknown, and it has to be feasible, manageable. Otherwise, it's not a useful research question. Of course, we'd like it to be precise and embedded in the literature. And what I also find important, and I learned that from Telp, actually in Twente, we have to make sure that we're clear about whether it's a descriptive question or evaluative or an advisory or a design question. So that's clear what kind of research fits with it. Now I'll give you one example of a research question from another I gave, and this was a version of what this researcher asked. How do educators support learners' digital technology literacy in national special needs institutions? That was sort of the first. And if we look at it, it sounds rather descriptive, right? How do educators support? So what is happening? And it's quite broad. Digital technology is broad. Special needs institution is very broad. So this could be improved. And it turned out that the researcher actually wanted to improve the situation. So second version she made was this: what is an effective way to support the communication and language skills of autism learners, social words, using digital technology? Now, it's already more what she wanted, namely an effective way to improve communication and language skills. So that's also more precise. Autism learners is more specific, but only the digital technology is still very open. So what could be a good question is something like, what's an effective way of using digital technology with these characteristics to support the communication language skills of autism learners' social worlds? So this is a way how you see, like, you start somewhere and thinking, talking, you come to a more specific question. And more generally, I think there are a few formats of a question. If you don't know where to start, try this. So we already saw this one. What's an effective way? Effective in the sense that you achieved your goal. I like actually, how can an approach with certain characteristics, and then I mean things like modeling or scaffolding or collaborative or whatever you're interested in, to achieve a certain educational goal or resolve a particular problem. And this still, I see something in the chat, I'll come to it, later. But this is still quite a large question. So it could be the one for a PhD dissertation, for instance. And we can't just answer it like that. So let's think about the types of things we have to do, the types of studies that we need to get there. I think it's useful to distinguish several parts, like what I call a baseline study, where you see students' prior knowledge or the teacher's needs or what is actually the problem. You need to understand the situation better before you can improve it. That could be a study in itself, front-end work, as Susan McKenney called it. Then you can focus the study completely on design and do that in an empirical way. You can ask experts, you can do a literature study, and there are all kinds of ways of doing a design study. Then you enact it and you implement it in where you are working, a school or a class or a university or a museum, and you observe what's happening, what are the processes, what is happening. Is that actually what you had in mind? Implementation fidelity, that's sometimes called. And you can focus also on the evaluation. How well did students learn something? How effective was it? And you sort of need these parts. And if you're not satisfied with the later ones, you can go back. Oh, maybe I didn't understand the problem well enough. Or maybe I need to change my design. And once you've done it a few times, you will know better what you want and how to achieve it. Now, I'm going to look what this number means. What I read is, what are the specific characteristics of design research in vocational schools? That's a very nice question. Thanks. I to see Fatima. Yeah, I think every context has special conditions, and I don't know so much about the Indonesian context, but I did research in vocational schools in the Netherlands. And what I found very interesting and striking is that somehow the vocational schools I've been to are much more flexible than the secondary schools where I've worked. And that's, I don't know why exactly, but I think the curriculum is less fixed. And I found it in a way easier actually to work with vocational teachers because they have more room to experiment, to try out things. And there is always this clear goal of work and what they are prepared for. So where students in secondary schools often ask, why am I learning this? What do I need mathematics for? At least where I work. In a vocational school, it's often clearer that they're prepared to be a cook or a hairdresser or a car mechanic or whatever. So to be honest, I don't think the design research approach is really different. But in my experience, there is more flexibility. But you will have to tell me if the same holds for Indonesia. Thanks a lot. I'll go, there is more opportunity later. So an important part of the design research is the findings, right? How do we summarize what we've learned? And that could be done in multiple different ways. In my book, I distinguish three, but I'm happy to hear alternatives. So some people like design principles, others conjecture maps, or hypothetical learning trajectories. That's something I worked with myself in math education. And if you know what students know and where you want to go, then it's like a trajectory. But it is not always so linear, for instance, in a museum or so. Now let's start with the design principles. One thing we have to be careful about is, what do we mean by them? Because some people prefer to talk about the values, so a principle in the sense of, I find equity very important, or I think we need to be more culturally responsive or democratic or anything you find important. And some people use it more like a prediction. So if we do this, then that will happen. If we do more scaffolding, then students will learn better or understand this better or something like that. And it's sometimes also used the term design principle for what the design should look like according to the literature. In my view, actually, mostly it's more realistic to talk about heuristics without expecting that it will always happen. But it's often combined with values. And as long as we are clear, this is a value and this is how I want to get there, I think it's fine to talk about design principles. A famous format is by Jan van den Akker in Twente. He wrote this down. Some people call it the alphabet sentence because of the many letters in there. It's basically, if you want to do a design intervention X, these purposes Y, in this context Z, then you have to give that intervention certain characteristics. Now, and do that by procedures because of certain arguments, and these could be theoretical or empirical. Now, if you manage to do all that, you have a wonderful summary. In my experience, however, many PhD candidates find it quite daunting, like, whoa, this is really difficult, and I miss the specific arguments maybe, or I miss a procedure, but that you don't have to fill in every detail, and it can still be useful to try this. I personally often advise PhD candidates and also master students to try a conjecture map first. That means that you have an intuition, a high-level conjecture of, I think if I do something like this, that could be very useful. I give an example in my book from Natalie Werner. She's in arts education, and she thought if students would use their phones for a video artwork, that could help them change perspective. So if they would, the activity in the embodiment column is that they videotape video record their journey home or to school. Here you see a picture in a station, and they show each other's videos, and they talk about it, and so that leads to certain mediating processes that they become aware of their own perspectives and how they look at their journey and of others, and see differences, and the outcome of that would be that they take someone else's perspective but also can express their own perspective. So that's a very simple idea of what she thought would happen, and all these arrows mean that you have conjectures about how it works. You're probably more familiar with hypothetical learning trajectories because that's used a lot in mathematics education. Marty Simon was the first to talk about these, and as I said, it's basically you start somewhere, you have a goal in mind, there are activities in between, and you have conjectures. Okay, once students have done this, they will understand that. And once they have understand this, they can either do this or that, and so on. And that's how you move on to your goal. And there is not a singular path. Things can change, and it always remains hypothetical because all classrooms are different, but at least you have an idea. And what I found very useful about this idea is you have to make all your decisions explicit, and so they can be tested, and to prepare teachers and assistants. This is what I want. This is how it should work. So that's what a teacher can focus on. And last, it's also very useful once you can compare your predictions with what actually happened, because if it matches, it's nice for you as a researcher, and if it doesn't match, then you know what to change. So Adrie Dierdorp made this format where you see the task and the conjectures compared to what really happened, and that could be done in several ways. Now, this is a table in my book. If you don't know what shall I use, or maybe you want to use something else, also fine, of course. But for instance, as I said, if you have a very linear process like in mathematics or physics, or a longer term process where you want to lead students through a certain path, then it makes sense to talk about hypothetic learning trajectory. But there are also situations that are not so linear, or more open, and then maybe a conjecture map might be nice. Now, I'm glad to see that there is a 3, so there are different comments. So I'll start with Devi Revani. As we know that design research type validation has 3 stages. Kopp and al. Talk about iterative cyclic nature, yes. So when will this cycle end? And excellent question, and not so easy. What is a cycle? Yeah, we have bigger cycles and maybe smaller. I would like to take the opportunity to emphasize that Paul Kopp and his colleagues don't always do a macro cycle more than once. So they have a lesson series with a statistical mini tool, like 30, 35 lessons, and that cycle was not repeated when they reported on it first. So the iterative nature is more, in their view, what we call microcycles, that they try out something and based on that they adjust. So it's more iterative than cyclic. But sometimes it's clear what a cycle is. So when I did my PhD, I had the same or a similar series 6 times in a row, and then I think it was 6 or 10 lessons, I forgot, maybe 10. That would be a cycle. And it is interesting that sometimes you don't need a lot of cycles. So if I think of Nathalie van der Wal, she had a wonderful design already. First time, the design was quite good. And then the hardest part was actually to work with her colleagues to make sure that they used this in the right way. So then the first cycle, there was just one cycle, but what was needed next was professional development. Yeah. In design research, is there any classification of the outputs? I think the first thing that comes to my mind is we have products and insights about the products, and they are ideally reported together. And yeah, it's an excellent question because it's not so clear what design is. Is it only the material thing, or is it the activity, or the whole environment? So I think that's good. First, maybe we should start with the classification of what design is. Because there are a few, I will continue. Very common use, R&D methodology. Yeah, sorry, I have to think more about the next one. I would think that design research is less linear. Well, research development dissemination idea is quite linear. You have a good design, you develop it further, and you disseminate. But in practice, that doesn't always work so nicely. But maybe I mistake the question. Yeah, I like the one also on the publication. I will give an example at the end if we have time. You can't report on all the different prototypes, and you can't report a hypothetical learning trajectory in all these. I remember we wrote with Al-Jupri, and he had a wonderful hypothetical learning trajectory, but it was 22 pages. And we thought if we put it as an appendix at the end of an article, but the journal didn't want that long hypothetical learning trajectory. So yeah, we have to be quite concise in what we report, only what people find most interesting. And sometimes that's the end result. So let me see. Okay, I think we do nicely. Just a moment. But we can come back to this point because I give an example of 3 cycles where we only reported on the last. The example is about scaffolding, and scaffolding is temporary adaptive support. Jantien Smit applied this in language-oriented mathematics education, and I'll talk about some insights from it. Now, scaffold, you see an image here, is a temporary support. Here is wood, and once the wood construction is there, people can put the stones, and once the bridge, the stones are finished, you can take away the scaffold. And it's so it's temporary, it is supportive, and it is also adaptive because it adapts to the size that you want or the shape that you want the bridge to have in this case. Now, this metaphor was used in educational psychology already in 1976. And Bruno Ross defined it as you can read here, the process that enables a child or novice to solve a problem, carry out a task, or achieve a goal, which would be beyond his unassisted efforts. So they can't do this alone, but with a teacher or parent, they may be able to do this. So you see a link also to the zone of proximal development. And a lot of people find this metaphor attractive because it captures a lot of things that a good teacher do. So diagnose and figure out what students are able of, respond to it, be adaptive, and always try to promote autonomy so that students can do something independently and responsibly. So it's a simple metaphor, also a complex one. We dived into the history. It's also a bit confusing because who is supporting what? If you think of the regular scaffolds to paint a building or so, that's quite a different idea. Now, the idea came in mother-child interaction, but over time, people extended the concept to all kinds of areas, to technology that scaffolds students, and also to small groups, peer scaffolding, and what we're interested here, whole class scaffolding. So how can you be responsive to a whole class? So when Jantien Smit started, she wanted to be much more sensitive to the various languages in the mathematics classroom and the language that students need to be able to do mathematics. And here it didn't exist really. So she had to make something herself, design research, and she worked with a very experienced teacher to make this happen. So there are different backgrounds, social cultural ideas, the idea of scaffolding, and she used ideas from genre pedagogy, so from language education and realistic mathematics education as a source of inspiration. And there are all kinds of theories that informed her. And she wrote a hypothetical learning trajectory for each lesson. And what I want to focus on here are the scaffolding strategies that the teacher used to get this interaction that she had in mind. Now, as I said, she needed 3 cycles reported in a ZTM paper to get where she wanted to be before they were satisfied with the approach. And the first 2 cycles are not really reported, only in the dissertation, but not in an article. And they look quite simple, but it's harder to do in reality. So if student says something that is not completely precise, a teacher could reformulate in correct mathematical language, or they could ask the student, yeah, very nice, but could you systematically or more precisely? Or if you hear a wonderful phrase, you can repeat that phrase so that everyone hears it and knows it's correct. You can use gestures, ask to improve what people have done, and there are more strategies. And interestingly, when thinking of humble theories, this looks quite humble, but the strategies worked also in science education and in teacher education. So that how ideas can transfer to other situations. So she wanted to know how a teacher can scaffold students' language required for mathematical learning. So it's really a design and advice question. She needed materials, a way of talking, in her case about graphs, and the strategies I just mentioned. So design research can also have use beyond the specific case. And we also became much more precise on what we mean by whole class scaffolding. So I already talked about the characteristics of the interaction could look like. And maybe just briefly, for sake of time, we discovered that diagnosing does not only happen in a lesson, it was back then used online, but can also be in between lessons. If you think back, or if you look at student work, you think, this student didn't really understand, so I will respond in the next lesson. That's reported in this paper in British Educational Research Journal. So scaffolding, if you look at it the longer time, like 9 lessons or so, it's sort of layered, distributed across lessons and distributed across teachers and materials and maybe others even. And it's not just one thing that happens once, it's a cumulative process of responsive actions leading to independence. So they can solve equations by themselves without a teacher, or can talk sensibly about graphs. And interestingly, these aspects of scaffolding were never discussed in the literature psychology, but we think that they also apply there. So even there can be theoretical generalization. So we start with the literature, designed, it's evaluated what happened, rethought, reread the literature. And so this is an example of design-based research, where the emphasis was more on the research side, but it also yielded practical insights that can be used in other areas, in mathematics, science, and elsewhere. So in short, there was design involved in making something happen that we had in mind, that Jantien Smit especially had in mind. It's her research. And through design research, through designing, testing, and several rounds, and the round there, to come back to one question, was 9 lessons. And it was realized so it could be studied, and it proved useful and it's transferable to other situations. So back to why do I like design research? I think we are forward-looking as educators. We want to achieve something, and often, society is changing. new tools, new goals, new skills are needed. And so education has to change, and we have to redesign what's there. And design research can help to realize this. Now, if we are more ambitious, we often need to collaborate, co-design, and form bigger teams. Otherwise, we can only do so little. So I really hope that you have the opportunity to do that sort of thing in your own context. Now, I see that Sukardi had a comment. Hans Groenendaal developed ESM Journal in 1968. He also was in ICME. Can we say that Hans has developed research on that two products? The honest answer is that I don't know. But what I do know is that he was very dissatisfied with research that didn't change anything. So he was always looking for how to make things happen according to an ideal. He was politically very strong, so he could make things happen. And not everyone was always completely happy, I read and heard from colleagues, but he was very productive in, he wanted a kind of math education research, and for him, ESM, the journal, was a way to promote that. So in that sense, I think you're right. And I know a few colleagues who work on a history of ICME, and they will know better what happened there exactly. But yeah, it's a different layer of getting things done. And I don't think it was done in a research way, but yeah, very interesting comment. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, so let's open the floor to the more general discussion. I'll stop sharing.
Okay, from the participant here, we have one question from Ibu Weni Dwi Pratiwi. To Ibu Weni, please give your question.
Thank you very much, Fiona. So my name is Weni. I am from Sriwijaya University. And my questions, what you meant, come back to, we move back to your first sessions of the presentation about comparing the experimenting and also the design research. So you mentioned about ecological approach. So that experimenting is like you manipulate variables, that the research is isolated with that manipulated variables. And then design research, you use the ecological approach. So I want to know more about this. What is the example of this ecological approach in the context of mathematics education? That's the first question. And then the second question that relating to my research. For example, I want to see about what is the effective way to teach a particular group of students. So we have two teachers to compare. And then I need to compare, for example, the teaching methods of these two teachers. So I manipulate the classroom, and then I use the variables in this experiment. And then, so I get the data from this, and I find this data helpful for my research. And my question is, can I use these statistical findings for my design research? Because I see that when you compare statistical or experiment and design research, I find this very different. And statistics is not supposed to be used in this design research. So can if I simplify my questions is, can we use these statistical findings as part of our design research? That's my question. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for it helps me clarify. There is nothing wrong with good statistics, of course, and comparing clear conditions, as you mentioned. if I don't know if you know my book, but so I argue that design research can be combined with experimental setups, and I also supervised with Paul Drijvers, Marianne van Dijken-Drogers, and she also uses quantitative methods. So it's design research is not a method in itself. It's more an approach where design is key to do the research, and you can use any methods that are useful for your situation, including randomized controlled trials or manipulating variables. Like Tony Kelly said to me, if you have a MOOC, a massive online open course, and you have thousands of students, you can really do you change the MOOC in two different ways, and you give one to the heart, etc. So it is possible, and it can also be very informative to compare. So I don't think they are mutually exclusive. As I said, good statistics, nothing wrong with it. Where I get worried is if people try to capture everything in one or two variables. So an ecological approach would force you to think, if you want to understand the behavior of animals in their environment, you can look at one other animal, so to speak. I'm exaggerating, but you could also look at all the plants and the light and the moisture and the bigger picture, so to speak. That's what ecology is about. And I was just looking in a journal. It's about replication and implementation studies, and what I found interesting is that I can look it up for you if you email, but they found that they had not seen a lot of improvement in their study, but when they had not measured initially. So even if you cannot measure a difference, a lot of things may have happened, and that requires a broad and open view, like what matters. It may be more than you can see. So that is more an invitation to stay open to the whole picture. Yeah, but thanks a lot for allowing me to clarify. I don't want to suggest. I think quantitative methods can be very useful also in design research and at large scale.
Thank you very much.
I
That
see
really answered my question. Thank you.
Yeah. Krishna, I see that design research is a really broad approach. That's true. It's more a genre. As I said, it's a genre, a family of approaches where you can use any methods. What would you suggest for students in higher education who are interested in doing design research, but they have not much experience? Can only do the research alone, not in a research team. Yeah, I actually write about this challenge in my book. It's very wise to think about this. What is in your scope? So what are you able to do and change? And I think one piece of advice I have is keep it small. So focus on something that's already there and that you think could be improved. So that's more redesign than doing something new. It would be good, I think, to find people who are interested in your idea and are willing to work with you. Maybe they have a plan already and you can assist. And also be not too ambitious about the size. Like maybe you can do something within an existing course of a few sessions rather than a complete new course, for instance, or take an existing course and use nicer technology, or find one particular piece that where you see that biggest improvement can be made?
Okay, thank you for the answer. Well, we have another question here to Professor Sutarto Hadi. Please give your questions to Professor Arthur Bakar.
Okay, thank you very much, Fiona. Good morning, Professor Arthur Baker. I do understand that there are two, at least I understand two approaches in the educational design research. The first is from the University of Twente when I doing my research over there, enrolling my PhD. And the second one is the approach using mostly by people from Prodental institutes. But they have the common thing, creating something new. Yeah, this is actually the idea of the design research in order to improve the betterment of education, and then we create whether instructional material or media, educational tool, etc., to help the student to a good understanding about the educational concept that we taught to them. And currently, I often supervise a master student in educational management. And the focus of the research is mostly on like leadership, transformational leadership, discipline, characters, or norm, climate, school climate, etc. I'm wondering if the educational research can be extended to these ideas, this kind of the variable, because if we still do what we call descriptive research and mostly using statistical approach, quantitative approach, I do feel that we do not contribute a lot to the improvement of education in school organization. So if we can extend the design research to this kind of study or investigation, maybe we can contribute to the improvement of education in our school. So that's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. In principle, design research can be used for anything that we find important to achieve and to change, whether it's small children or adults, or whether it's inside school or outside school, doesn't really matter, as long as we have some influence on what is happening. If we don't have the power to change anything, then it's hard to do design research, and we have to work with people who are in power to change something. Yeah, no, I really agree. At the same time, I do remember PhD candidates, for instance, who wanted to change something, and it proved really hard. So they had to do more what Susan McKinney calls front-end work. So better understand the problem before we can really change it properly. And that might involve a descriptive study, and it might involve a large-scale survey. But I think it does matter if we do these studies to prepare a change, or whether we are sort of only looking at it from the outside as a fly on the wall. I think that's what you're referring to. You want to change something, so you need specific information. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, and actually, I think the distinction between Twente and Utrecht is getting smaller over time. We learn a lot from each other, but the focus is either math education or curriculum and media. Thanks. Hanik, what exactly is the difference between validation studies and developmental studies? Date. I think the focus in design research is really on developing, but of course, at some stage in your design research, you also want to validate if what you did is really what you wanted, and if people agree or with what you found, or so. I see it more as design research overarching, and within it you could do design studies or validation studies within a design approach. But I guess it's already time, right? So
Yeah. Okay, so because the time is up, I think that's all from the question and answer session. But before I end this plenary session, we would like to give an appreciation to Associate Professor Dr. Arthur Baker, to Zahra. Share screen for the certificate of Associate Professor Dr. Arthur Baker. Okay.
thank you. That looks wonderful. Yeah. So
Okay.
thanks a lot. It's a pleasure to be with you, and yeah, I hope to see some of you at least in person at some point.
Yeah, Arthur, on behalf of the committee, conference chair, thank you very much for your contribution. We really love your coming here. A lot of students here, especially in this design research.
Thanks. Maybe allow me to say one thing. I am asked to revise my book for a second edition, and your input is really welcome. If you have ideas how it could be improved, or if you have wishes for what should be in the book, or maybe examples from Indonesia, or specific topics, please email me, and I will do a proposal to the publisher to extend it.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you so much for your insightful presentations. I think that's all for this plenary sessions. Thank you to Associate Professor Dr. Arthur Baker. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Have a nice conference, everyone, and enjoy the dancing and eating and talking.
All right, thank you very much for Professor Dr. Arthur Baker for a very great presentation, and also thank you to moderator Fiona Adelia SPD. Now, dear all participants, we are going to continue the next plenary session. I'm going to invite the next moderator to begin the session. Please welcome Septi Sariyukans, SPD MSc. To Septi Sariyukans, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Septi Sariyukans. I'm in charge to be a moderator here in this plenary session, substituting my colleague, Erika Kurniadi, which is not in her best condition today. Okay, this session we have Associate Professor Dr. Masita Syahril. Hello, Assalamualaikum, Dr. Masita.
Waalaikumsalam.
How are you, Dr. Masita?
Alhamdulillah, recovering from COVID a few weeks ago.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, hope you
My
get
first
well
time.
soon.
Yeah.
Okay, are you ready today, Dr. Masita?
Yes, inshallah.
Okay, inshallah. Ibu Dr. Masita, before your presentation, I would like to introduce you to all of the participants here. Let me tell Dr. Masita. Dr. Masita Syahril is an associate professor from Sultan Hassanal Bolkiah Institute of Education, University Brunei Darussalam. She pursued her bachelor degree in mathematics from University of Northumbria, Newcastle, United Kingdom, and she pursued her master degree twice. The first Master of Science in University of Reading, United Kingdom, and the second Master of Education from University of Melbourne, Australia. And she pursued her doctoral program in mathematics education, also from University of Melbourne, Australia. Okay, sorry, let me continue. Dr. Siti Masita research interest lies in teacher education, mathematics education, higher education, teaching and learning, and classroom research. Okay, Ibu Dr. Masita, you have an hour in this conference. The 45 minutes is for presentation, and the other 15 minutes is for question and answer. For all the participants, you can directly post questions during Dr. Masita presentation in the chat box, or during the Q&A session, you can raise your hand for the participant in this room and use the raise hand feature in the Zoom meeting. Okay, for Dr. Masita Syahril, the time and screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. How do I pronounce your name? Seti? Is it Seti?
Yes, Septi.
Seti. Seti, okay. All right, thank you very much. Let me screen. Is there something covering this at the top? Sorry.
Yes. Maybe we can wait a minute. Yes, it's better now.
Yeah, I can't get rid of the top part. It's okay, huh? It's okay. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Selamat siang to everyone there in Indonesia, in Palembang, and perhaps other parts of Indonesia as well, and perhaps other countries as well, joining this conference. I'm so glad that Associate Professor Dr. Arthur Becker has presented about the design research extensively from his book as well, and because this is what I plan to present for this conference actually, because when I was looking at my records of presentations, I first joined CEDAR, Southeast Asian Design Research, during the sixth CEDAR in 2018 but I was not there, and Professor Ruli Prahmana was kind enough to present for me in Banda Aceh. At that time, we presented two of my graduate students' work on formative assessment. And then I joined again in 2019. The committee was kind enough to invite me as an invited speaker, where I presented a paper on action research that was used by my Master of Teaching students, the graduate students in my faculty, when they integrated the use of comics. So that was in Yogyakarta, and we were there in 2019. And in 2021, was again invited, thank you very much, as a keynote speaker, but then in 2021, that was online conference in Surabaya, where I presented on my supervisory reflections on developing mathematics of our graduate students in the University Brunei Darussalam, because they will become teacher educators. So in that presentation, I mentioned about action research, and this is where the journey actually is still continuing, because for me, trying to understand what these approaches are, design research, action research, and lesson study in educational classroom research, even though my students and myself have been doing it, it's quite challenging because there's so many information out there, that is why I'm trying to understand and trying to formulate what it means, but not in the sense of extensively within each of these approaches. So that is one of the reasons why I've come up with this title, Understanding the Commonalities and Distinctions between Design Research, Action Research, and Lesson Study in the Educational Classroom Research. So this hopefully may be helpful for the participants of this conference. Okay, so what is the content? I'll be introduced the introduction part of this presentation. Then I will proceed with defining what is design research, action research, and lesson study from my readings of the literature, and from the literature as well, some snippets of the features of these three approaches, and I'll show a few examples of researchers that were using design research, action research, and lesson study. And finally, a very brief summary, very brief reflections on what I have gathered from my readings. So firstly, we need to understand why the need to understand these three research approaches. It's not just for everyone, but also for me, because I have to mention that just to simply put, I mentioned earlier, it's to understand what entails within them. So it is my own personal journey. So this is a disclaimer from me. This is still work in progress. And I don't claim to be an expert in all these research approaches, but I have knowledge in what entails within it. So in my journey, I have been reviewing several research papers for journals and also conferences and others. And I've noticed that some, but not all, researchers have been using these terms as a one-off term, and sometimes interchangeably. Hence, that's the need for me to investigate the underlying details and definitions of these three approaches. But why these three research approaches? Because I've noticed that it has gained prominence in the educational realm in the past, I would say 2 to 3 decades, and I need to find out more about what it entails. So the aim is to investigate the commonalities or similarities and the distinctions and the differences between these three research approaches, and hopefully to share knowledge gained to all of you, encompassing the novice researchers as well, such as postgraduate or graduate students, especially those doing researches in their own classrooms or lessons. So in defining these three research approaches, I have taken again, another disclaimer, a lot of this are taken directly from several of the books and resources that I've came across, directly taken, and I've put in the page numbers as well. So let me just read it out. To design and develop an intervention, this is what Plum in 2013 defined design research. So to design and develop an intervention such as programs, teaching, learning strategies and materials, products and systems as a solution to complex educational problem, as well as to advance our knowledge about the characteristics of these interventions and the processes to design and develop them. And Plump has given an alternative definition, which is to design and develop educational interventions with the purpose to develop or validate theories. I'm lucky to be given a book on design research by Professor Ruli Prahmana, where basing it on the Plump's definition, he stated that, bear with me, design research meliputi suatu pembelajaran yang sistematis, mulai dari merancang, mengembangkan, dan mengevaluasi seluruh intervensi yang berhubungan dengan pendidikan, seperti program, proses belajar, lingkungan belajar, bahan ajar, produk pembelajaran, dan sistem pembelajaran. And our previous keynote speaker defined it as typically design researchers want to solve a problem. They see the potential of new technology for teaching and learning, or argue for the need to help learners prepare for skills increasingly needed in the future. So the type of learning they envision cannot yet be observed in naturalistic settings. Hence, new settings have to be engineered in which the intended learning processes can be researched and improved. He goes on to say that design research in education is research in which the design of new educational materials is a crucial part of the research. And according to Plump and Bakker in 2018 and Plump in 2013, these are the related terms used for design research, which Professor Author already mentioned it earlier. So these are the terms for design research as well, such as developmental or development research, design experiments or design experimentation, design studies, design-based research, educational design research, formative experiment, and engineering research. Okay, so I just want to present this so that audience are familiar with all these terms which are related to design research. I'll move on to action research, where John Elliott in 1991 stated that action research might be defined as the study of a social situation with a view to improving the quality of action within it. It aims to feed practical judgment in concrete situations, and the validity of the theories or hypotheses it generates depends not so much on scientific tests or of truth as on their usefulness in helping people to act more intelligently and skillfully. So in action research, theories are not validated independently and then applied to practice. They are validated through the practice itself. Meanwhile, Feldman and colleagues defined action research as it happens when people are involved in researching their own practice in order to improve it and to come to a better understanding of their practice situations. So it is action because they act within the systems that they are trying to improve and understand. It is research because it is systematic, critical inquiry made public. From the Glossary of Education Reform, they defined action research in schools. It will refer to as a wide variety of evaluative, investigative, and analytical research methods designed to diagnose problems or weaknesses, whether organizational, academic, or instructional, and help educators develop practical solutions to address them quickly and efficiently. So action research may only be applied to programs or educational techniques that are not necessarily experiencing any problems, but that educators simply want to learn more about and improve. So the general goal of action research is to create a simple, practical, repeatable process of iterative learning, evaluation, and improvement that leads to increasingly better results for schools and teachers or programs. And these are the related terms that are used for action research. So if you come across cycle of action or cycle of inquiry, these are what action research is. Some goes on to say that participatory action research, where it involves professionals and research participants in collaborating. And some also called it collaborative action research, when several practitioners collaborate in their research by sharing experiences and discussing outcomes, but not necessarily in sharing the same focus. I'll move on to lesson study. So Baba in 2005, that was back in 2005, where lesson study, currently a topic of worldwide attention, which is still going on, refers to a process in which teachers progressively strive to improve their teaching methods by working with other teachers to examine and critique one another's teaching techniques. So it was first developed as an educational practice in the Meiji period. Lesson study functions as a means of enabling teachers to develop and study their own teaching practices. Meanwhile, John Elliott in 2019 stated that with lesson study, improving teaching takes place in the context of a classroom research. Teachers meet together to develop research lessons. They define a problem to guide their work. They plan a lesson, have one teacher teach the lesson while the others observe it, evaluate and reflect on the lesson as a group, revise the lesson, teach the revised lesson, evaluate and reflect once again, and share the results. So what is striking about lesson study, it is that it is based on a long-term, continuous improvement model. So what are the features of these three approaches, research approaches? Here I've gathered from Baker's book and Plomp's book as well. For Baker, he stated that it's to develop theories about learning and the means that are designed to support that learning. It's interventionist in nature. It has perspective and reflective components, cyclical in nature of design research, where invention and revision form an iterative process. And the theory and the development has to do the real work. He mentioned this earlier. And by Plomb, in design research, just in case studies and experimental studies, the findings cannot be generalized to a larger universe. There is no statistical generalization from sample to population, as in the case of survey research. So design research is conducted iteratively in collaboration with researchers and practitioners in a real-world setting. So this is the iterations of systematic design cycles that I've taken from Plomb in 2013 book. So they identified the problem, analyze it, they designed and developed the prototype, evaluated, is revision necessary? If not, then you stop. But if it's necessary, then it goes into the cyclical mode of analysis, designing, develop, and evaluation. When I compare design research and action research, Danscom in 2010 and Plomb in 2013 stated that this is what I've gathered from these two researchers. Given its focus on practical problems and its nature of conducting the research in a real-world setting with active involvement of practitioners, design research may look like action research. Action research also deals with real-world problems and it's aimed at improving practice. It's cyclical in nature and participative. So the essential difference is that action research is not aimed at generating design principles. It has a particular niche among professionals who want to use research to improve their own practices. So according to Stringer and colleagues in 2010, these are the features of action research. Action research and action learning are parallel processes that enable teacher and student to work in tandem to accomplish effective learning processes. So action research, its a cyclical, repetitive process of inquiry. It guides the teacher preparing and instructing. So there's, it come up with this action research phases of teaching. Okay, I'll go back to the definition where the look, it's about gathering or acquiring information. The thinking part, it's the analyzing of the information, where reflecting on or analyzing the information. And act is the planning, implementing, and evaluating student learning or use of outcomes of reflection and analysis. So the acting is where the teachers will be planning, implementing, and evaluating it. Whereas action learning, this is for the students. It's presented as a similar processes of inquiry that guide student learning. So it also looks at look, think, and act. Okay, so it goes in a cyclical nature. With acting and the first phase of planning, and then second phase of instruction, and the third phase of evaluating. So this is action research and colleagues. The phases of exploration for look, think, and act, it acts as a compass or a map that guides teacher through the systematic steps of a process of inquiry. Okay, so this simple process is repeated in an ongoing fashion, providing a constant guide to ongoing processes of teaching and learning. So these in action research, in Brunei, for our master teaching program, our graduate students have to do research, which can take up from between 6 months to a year with the planning. So they have to do a research which has the component of action research, hence why this cycle is important for them. But there are other, please bear in mind as well that there are other definitions and cyclical approaches that are given by other researchers out there as well. It's not just Stringer and colleagues. Okay, so what are the features of action research and lesson study? According to Hans Stringer and colleagues in 2019, action research has a clear focus on research. It's conducted individually or as a team. Action research is clearly oriented towards a research attitude, whereas lesson study, in contrast, focuses on a team-oriented instructional design and shared responsibility for the instructional work and outcome. And John Elliott assumes that Japanese as theorized, and that an attitude to research and theory still has to be catered. I am not going to touch on learning study because it does involve variation theory and so Brunei, and I think around the world as well. There's been a amalgamation of the two, lesson study and learning study, but lesson study is more prominent around the world. Okay, to continue on, action research and lesson study based on Hans Stingel and colleagues study in 2018, published in 2018. There is no consistency concerning the associations between lesson study and action research. But one difference that they found is that lesson study principally focuses on the needs of the learners to reach their learning goals and a better instructional basis, whereas action research permits more open research questions and target groups. So from their perspective, from their study, action research and lesson study are closely associated. And lesson study is an instructional design where a team of teachers define learning goals for their students and monitor the goal achievement in a very structured way. Because as they see it, lesson study also uses action research methods for the monitoring processes. According to to Hans Tingle and colleagues as well from their study published in 2018. These are the differences between action research and lesson study, which they have nicely summarized. In terms of the methods that are used in action research, it can take similarly with lesson study, it can be quantitative and qualitative. The procedure is cyclical. In terms of the work done, it's in action research is either individually or team oriented, but in lesson study, it must be team oriented. And at the investigation level, it's at the instruction, the teacher's instruction, and at the school level for action research, whereas for the lesson studies, just the instructional level. The focus on investigation for action research, everything that has to do with school, instruction, students, or oneself. And for learning study, it's learning progress of the students. So the target per people in action research are the students, teachers, parents, and oneself. Oneself meaning the researcher. And in lesson study, it's the students who are the target sample. According to Murata, in the publication published in 2011, lesson study typically follows the steps outlined in lesson study cycle, which is shown above, with a research lesson, which is the live lesson observation, as the centerpiece of the study process. So the team would be considering the goals for student learning and development. So they plan the research lesson based on these goals. They observe the research lesson and collect data on student learning and development. And they use these data to reflect on the lesson and on instruction more broadly. And if desired, they can revise and reteach the research lesson to a new group of students. And so it goes in the cyclical mode. Associate Professor Dr. Arthur Baker, in his book in 2018, he has also kindly summarized the differences between lesson study and design research. So this is very, I would say, very useful to see the differences between these two. Okay? So the main aim of lesson study is the professional development of teachers and teams, whereas the main aim of design research is the design and the research. Lesson study is education-driven, whereas design research is research-driven. In lesson study, only one lesson is involved, but in design research, it can be a series of lesson, course, tool, environment, and so on. And the role of the theory only applies to the input for the lesson study, whereas for design research, it's the input and the output. Is it iterative? Yes, for lesson study, and similarly for design research, but not always. And the concern is optimization in lesson study, whereas for design research, it's the innovation or innovating. And in terms of sharing, in lesson study, the lessons are shared, and it's locally, as in the either the school context or the departmental level or the class level. Whereas for design research, it's shared in publications and in the design. And in terms of prior predictions of plans, in lesson study, it's the anticipation of it, what will happen out of it. Whereas for design research, it's the hypothetical learning trajectories, scenarios, conjecture maps, design principles that he mentioned in his keynote address. He goes on to say that the primary purpose of lesson studies is originally and typically professional development teachers rather than research, adding to the scientific knowledge base. And oftentimes, success is not shared outside the school. So the role of the researcher is often to facilitate this development and perhaps assist with the design of lessons. Okay, so one of the team will be a knowledgeable other or the researcher, or it can be consist of one person or a few people as well from the from the university or from the mentors of the school, perhaps the head of the department of the discipline. So here I will share some examples of researchers using design research, actual research, or lesson study. I've extracted 6 examples of that I've come across that are, to me, relevant to this presentation in regards to showing some of the examples of studies that were conducted in, I would say, Indonesia and Brunei Darussalam. So these are the list of researches that were conducted, mainly taken from these journals. Journal on Mathematics Education, East Asian Mathematics Education Journal from Simeo Kitab, a Journal Penelitian dan Pengkajian Ilmu Pendidikan, Saintika, and also one of the book chapter, compiled monographs from the ICMI 13. So I'll go by each of this. So in design research, by Mutakin and colleagues in published in 2017. So they have used, let me see, the method used was design research with 3 stages from the abstract. I'm reading from the abstract, which are preliminary experiment, design experiment, and retrospective analysis. So at the preliminary experiment, the researchers designed the hypothetical learning trajectory. And also the trial results were analyzed in retrospective analysis phase, so that trajectory or learning theory trajectory will result. Similarly for Hendriana and colleagues, published in 2019, they also have used design research in the design learning trajectory on multiplication operations in the mathematics of guessing, the math guessing, focusing on the concept itself. So these studies, I need to read up more on HLT and LIT, local instructional theory. Where does it fit into the design research? And this has been popularly, very, very popular in regards to the researches conducted in Indonesia, okay, in regards to design-based research. So I would say design research is quite popular in Indonesia, but not at all in Brunei, because our students are using the actual research approach. And hence it's a different methodology, research methods, and others. Okay, so these are the examples of the action research study that was used, that were used by previous graduate students. The first one on the effects of non-digital game-based learning on students' mathematical perspectives and achievements. For they've conducted a lesson intervention, and they've also used instruments such as, in a nutshell, instruments such as pre-test and post-test, and they've analyzed it either using descriptive stats and or paired sample t-test, Shapiro, Wilk test to assess the data normality, or they can also use as instruments pre-lesson or post-lesson surveys or interviews. And the interviews will be analyzed thematically. So in action research method with the quanti and quali component. The second study on comics as teaching learning strategy in primary social studies lessons that was published in 2022. What was published was only the component of the qualitative part. But in actual fact, it was a mixed methodology was used. And action research is the designated method for this study. Okay. Qualitative studies from the action research done by our graduate students in Brunei are mainly done by the non-sciences disciplines, so mathematics and sciences discipline subject areas. Our students are usually they usually use the pre-tests and the post-tests, which they've taken from previous exam papers or from textbooks and they would be using that as the quantitative component. And the qualitative component, it's either they've adapted or adapted the survey that was done from other studies and put it in the context of their own study in Brunei, or the context of the sample site. Whereas for lesson study, a very recently published paper on lesson study with sharing jumping task in online mathematics classroom for rural area students. This was a very interesting read as well because they collected data during the COVID-19 pandemic and they've reported it qualitatively. And the hypothetical learning trajectory was developed at the lesson design stage and then tested at the teaching and learning stage. And I would like to add as well, in Brunei, lesson study may have lost its momentum because it was once active in the 2010s, about more than a decade ago. So in this second example that I've given by Abdullah and Professor Frederick Leong, this stems from Dr. Nur Azura's PhD study where she looked at, and Professor Frederick Leong was the PhD supervisor from University of Hong Kong. They've looked at teachers' values and valuing processes in the school-based lesson study. So it has been a while since lesson studies been conducted in Brunei, and when it happened more than a decade ago, it's quite prominent in the primary level for lesson study. So from all these from all the examples that I've given, it shows that in Brunei context, we use a lot of action research as our approach to research for our students. And please bear in mind as well, we do not have that many students in Brunei in comparison to Indonesia, because, for example, our Master of Teaching students, each year, the average we get is about 60 to 70 students only. So, and my faculty is the only graduate faculty, teacher education faculty in Brunei. So because of our population and everything, so it's not a comparison to the context of Indonesia. So in regards to reflecting on the three research approaches, this is what I gather from all my readings. Researchers to firstly identify and understand what is the problem in the lesson, and at a later stage should assess the efficacy of the established teaching and learning technique or strategy. But regardless of which approach is to be used, all can be very challenging to implement. And it does take a lot of effort, a lot of dedication, motivation, not just from the researchers, but also from the teachers, from the students as well, and the gatekeepers of the research in order to conduct the research, to allow for the research to be done. But regardless of all this, all can be enhanced or enriched teaching and learning of any subjects or disciplines at any year levels of education. So it's not just for mathematics, science-based disciplines or subjects. Other subject area are also using these three different approaches in their study as well. So finally, my journey in understanding and identifying, it's still work in progress. It still continues because there's a lot to comprehend, there's a lot to understand, a lot to comprehend, and a lot of comparing in regards to these three different approaches. Okay, what are the differences and what are the commonalities? So I would also like to acknowledge, before I end the presentation, the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education at Sriwijaya University for inviting me to be one of the keynotes, and also the organizing committee for the 9th CEDAR IC 2023. Thank you very much. You've been very helpful in regards to myself and also to my students who will be presenting tomorrow, inshallah, and one of my colleagues, Dr. Narzura, as well, and her student. And I also like to acknowledge Shibi colleagues, specifically Dr. Azura, Dr. Jasalima, and Dr. Roslyn for sharing their documents, relevant documents that has helped me in terms of understanding these research approaches in depth. And also to my graduate students as well, specifically Chigo Al Asma, for trying to help me understand as well between the three different approaches, because it's part of her assignment. Just a semester gone. Okay, and thank you very much for listening, everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Masita. It's 45 minutes sharp. Exactly.
Oh, really?
45
Thank
minutes.
you.
Okay, here are a few questions in the chat box. Let's start from a question from Yohanis Dapa. I heard you didn't talk about some models of action research, but he knew something. There are some models of action research, chemist model. Which one is best recommended, according to you?
All, to me, to be honest, all are the same. It's just how you look at it and how you would want to use and cite it as well. So whatever is, any of the models that you think you're comfortable with. Yeah, because for example, in my presentation, I understood more from the Stringer and colleagues cycle, but there are definitely other cycles as well. Other cycles as well are out there for action research. So don't try to impress whoever you want to impress. You have to impress yourself, which model you want to use so that you understand it yourself. That's my advice.
Okay. Another question, Dr. Masita.
Yeah.
Oh, here is the question from Luhputu Putrini Mahadevi from Universitas Negeri Jakarta. The question is, by combining the three approaches, design research, action research, and lesson study, in conducting educational research, how to present the natural cycle of each approach in the research method? What do you
I'm trying to understand this question. I don't think you cannot combine all these three. It can.
We only can choose one.
Yeah, you have to choose. But then again, from my readings as well, there are some similarities between design research and action research and lesson study and design research. there are some similarities, but I would say just use one so that everything is clear right from the start, which approach you're using.
Okay, we cannot
Yeah.
combine the three
No.
of the research methods, but we only can choose one. Okay, Ibu Luhputu.
Yeah.
Ibu
Yeah.
Luhputu Putri.
Thank you, Luputu Putrini. Thank you very much.
Yes, I look at the previous questions. I think this is from the session with Arthur Becker, but I think it is still related to design research. Can I read the question?
Okay, which one?
From the one from Krishna. I see that design research is a really broad approach. It invites a lot of things to observe, to assess, to evaluate, etc. What would you suggest for students in higher education who are interested in doing design research, but they have not much experience and can only do the research alone, not in a research team?
Yeah, when you, like our students in Brunei, because that's the beauty of action research. It's either you do it individually or in team, unlike lesson study where you have to do it as a team. So our students in Brunei, they're actually doing it alone. They go into class when they are doing their school placement. So that's when they collect the data or their pilot study. They identify what are the problems in the lesson itself. So in terms of, it can be done alone, and in higher education, you can actually implement action research, because design research, it's quite complicated if you are not familiar with it, because of all the theories that you have to validate and everything. But I would say, I'm not trying to advocate action research, but the most easy is action research actually, to implement it. You just have, because I'm not sure whether Krishna is a student or a docent, because you may need somebody to refer to in regards to validating, firstly, the research question, not the research question, the instruments, just right at the beginning, in order to help conduct the research itself in higher education settings. But it can be done, you can do it on your own if you have the knowledge about action research and what strategies, teaching strategies or learning strategies you want to implement as an intervention in the action research approach. I hope I've answered Krishna. I hope I've answered Krishna's question.
Yeah. Mr. or Mrs. Krishna, is that really answering your question? Okay, maybe we move on to the participants in the room who are coming in the, yeah. Ibu Rahma Johar. Here's one question from Ibu Rahma Johar.
Yeah, thank you, Moderator. I'm Rahma Johar from Syah Kuala, Aceh. You inform that 3 of design research, lesson study, and action research have similarities, and of course there is a intersection. In mathematics we call intersection, right? So, is it correct to good intersection? Is action research is part of design research? This is the first question. Action research is part of design research. Is this correct? Is it correct or not? The second one is, you said before on the table from Hans Ting the target person of action research is students, teacher, parents, and oneself, so that they can collaborate to reflect and improve the action in maybe classroom or school. By the way, at lesson study, target person is only students. I still think about this one. Is it correct? Only student as a target of lesson study. I think we can understand lesson study is involve many people when open lesson. So many people in open lesson. Teacher, of course, also parents and student. I mean, pre-service teachers and also a teacher at school. So many people at the lesson study. So can you elaborate this table? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ibu Rahma. From that table itself, yes, when I copied that table as well, I was quite shocked to see that the target persons. But I think no, I don't think what this table came from Hans Tingel's study and colleagues, and this is what they have gathered from their findings of that study itself. So their sample was targeting the students. Let me see if I'm correct in terms of their study. They're targeting their students, but their study was about professional development, I think. I have to look it up, but yes, you are correct. Lesson study do target, you know, the teachers, and others who are in that school or classroom actually. Yeah. But perhaps from this particular table itself, it's based on their summary of their study. Sorry if I didn't make it clear earlier. In regards to your first question, is action research part of design research? Looking at my presentation, is action research part of design research? Well, this is coming from Denscom and Plum. It is obvious there's a distinction between the two. There is the cyclical component. So I don't want to say yes, I don't want to say no as well. So it may be in between to be safe. But definitely there are stark differences between the two, of course. But if you take it from a surface level, it's almost similar, I would say. But not when you go in depth, right, into what is design research. Yeah. Action research is more, to me, it's easier to understand. But then at the end of the day, what's important is when our teachers are doing the study, what is it for? I know it's not just for if they're doing their master's or their PhD, but it's to improve their lesson, their strategies that they're using. And it'll be great if they can share it with the school or because in Brunei, we use cluster level. So some of the teachers, when they conduct action research, they would have a sharing session by cluster schools. Like, for example, in each school, they would have, in each cluster, there are 6 clusters in Brunei. I think the total, if I still remember correctly, the total of secondary schools for the whole of Brunei is only 32. 32. So in each cluster, there's about an average of 5, between 6 and 10, something like that, yeah. And it depends on the districts as well. So what's important is the sharing session of what happens when they conduct their action research and the findings that they found. And also what's important as well is whether it made any difference to the students' achievements. whether the effects of the learning strategy or intervention has improved the students' understanding of a new strategy, for example, if they're doing that. If I may share here as well, in the past 12 months, the Ministry of Education, some of the teachers from the Department of Schools have been encouraging their teachers to conduct action research, especially with implementing the learning strategy of using station rotation. So in station rotation, each of the station itself have different learning strategies that the students are using. And what's interesting was some of the strategies, for example, the use of technology that's more popular, of course, in comparison to traditional method of teaching. Because one of the station is the traditional method of teaching, where the teachers just give the to the students. So that's what's important at the end of the day in regards to when teachers are conducting their research, regardless whether it's design research, using design research, action research, or lesson study. Are you satisfied with the answer, Ibu Rahma?
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Masita, for answering the question. There is one more question for this session. Who will ask? Okay. From the participant from this room.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum, halo Masita.
Waalaikumsalam.
I'm Laila Sagita from Sriwijaya University.
Hello, Laila.
Yes, nice to meet you, Masita. Okay.
Yeah, we haven't met in person, right? We know each other.
Yes. I will ask about the table that in your presentation, differences between action research and lesson study. You said that the procedure of lesson study is cyclic, and another table on differences between lesson study and design research. You said that future unit on lesson study is one lesson. Okay, the process of both of the table, the process of lesson study is cyclic. Could you elaborate more how it is a cycle in one lesson? Okay. Thank you, Masita.
Welcome, Laila. Okay, again, I need to apologize. When I came up with a table that came from Hans Dingel's study published in 2018, I think it's based on their study alone, which they have come up with the differences. It is cyclical in the sense that I think the definition of one lesson, it means on one lesson if I'm going to be taking example from our students in Brunei, my previous students, one lesson would entail, for example, on algebra, word problems on algebra. So that's the topic itself, but that it can involve several lessons. So the cyclical mode happens during the pre-test stage, the teaching stage, the intervention stage. Teaching and intervention, and then when the students are conducting their studies. So it all falls under one topic. So we still define it as one lesson. Yeah. Not one lesson in particular, one lesson on that day itself. I think that's what, where did you see the one lesson? Yeah, from Arthur Baker as well. Yeah, because it goes under the feature of unit. So the unit is perhaps, for example, solving word problems. So it's under one lesson. I hope it's clear. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Masita Syahril. It's already an hour. It's very interesting to see the similarities and also the differences between design research, action research, and lesson study. I hope we all get new insight or we could refresh our understanding about these three topics. Okay, Dr. Masita, we have a special gift for you, a certificate from the Sriwijaya University. Yeah, on behalf of Mathematics Education Study Program, we really appreciate your involvement. We are very grateful to have you here, and we really thank you for your time to be the speaker in this CDR conference. Thank you very much, and we hope we can have any collaboration again next time. Thank you,
Inshallah,
Dr.
yes, please.
Masita.
Yes, thank you. I'm very grateful. Thank you very much. Alhamdulillah.
Okay, this is the end of the session with Dr. Masita. Okay, thank you very much for all the participants, all the questions. Please enjoy the rest of the plenary session in today's conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for Professor Dr. Masita Syahril for very delightful presentation and discussion. And also thank you for amazing moderators, Septi Saryukans, SPDMSG. Alright, dear all participants, we are going to the next plenary session that will be moderating by Dr. Duano Sapta Nusantara. To Dr. Duano Sapta Nusantara, time is yours. Alright, dear all participants, we are going to continue for the next plenary session that will be moderating by Yovika Sukma MPD. To Yovika Sukma, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, here we will continue the session today. First, my name is Yovika Sukma, and I am going to be the moderator in this session. Our keynote speaker in this session is Professor Dr. Zulkardi MICOM MSc, who is already with us here. Good afternoon, Prof. Okay, so this session is about 1 hour. Prof. Zulkardi will present his presentation around 45 minutes, and then we will have
Q&A session for about 15 minutes. And for all audience, you can ask questions during the Q&A session by raising your hands virtually for Zoom meeting participant or physically for participant in this room. And you can also type your question in the chat box, and I'm going to read them for you. All right. Before Prof. Zulkardi starts his presentation, I would like to read his short CV first. Professor Dr. Zulkardi is a professor of mathematics at Sriwijaya University. Professor Zulkardi is the initiator of PMRI in Indonesia. And then in 1984, Professor Zulkardi completed his undergraduate study and received a degree in mathematics education. Then in 1990, Professor Zulkardi continued his master's study majoring in computer science and earned MICOM degree at the University of Indonesia and the University of Maryland, USA. And Professor Zulkardi also pursued a master degree at the Faculty of Education Technology, ICT in Mathematics Education, at the University of Twente, Netherlands, and completed it in 1999. And in 2002, Prof. Zulkardi completed his doctoral study in Mathematics Education Study Program at the University of Twente and the Prudential Institute, University of Utrecht, Netherlands. And Prof. Zulkardi is actively conducting science research and later published in various journals. As we know, Prof. Zulkardi has a lot of publication. Prof. Zulkardi focused on research in mathematics education, curriculum development, visa like task design, design research, and others. And some of his work that have been published successfully, including PISA question on financial literacy, mathematical modeling learning design with PISA framework on grade 10 function, and the development of PISA question and activities using social distancing context during pandemic. Well, without further ado, please welcome Professor Dr. Zulkardi. To Professor Zulkardi, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Instead of focus on design research, my presentation, the use of design research in UNSRI, because Universitas Sriwijaya, yeah. Okay. One of the sentence from the moderator, I have to correct it because the initiator of primary in Indonesia, no, because Martin, no, because the initiator of primary in Indonesia is Professor Sembiring and also team, of course, yeah. I am one of the students of Professor Sembiring, like Pak Sutarto and Pak Ahmad Pauzan. Yeah, we did learn RMA in Netherlands and supervised by some of the professor senior in Indonesia. Okay, I think it's okay. Yeah. Number of professional work, of course, that one of them, of course, like a journal, is really want to be discussed in my presentation. Yeah. Well, the agenda is what and why the design research, in this presentation. Yeah, I think Arthur Bakker already mentioned, Martin already mentioned what and why, but from my side, I will repeat it again. And the products of design research in UNSRI that we have been developed since maybe 12 years ago. Some of primary or primary contents, mathematics, also from IDM 3.4 314 ya, 314 ya. PD, from PD, and later on it's gonna discussion, yeah. Okay. What and why development research? I'm really glad to see the definition from the Parliamentary Research of Prodental. The design research is experiences the cyclic process of development and research so consciously and reporting on it so candidly that it justifies itself and that this experience can be transmitted to others to become like their own experience. This is very important because when I read a lot of articles in the journal, I saw the method part of the journal is really the article, the author should really see, write in the clearly the step of the design research, so the article can be trackable. We call trackable. That means the research of the design research can be repeated again in other, for instance, in Africa. So that we call so candidly that it just by itself. That means report should be clear. The second one of what design research, of course, from the book of my supervisor, Acker, and also Grappenmeyer, McKinney, and Niven, also my co-supervisor during that time, Niven. That book, the Red Book, is really a good book to learn design research because there are two different type of design research, seeing from the curriculum, that's been from University of Twente, and also from the learning perspective. It's mean you can see from the Utrecht University perspective. That already asked question by Pak Sutarto to Acker, and the answer from Baker, okay, the difference is really now is really just small gap. The book of Baker, Design Research in Education, is also very good. If or you want to learn more about design research. This is the new book of design research, 2019, and even in the presentation of Arthur Baker, in the last sentence he mentioned that he really want to revise the book. I think that's a good idea to give some comment. And why design research? Of course, we already know, but from my perspective in this presentation is how can we produce a good quality of HRT in order to support students to learn. Also, how can we design a good quality of product? The meaning of product here is really in general, like well, we see the journal, for instance, this kind of product, learning environment, okay, training program like a dissertation of Professor Tarto, is also product. And we have to evaluate to see the effect of the product. Okay, this is the product of design research in UNSRI. Since we did it with the team, one of the best team, of course, Professor Ratu Ilma here. So we can add later on if it is needed. The first one, Journal of Mathematics Education, is already Scopus Index, Simago Q2. The second one, Journal Pendidikan Matematika, is already Shinta 2. For us, this is a product because we have to design it. We have to do prototyping in order to evaluate, to, let's say, to maintain the quality of the journal until it is indexed by Scopus, until indexed by, let's say, Sinta. Even this conference, like a CDR, we start from the beginning here in UNSRI 2013. The first three in UNSRI, then later on moving around to Padang, Banjarmasin, Aceh, Yogyakarta, Surabaya, then back to UNSRI today. This is also a kind of product that we have to think a lot. How can we, let's say, improve the quality of the conference itself? Even next year, the conference perhaps will be in Melbourne, in Deakin University, going international, the conference. The portal. If you want to learn PMRI more on the internet, you can use p4mri.net. This is really initiated by myself. a graduate program, S2 and S3 in UNSRI is really developed and designed based on the PMRI, we call realistic mathematics education. Yeah, but for S2, not so not so clear. But for S3, it is really written in the vision of the program study program that design, research, and also PMRI should be the content, the main content of the S3 program here. That's why dissertation from here is always about PMRI and also about design research. PISA contest and also workshop is also come from here. Yeah, come from here since last 2014. And the last training center and center of excellence of PMRI, it's become more intensive. We are going to handle because during PTNBH, this kind of center will be become income generating institution for Faculty of Education. Okay, this is the journal that I mentioned. It is really a product of design research. Before I initiate or before I design first in 2010, I analyzed during that time why in Indonesia there was not journal on mathematics education. Only one journal in mathematics. It's all that belong to Indonesian Mathematics Society and hosted by ITB. ITB. I saw in the journal no article about mathematics education. All of them is about pure mathematics. Even though every national conference of mathematics, about 500 people come to institution, for instance, more half of them is really from FKIP, from IKIP, or teacher educators. Yeah? So that's why I inspired to, okay, now I have to develop a journal on mathematics education. I try to analyze, to do preliminaries, how to make a journal, how to learn. During that time, I don't use OJS. I just use what we call website, WordPress. So pre-WordPress website. Then after doing every year prototyping, maintaining the quality by following the training, then in the 2018, the journal indexed by Scopus, and only one from Indonesia during that time, mathematics journal indexed by Scopus, and it is claimed by not by myself or by faculty, but also by UNSRI, also by Indonesia government. Okay, this is our journal. Yeah, so that's kind of a product of design research. In my view, it's really can make us, have highly motivation to working to improve that kind of product. Yeah, most of the presenter today just talking about the low level or what called classroom level of product. The level of the education can be divided into three: low level, it means classroom level, school level, and national level. National level means institutional level. Yeah? So that kind of journal, so it means it's a play in that national level. The second one, Jurnal Pendidikan Matematika, also top journal in Indonesia for Sinta 2, designed in 2006. This is when we start S2 program. We start also Jurnal Pendidikan Matematika, because we assume if we start the program study, then we have to also start the journal in order to help the students before graduate. They have to publish the article, their thesis, or their dissertation. Because up to now, a lot of problem from the students before they graduate. They have to look for a good journal all over the world, but sometimes they have been trouble, and then they got sometimes journal abal-abal, we call it. So this is very important. Up to now, the journal is still in the prototype and managed by Professor Ratu Ilma. The CDR, okay. CDR conference that here is also product from my side, because with the theme of empowerment, like Team Dog, Dolly Pan Erde, Halen, Frans van Halen, Ratu, Pak Agung, we're thinking and we do something like discussing in the preliminary what kind of conference for our student, let's say. Only 15 students during that time, the per CDR. Yeah? Okay, why don't the student from Surabaya, we brought to Palembang, then they did a seminar, and we asked a lot of people who want to come, then they seminar, that we call CDR, per CDR. The plenary speaker during the time, we invite one people from Singapore, Wang Kiu Yun. Yeah? That's my friend from when I studied in Netherlands. He teach in NIE. So okay, it can be claimed as a CDR because one speaker from South Asia instead of Indonesia, from Singapore. The second one is become bigger. Martin asked to go. Why don't we invite from Vietnam, because new PhD from Vietnam. Yeah? Also from Poland, Edita. So not CDR anymore, but more to international level. Then also the third one, Berinder Kaur, the top professor in Singapore, the senior of Professor Cho morning from NIE, we invited them and she came to Palembang. Of course, Wanti Wijaya also joined from Deakin University. Aryadi and Arjupri during that time, the new PhD. Then we bore. We really not so feeling good anymore with Ratu Ilma. To do. And Pak Bauzan, to cost of the conference. So conference for move to Padang, and also and after that to Professor Sutarto. During that time he is a new rector. And then Professor Rama Johar, she is here there. Very much for all you coming here, so we can connect with this presentation. In Aceh, a lot of people, Berinder Kaur came again, Lilia Halim from UKM, also from Adelaide, John Wilson is very nice. And then move to Sanata Dharma in Jogja. There is a third Kinlam from NIE, always from NIE is coming here. It is not easy sometimes to invite people from Singapore, but they are really agree when I ask why you want to come here, because design research, because the topic of the conference is about design research, not real mathematics education only. And also from during Satana Dharma is from Japan, Masami Isoda. In Surabaya also, 2020 is stop because of the COVID. 2022 also stop here, still COVID. And then today is Artu Bakar, of course, Choi Ban Heng, and next year it will be in Melbourne, hopefully. So this is it is not easy, to manage that kind of to maintain the communication, to maintain the schedule, content, also proceeding. That's really kind of a product of design research in general. Then, of course, another product is a portal, p4mri.net. We're still maintaining, of course, a little bit slow. But the newcomer for primary can learn primary from here. Also, Impome. Impome is really a product. It's really a product of design research. Martin, one of their, let's say, initiator. Pak Muklas also, Bu Badia here, myself, Burato, that's people, in the picture. During that time, Bu Badia is a dean, Pak Sapendi is, Bu Badia is rector, Pak Sapendi is the dean. Yeah. The interesting of the empowerment program is about 50 master students graduate 1 year in Palembang and Surabaya and 1 year in Utrecht. All of them scholarship paid by the Indonesian during here and by NESO and Netherlands during in Dutch. The interesting, as a proof of the program, we still maintain the website in Utrecht that we call empowerment website. There is also a book come from the thesis. All of the thesis there, even not only master thesis but also PhD thesis who graduate like Cynthia, is already there. Cynthia, Aljupri, and also Aryadi. If you want to learn thesis and RMA or PMRI, then you can download it. Download it, start from the first page until the end of the appendices. All of them is really downloadable. Then one of the achievement of the product design research in UNSRI, we developed program doctor, mathematics education, but more focused on PMRI in UNSRI since 2016. Making a new PhD program, the first PhD in outside Java, it is not easy to design the curriculum, to design the material, to design, to make a connection to teacher and also to lecture. Then up to now, Alhamdulillah, it's already graduate 15 doctor on mathematics education from this program. Every year we always come up with a new version of the course or curriculum. Even, two main courses of this program doctor is a PMRI and design research. Only one semester, face-to-face course. Recently, the rest is really for research. And up to now, we maintain what we call accreditation, international accreditation by ACE in Germany in order to increase the quality of PhD program together with master program and also graduate program for mathematics education. We learn from Padang, Pak Fauzan, Pak Farid, we learn from UNP, Pak Farid's already there, how to be international accreditation. Continue. A lot of also activities like contest literacy mathematics or workshop on PISA. Since 2014, we did every year, but last 2 years we stopped. We stopped for the moment. We will see. But PISA, as you know, still in discussion in this country. Even Pak Jokowi also mentioned, why don't you increase the score of PISA in Indonesia? Because PISA score of student in Indonesia is really in the low level comparing to other students. Okay. We also have a center of excellence in UNSRI for PMRI and PISA. Some activities, we always did training like a workshop, even colleagues from Netherlands coming. We do it workshop on RMA and also education design research. Also about PISA, now more focused on the literacy and numeracy, in which Burato always did, because he always invited to doing literacy and numeracy in Dikbud. Also, how to write an article is also one of the hot topic for the course or here. This is some book proof that we already made in the international level. We published about in the chapter 3 about the, let's say we call didactics, mathematics in UNSRI. Also here in the Singapore Springer about the new school mathematics curricula. And the last one in the international reflection based on the monograph ICMI 13 in Hamburg. We write 2 decades of realistic mathematics in Indonesia. The story is really about how to design and develop RMA in Indonesia and more focus in Sriwijaya University. Yeah, that's we call design research in the term of product. Yeah, if we are taking, if you are talking about design materials to be in the classroom level, then some of the new contexts we use here. For instance, because of COVID, sometimes we wonder whether we are normal or sick or not. So new context, am I normal? And also number and data talks. And the last one about the activity, we use the idea from International Day of Mathematics, starting with a poster, photo, and comics. We will see a number of examples. This is about am I normal? Because of COVID, sometimes we have to guide our students to be smart students so they can make decision on their health. For instance, they can measure the glucose, gula darah, cholesterol, and also uric acid. Uric acid mean in bahasa is asam urat. This is my data in the left side, Zulkari data. My glucose recently is 72. That mean I'm in the normal range. So I'm normal. Yeah. Am I normal of cholesterol? Yeah, I'm still normal. Yeah. But in the asam urat, I'm not normal. Yeah. I'm really high. So I have to make decision based on this. I have to make decision. I have to stop eating peanut, for instance, or eating egg. Yeah. So this kind of context to make our students smart in order to make decision. This is really good. Sometimes even primary school student or junior high school student can give some, let's say, recommendation for their student and for their parents. In bahasa kira-kira berhenti lama makan kacang, emak tu asam urat. This is smart student. If the primary student can make, let's say, decision like that, that's very important. The goal of education to make students smart in the global life. In the global life. Okay, the new one about number talk. What we call number talk. There is a new. Do you know what the kind of the news here? What do you notice? What do you wonder in what is going on in this crowd? Yeah. Prof. Sutarto, want to try? Yeah, this is really after 25 years, After 25 years, then football team Indonesia become the winner from SEA Games. Yeah, this is very good news and good in order to, let's say, after we fail to be a host world champion for football grade 22, I think. Then now we are champion. Yeah. Okay, that's kind of activity nowadays. Student can learn from newspaper. Student can learn from, let's say, internet. A lot of number, a lot of data. So they have, even they have to can interpret, or let's say, yeah, the meaning of the picture or the meaning of the number, yeah. Even in the supermarket, you know, in supermarket now there is also talks, but not number talk or data talk, but bread talk, you know. Do you know bread talk in supermarket? Yeah, yeah, that's mean, but in PIM Palembang the bread talk is now disappear, yeah, I don't know. Bread talk mean the consumer can directly answer the talk from the bread. Just take the chocolate, take the kind of bread by themselves, and pay without saying. Just so communication between bread and the buyer, that we call bread talk. Yeah, so bread, let's say, communicate. Take me, buy me, something like that. Yeah. So we have to be careful. We don't have to buy everything in the bread talk. Okay, the last activity that we use in teacher education here in the undergraduate, in my course, Media Pembelajaran Matematika, I hear from UNESCO that since 2020, March 14 or P Day become International Day of Mathematics from UNESCO. Yeah. Based on that, every year the UNESCO and also I don't know, the university in Berlin make a competition that we call poster in 2021 poster competition. Last year photo competition, and this year comic mathematics. Then there is a guideline, and we ask our students to learn and to follow and to design. Then we discuss. After that, we redesign the prototype of the photo, poster, and comic. Then, if it is really valid, really practice, and a good quality, then we send to the UNESCO. Then finally, some of them is really the winner of the poster, photo, and comics. And the good one, all of the photo and the poster and the comic winners, all of them put it in the website of EDM, so everybody all over the world can see. That's one of the recognition as a result of development research. Okay, this is example. The winning poster made by student teacher in UNSRI to help kids survive from COVID-19. Yeah, this is from what we call about 1,500 poster. 3 of them is 3 from 90. So from 1,500, only 90 become a winner poster. 3 of them is from Indonesia. And this is very nice. One of them in the right side, it is working from home, they call it. Working from home. Photo, also last year photo, the task from the UNESCO, find photo that's really mathematics, mathematically, then you have to put your face in that photo. For instance, this is a photo taken by and submitted by Jihan Sakira, and this Jembatan Ampera. That's very nice photo. They call it the rectangle bridge between circle clock and with circle clock. You know, in the lab is MRT. So the photo is one of the winner photo, and in the school, this photo can start it as a contact in order to learn, for instance, geometry. You know, the credit is Jihan, Dea, Mutia, Yoni, and the last one, Zulkardia, Bizabudi, and Marian is a lecture of the course. This is example of the small example guide the student doing design research, but the result is really all over the world. This year, yeah, yeah. This is comic. This year is a comic contest. This is comic from Arab Saudi, student from Arab, you know. What do you notice? What do you wonder? What we call in bahasa this is unto unta unta punuk satu di sini. This is two punuk and the sum is a three punuk. Yeah. So that's kind of a poster because you know this poster cannot be used text, only picture, only photo, or maybe only symbol, mathematics symbol. It is not easy, you know. Okay, this is like a addition. Addition 1 plus 2 like a 3. Okay, this also from Croatia. I know from Palembang Arbela is one of the winners. Yeah? This is from Croatia. What does it mean? In football game, yeah. One yellow, yeah, 2 yellow. This means red card. It's really nice poster. It's really communicate, yeah. Really eager or inspired to make students communicate or discuss what. Okay, this is from Nico, yeah. This is very important, I guess. This is from Texas. Martin always go to state, right? Martin Dog. Martin, hi. Hi, Martin. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. This is from Texas. Can you describe about the picture?
I tend to say it is mathematical symbols without mathematical meaning.
Yeah, okay. Without mathematical meaning. Okay, go ahead.
So I said it is mathematical pictures, the plus, the minus, the multiplication sign, the division sign, the American division sign. But it has no mathematical meaning in itself.
Really?
Yeah, I don't see the meaning in those four. On the right side, I don't see a mathematical meaning there.
Oh, really? Pak Fauzan, okay?
Maybe the customer is thinking about division and multiplication and addition when they interact with the seller, I think.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. That we call Q, yeah? Q, you know? Q. In mathematics, if you're doing operation, so the first Q should be bracket, you know? You have to do the first one in the bracket. You cannot do the addition one. No. This is not in the Q. The first, it should be in the bracket. The second one is, you know, in the top. So what we call square, pangkat, yeah. Then, multiplication, division, plus and minus. In bahasa, we call kalibataku. Ku kata kalibataku. Kan? Ku kurung pangkat ya, kalibataku. Ku katakan kalibataku. But here, this is really people who always make a queue, nice queue in the United States if they are trying to, let's say, buy a coffee in the morning. Yeah? Buy the coffee.
No, but yeah. What I wanted to say is, yes, this is the order in which some calculators would calculate and in which you write your paper. But I know that there are different calculators that don't do this order. So that is just an agreement amongst people. That's not always held by everybody.
Agreement amongst mathematics people, yeah. Okay. But of course, this is one of the winning comic, and it is put it in the UNESCO website. I think one of the, and this is also from Palembang, not so, yeah. But you know, two people want to try to, let's say, yeah. In Indonesia we call it competition, balapan, yeah. Then finally they won. It is easier, but the idea only for the so like a realistic mathematics education. But this is appear in the, yeah, I saw this. This is in the mathematics in context book, but this appear in the comic in the UNESCO. Okay, solve it, and what your strategy? Yeah? Student mahasiswa yang jacket, yellow jacket, want to try? This is from the student from Portugal, yeah. Masih lama nggak? 6 menit lagi ya. Hasbi, mau coba bantu berapa jawabannya? Rabbit and cat 10 kilo, rabbit and dog 20 kilo, cat and dog 24 kilo, and all of them how many kilo? Ya, tanpa kalkulator, without calculator, ya, with calculator, without equation, just guessing, yes. No. Oh, he write a book about that. Yeah. Of course he know. Maybe Parit want to join? Oh, there is answer from the chat box. 27. Oh, very good. Yeah. Yeah. But this, yeah, 27 is true, but I really need the strategy. 27, yeah. But how do you get it? Just guessing or? Maju Arbella, maju ke depan, ya. Biar dipoto ya, maju ke depan ya. Ya, belum, tolong foto ya.
17 kilogram plus 7 kilogram is 27 kilogram. Dog 17 kilogram, cat 7 kilogram plus 3 kilogram, 27 kilogram.
Okay. And your strategy, just guess, yeah. Check, check and error, yeah. Okay. Another strategy? Ada strategi yang lain? Do you have another strategy? Oh, the answer from chat. Oh yeah, Eka Sulistiawati. Add all of them, then divide by 2. Big hand for Eka Sulistiawati. I don't know which one. Yeah, that's true, yeah. Just add 10 kilo, 20 kilo, 24 kilo, divide by 2. Because we just add both of them, all of them is 2, yeah. Okay, thank you very much. The good strategy without calculator. This is really interesting, of course. And this is kind of a small thing, but internationally, yeah. So I think the discussion, this is only example type of design research usually in the certain industry, design, innovative learning environment, high quality educational, design instructional material using Bukit Sulap. Di sini ada Idul Adha ya, one of the. Okay, see you in Jimmy Journal for more.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Zukardi, for interesting presentation, especially about the comic. The comic is very interesting for me. About the coffee shop and about the camel is very interesting for me. And also the presentation is about product of design research in UNSRI. Okay, so for all the audience in Zoom meeting or in this room, if you have question, you may raise your hand virtually or in here physically. Oh, okay, we have first question. Oh no, not question. It's not question. Okay, so if you have a question, you may raise your hand. Okay, first maybe from me, the professor. Okay. And your presentation is, you said that one of hot topic in here is how to write article. Maybe my question is, what is your recommendation or suggestion for the beginner, maybe for the researcher to write an article?
Okay, good question. What is the simple strategy to be a good author, article journal? One of the simple strategy is read all of the article in the journal, maybe the one that's really the same that you are going to submit, and see every part from title, abstract, procedure, introduction, methodology, there is a procedure there, result, discussion, conclusion, acknowledgement, and also references. So you have to read author guide, you have to read the scope of the journal, then you also have to see and observe all the article that really match with your topic or you said. It is easy, I think. Yeah. Okay, that's the answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. So we have to read all of the research, maybe about our interest. So maybe because there's no question in here. Yeah. Good reader. So maybe I have next question, Prof. So we have to read a lot of paper to make an article on a paper. So maybe you can give us tips how to build collaboration in research. So as we know that you have a lot of collaboration in writing a paper. So maybe you can give us a tips how to make a collaboration in research, better collaboration.
Yeah, collaboration. Yeah, in bahasa gaul ya. Dosen, also teacher, have 4 competence. Pedagogic, how to teach. Professional, the content. Personal, pribadian. And also social, gaul. You have to gaul. You have to, let's say, communicate and collaborate. Without collaboration, you're dead. Yeah. So you have to talk and follow the organization of Mathematics Society. You have to follow the student BAM, Senat. You have to follow the activity that really you can talk, you can learn each other, because we can learn from everyone, and they also can learn from us. I think one of my experience why I now is a lot of friends, let's say, because I start to do gaul, yeah, to be a vice president of Indonesia Mathematical Society during the time. So I have moved all over the Indonesia, doing mathematics or talking about mathematics. I think that get the kind of also with the people from PMRI, from professional. So we have to go. Yeah, sometimes we need cost. We need more money in order to go there. But you have to, let's say, don't think about that, but more focus, because collaboration is really help you, in order to be accepted as a author, to be accepted as a professor, and everything. I think you cannot easily get the thing if you not known by other. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. So in here, in the chat box, we have question from Yohanes Dapadeda from Universitas Timor. The question is, how about the doctoral program mathematics education in UNSRI? How about BIP word? Is this included until now? So that's his question. About the doctoral program.
Yohanes. Yeah. Yohanes Dapadeda, Universitas Timor. Okay, thank you very much. How about the doctoral program mathematics education in UNSRI? How about BIP award or scholarship? It is included. It is included until now. Yeah. BIP, I think, like beasiswa Pendidikan Indonesia, yeah, can be use it to study here, yeah. But LPDP, no, not yet. LPDP should be accredited A first, yeah. Okay, you can try, Johannes, using BPI scholarship.
Okay, so yeah, thank you. Okay, for maybe the question from this room, yeah, Arika, please.
Okay, Prof. I want to ask one question. I believe that teachers do need to be research informed, but many teachers feel pressured because the workload. What's your suggestion for teachers to engage more in research? Because we know, there are so many workload in teachers. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you are right. During that time, if we want to ask teacher to do research, action research, for instance, sometimes they said no, we don't have time because too many subject I have to teach, too many content I have to do. Too many the report I have to write, yeah. But in kampus Merdeka, ya, atau apa namanya, kampus Merdeka, kurikulum Merdeka, now is the work of teacher is not so many, yeah. Even the curriculum also not so many. Even the lesson plan only one page lesson plan, yeah. So of course, teacher now have a lot of time, so they can start to do research. Yeah. Also, there is a regulation. If you are not doing research, then you cannot, let's say, move higher level. Yeah, because during that time, if you won't go to the level 4A, we call pangkat 4A, you have to write. But now, start from 3 3A, 3A you have to write before to B. The same as docent. If docent don't want to research, don't to write, then they will be stuck on that level. Okay. Mudah-mudahan tidak banyak lagi kerjaan.
Okay. I think that's the last question in this Q&A session. Thank you very much for Professor Zulkardi for insightful presentation and very much appreciated. Before we end this session, we would like to give you the certificate. Maybe the committee. Oh, okay. We would like to give you something from the committee that will be given by Professor Dr. Rahmat Johar, MPD. To Professor Dr. Rahmat Johar, please. Okay, thank you very much for the all audience. Thank you very much for being a wonderful participant during this session. And this is the end for this session. Hopefully to see you again. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for Professor Dr. Zulkardi M.Ecom MSc for very great and informative presentation. And also thank you for Yovika Sukma MPD for moderating this session. Dear all participants, sadly we come to the end of today's plenary session. But before that, I would like to give some information to all participants. First, the plenary sessions will be continued tomorrow, May 20, 2023. Second, for all the invited speakers for plenary sessions tomorrow, the plenary sessions will begin at 9 a.m. Indonesia region time, and you can join the same link Zoom meeting like today. And the last, for all invited speakers and presenters, parallel sessions will continue at 11 a.m. Indonesia region time. Dear all participants of the 9th Southeast Asia Design Research International Conference 2023, this is the end of our first day of the 9th CDRIC 2023. My highest appreciation to all keynote speakers, invited speakers, moderators, and last but not least, for all of participants, the 9th CDRIC 2023. Alright, see you tomorrow. I'm Cici Rana Nanci. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Stop.